what's going on, everybody? Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever here. Sorry about the delay and the broadcast. I actually wanted to do this yesterday, but I'm not gonna lie. I started playing video games and lost track of time. And then I got a phone call. I'm gonna be doing some stuff with my family this weekend, and prepping for next week. Actually, if you guys didn't know, next week is Thanksgiving. And normally I go to my dad's house for Thanksgiving, and usually all my family shows up over there. We have a lot of food. I mean, they do it up really well. So I've actually been fasting a little bit because they have so much food over there that it's gonna be hard for your boy to kind of keep up, man. I'm not young anymore. Back in the day, I could just like eat plates and plates of food, not even be phased. Nowadays, I look at a Twinkie, I put on 20 pounds, and I fall asleep on the couch. So for all you young guys out there, man, appreciate your youth. As the good book says, time is fleeting. So enjoy while you can. Even when it comes to video games, man, I was playing games last night, man. I got a little bit tired, and then I had to go to bed. Totally forgot about setting this up. And then I saw Unlimited had a podcast too, and Ebot actually released a video. Unlimited, I gotta catch up with his video because I saw that he had it, and then Hebot I watched when I had to go run an errand. I think it's only like that video is only like 22 minutes, maybe half an hour, and it was actually really good, man. He was actually talking about Sega, and I didn't know the angle that he was coming from, just from the title. But when I watched the video, man, it made a lot of sense. If you guys are Sega fans, and of course, if you're fans of Hebot, definitely go check it out. He actually did a video earlier in the week as well. That was really good. He's talking about the Game Awards, and we'll do that in this video today. Today's, as you can see, it's more of an all-in rant video. Shout out to some of the guys in the chat already, T Reaper and stuff. I mean, but that was yesterday, and so T, if you still want to join, I sent you a link, and I would like you to join if you're available. Of all the guys in the group, me and T are probably or in the circle, like E-Rock, Unlimited, Sega Man, Hebot, Tuck, and all these guys. I think me and T are the only two guys that really play COD a lot. And I actually purchased Modern Warfare 3. So for you guys out there that are saying, oh, you probably purchased it this version this year because Xbox owns Activision King Blizzard, you are correct. I did, to support Microsoft. All the hate that they got for the advertisement on the Xbox One, you know how you guys know how it is when it comes to Microsoft and Xbox, right? They can't win. Either they're not advertising enough or they're advertising too much. They can never win. You can never please everybody. For me personally, I mean, and everybody can have their opinion, man, when it comes to that kind of stuff, especially if you Xbox Online, if you're Xbox Strong, if you bleed green. No disrespect, but for me personally, man, I thought it was really cool that they did that. You have to change the stigma because somehow, for some reason, Microsoft lost the association with COD. For some reason, people think COD started on PlayStation. I mean, if it's a pony that thinks that way, we know why, right? But COD and Xbox are synonymous with each other. This is why Xbox again got the title of the shooter box. If you want to play shooting games, you had an Xbox. So I love that it was on there. It's Microsoft and Xbox saying, we're here. This is ours now, right? If you want to have the best experience, you come to this side. And I do not bemoan them for that at all. So bear with me, guys, a little bit. Let me make sure my stuff is going on. It should be running, right? There we go. There we go. Let me make sure it's... Yeah, bear with me, guys. I just woke up here, so... Oh, Unlimited did another video. I see. Dude, he's on fire, man. I love that too, guys. I love when our crew does videos because I don't watch most people anymore. It's hard for me to watch. We'll get into it when we talk about the topics today. And I'm just seeing if anybody else jumps in. any of the other guys hit me up and want to jump in and talk about this stuff. Just want to make sure this stuff is running. Okay. Yeah, guys, this is kind of like a last minute thing. Let me send it to Dea as well. Man, Dea was on fire the other day. I mean, she always brings the heat when she's in the podcast and stuff like that. But man, it was amazing to watch her. I listened to her the other day on, I think it was on Limited's podcast. She just went on a rant, not a rant really, but she was just putting out facts. I sent her a link too. Let's see, she was in the chat yesterday as well. Dave, if you happen to be listening, I'll send this. Oh, is that? Yeah, it should be. Yeah, let me send that. Yeah, sorry guys, I know I really should have did this prior to. Sent Sega Man something. I think he's off on Saturday. I always like to hear my brother Sega Man, dude. Sega Man always a straight shooter. He always brings the heat. And then let me paste this. And so on the last podcast we did, we talked about House of Cards, which was basically focusing on Sony. I also wanted to talk a little bit about Marvel as well. If we have time, I'll jump on that. Hey, what's up, too, man? Yeah, dude, I'm just trying to throw this together. Supposed to do it yesterday, man, but I started playing Warhammer, and then I jumped on COD, and I was bouncing between COD and Warhammer. Hopefully, T can join us today, man, as I really want to get his opinion on Warhammer. I mean, well, if he plays Warhammer, he can, but definitely on COD, because T really, I think he plays more than I do. Yeah, let me know what you guys think of COD, man. I'm loving it. I mean, the one problem I was having like yesterday, dude, I was having a lot of problems with the guns. They just seem to be a little bit. Hey, what's up, Unlimited? Hey, if you want to jump in, dude, uh, let me send you, dude. You know me, man. I should have done this prior to doing this, but I just woke up, dude. I fell asleep just last night. I was playing games. I left this thing going. Hold on, let me send you a link, dude. We'll talk about the great podcast the other day, by the way. And I still got to catch your other one. I saw that you did one yesterday. Yeah, we can talk about that as well. Hold on, bro. Let me send you some. Yeah, I'm all over the place right now, dude. I mean, I just woke up. Dude, it's cold in Hawaii too, man. Not that I should complain because I can't stand the heat. All right, brother. I sent you a link if you want to jump in. Just let me know. Oh, she bought. Send him one. I got sent, man. Hey, realist, dude. If you jump in, if you're out there, dude, I'm sorry, man. I missed your message last time. Yeah, dude. That podcast was awesome, dude. I love listening to you guys, man. It was the only kind of bad things. I've been busy at work. I switched positions to a different area, so I'm working with another crew of people, and they're nice, dude. They're really nice. But the office I'm in it's kind of a big open office, and man, those people work, dude. But they're not like they just focus on their jobs, and it's pretty quiet in the office for the most part. So I'm just adjusting. But just trying to get back to the gym, man. I've been, like last time I did a podcast, you guys know I was sick, and so that kind of lingered for a little while, man. I was having all kind of pain and stuff. Like I said, man, if you guys young, enjoy it, man. Enjoy your life. Live your life to the fullest, man. If you're a person that's like, if you're young and you don't like going to the gym, man, just do it. Do it, man. Because when you get older, it's hard. Yeah, I was playing games yesterday, man. I had to take a break just because my back was hurting, and I have a chair specifically for my back, man. That's old age, man. Can't run those marathons like I used to. But yeah, unlimited jets. Just yeah, 2 man in the house already. Thanks, guys. Ah, I see 6 viewers. Thank you, guys. Because I'm pretty sure you guys are just like me, man. This whole Xbox tax thing, which is real, by the way, and I'll rant a little bit about that before the people jump in, as well as the Game Award stuff. Like I said, Unlimited Them did a great video on it, and then Hebot, man, Hebot actually um, hit the nail on the head for me, especially because everything he said, I feel exactly the same way. Everything that he said, too, because that's 100%. I know if you're a person that plays video games, man, if you're into the whole, like, I don't know why people like Metacritic or people listen to other people. Like, you can listen to, okay, I'll put it this way: you can listen to other people and get their opinions and views. I do that, right? But letting people decide what game you like and what you don't like, I'm not like that, and I haven't been like that for a long time, dude. And I'm talking across the board, not just in video games, right? I'm talking about anything, dude. And I've been like that since I was younger. Because the kicker for me is, man, a lot of the stuff that I like, most people don't like. You know, a lot of the movies that I watch, the music I listen to, kind of off the beaten path, or it's the indie route and stuff like that. It's not popular, right? So I learned a long time ago that there's two things to know, man. That most people won't like what you like, and the second thing, and this is the most important thing, man, is that this stuff is subjective, right? Because everybody's different, man. Everybody has a different opinion, man. It's just like Unlimited. You know, he'll jump into the podcast too. He likes DC. I like Marvel. You know, and then yeah, I'll go as far back as comic books, movies, music, all of that, video games. You know, some people like Nintendo back in the day. I love Sega. I didn't have a problem with Nintendo. But when Sonic hit the scene, and I was at the platformers big time, still am, but not as hardcore as I used to be, man. But that was Sonic was everything. Sonic hit the scene, and I was like blown away. Or when I went into the arcade and played Space Harrier, dude, everybody was playing other games. You know, but that Space Harrier, you hear people talk about kind of wax poetic about Space Harrier now, but back in the day, dude, a lot of people didn't play that game. You know, it was popular, but it was popular in a subset. You know? And and it's probably because of my taste. Like yesterday when Hiba was talking about the Yakuza series, right? I avoided the Yakuza series like a plague, man. And the only reason I did that is I was pissed off about Shenmue, because a lot of people did not support that game, especially on the Sony side when Sega went publisher and stopped doing consoles. Right? Everybody was saying that that's good because that'll help Sega, and people didn't buy that game, right? And that left a bad taste in my mouth. And then Yakuza was associated with PlayStation. But now that it's on Xbox and then time has passed, and sometimes they say time heals all wounds. Not really, in a lot of cases. But for me, um, I got into the Yakuza series, right? And then I was listening to Hebot's, and Hebot's a big Sega fan like me, right? But Hebot was talking about the Yakuza series and why he doesn't like. I'm not going to spoil it for you. Go listen to that podcast, man, because it was awesome. But he gave a perspective I didn't think of, and that's the one thing about Hebot, knowing Hebot and watching his videos, man. Even when he unboxes stuff, or when he does his collectibles or just talks about movies and stuff like that, dude, you get an interesting perspective from him because he's been around the block. We're about the same age, but I mean, he definitely been around, and he's experienced pop culture in all his phases and facets and stuff like that. And what he said on the video, I was like, damn, I never thought about it that way, right? And I still enjoy Yakuza series because of the quirkiness, right? Because of I make a comparison. It's just like back in the day on Dreamcast, that Virtual Tennis that Sega had, and then Virtual Tennis I loved. The Virtual Tennis 2, what they did was they added like all these mini games and stuff like that, and that's kind of what Yakuza is. It's like a not so serious version. It's kind of like how we have Forza for racing, and then Forza Horizon for like the arcade racing. That's kind of what Yakuza is to Shenmue. So, and I'm glad that Microsoft actually got it on Xbox, and that they got it in Game Pass, because I probably wouldn't have played it. That helped change my mind. Again, that's the power of Game Pass, right? And then now I love the series, and I bought all the games. It's of course it's in a backlog thing. Um, But I'm looking forward to, I downloaded the newest one that jumped into Game Pass. Looking forward to playing that because of the, it's a Yakuza game, but it has like spy elements. You know, so he looks like he's like the 007, and I love James Bond. So I'll see how that goes. But so far they haven't disappointed me with their games. The only ones I haven't gotten into is the Judgment series. I think they got two of those. In fact, I actually bought that because they had it at the store. Some of those games you can't buy physically. But when it comes to the Sega games, I like to buy them physically. Um, yeah, but like the guys are saying, and yeah, right. I don't subscribe to any type of reviews or anything like that. And when it comes to Game Award shows, I haven't watched an award show. I mean, ever. I mean, across the board. I used to watch the Oscars, People's Choice Awards, music awards, all that stuff. Just when I was younger, and I was more into pop culture heavily, right? Growing up in the '80s and '90s, especially, you had a whole plethora of pop culture that kind of forged and laid a foundation for the stuff we have now. Um, yeah, if you guys didn't know, man, I'm Gen X, so which I didn't know. Somebody told me, which I didn't care. So when I said that to them, they were like, "Oh, yeah, you are Gen X because we don't care." Um, just to give you guys a perspective on my point of view, man. And the reason why is because a lot of this stuff, especially video games, man, it's an experience, dude, and you can't rate that. You can't critique that. You can't put a score on that. Is what I'm saying. You know, and you have these award shows and stuff like that. You know, like the fellas are saying, man, the award shows are a joke, right? That's that, and they've been a joke for a long time. And again, not just talking gaming, I'm talking across the board, man. So it doesn't. I don't care. I'll put it this way: I didn't care that Microsoft doesn't get recognition from the Game Award show because I don't consider them legitimate. Like, there's not something that the guys are saying. Especially Heba was saying this too. He was saying like people watch it because of trailers, and that's what I do. Not that I watch the and I don't even watch the show because you don't have to because we have social media. People just drop that stuff on Twitter. You know, that's how I find out about stuff. That's how I find out about the trailers. You know, you have the trailers. Microsoft still, like everybody was saying, still supporting them. And probably not for the best. Oh, what's up on them? Let me add you. Hey, what's up, bro? Sorry.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Damn, dude, you're on fire, man. I saw you. I saw you post a couple of videos, man. I have to watch the one you put on yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday I talked about the Xbox tax.
Yeah, yeah,
Had a good time talking about that.
yeah. That's what I was gonna do the video because I wanted to talk about it too. So I was like, yeah, that stuff's real, man. Because I see there's four type of people I see when it comes to the X, or three types of people I see when it comes to the Xbox tap, right? There's the
Hmm.
ponies, you shouldn't acknowledge it all, right? Then you have
Right.
the pony bots, right, which the guys are on our side that we can't stand,
Hmm.
and then you got these so-called gaming people, right, that are either journalists or influencers or consider themselves influencers and stuff like
Hmm.
that. Um, and all of them, none of which you should be listening to, right?
Right.
Because a lot of them don't have Xbox or they don't play Xbox or they don't have your best interest at heart, especially if you're an Xbox person like us, like how we are.
Hmm.
And then who was it? I can't remember the guy's name, man, but he was over there talking about, yeah, is it real? Is it not real? I'm like, dude, it's 100% real. And the
Yeah.
reason I was like, dude, the reason I can tell you it's real for all you guys out there right now, I'll just name a couple of things: Sunset Overdrive, Rise Son of Rome, right? Dead Rising, and Titanfall.
Hmm.
I'll just name you those. Those are games that we don't have that were supposed to become franchises for Xbox back in 2013. They're gonna
Hmm.
build on those games, and we never got a sequels to those games.
Right.
You know, and that's why the Xbox tax is real. That's how the Xbox been dealing with this ever since they came onto the scene. But in
Hmm.
2013, man, and I know a lot of you guys, like Kiba was saying yesterday, a lot of you guys or the other day on this video, man, a lot of you guys is new to this, right? You guys haven't been in this game since 2013. In fact, most of the guys that was hardcore defending Xbox back then, they're gone.
Right.
Either they flipped or they moved on with their lives, man. Because 10 years, guys, is a long time to be dealing with hate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real
So
long time.
it's a real long time. And guys like us, we've been in this. We've been in this for the long haul. That's why when people bring up this kind of stuff, like there's no Xbox tax, this is why we do these videos. to remind you guys, yeah, there definitely is an Xbox tax. You know, I never got Sunset Overdrive is like one of my favorite games, right?
Same here. Same here.
And and we never got a sequel. In fact, what me and you should be doing a show on right now, Unlimited, and arguing about is if if we should be on Sunset Overdrive 5, and we should be
Yeah.
complaining about, oh man, I don't know, they kept on doing the same thing as 3. This is the kind of conversation we should be having right now, but we don't
Hmm.
because it never made it. It never came to fruition. Hey, what's up, Zink? Zink said in the house.
Hey, what's up, Zink? Yeah, man. Jeez, just so much nonsense last generation. That I mean, the last decade, really.
You know how bad it's, and this is another reason why the tax is real. It was so bad that Microsoft, Microsoft started supporting Xbox. That's how bad it is. Microsoft's like, okay, here's the checkbook, Phil. Go work your magic.
Yeah.
Because this is not this is how bad it's been for Microsoft and Xbox. And then everybody, I don't know if you saw on Twitter Unlimited, because I remember this interview. Somebody shared, I think it was J Rock, one of the guys, man. I'm sorry, I should write that down to give them credit. But they showed a clip of Major Nelson kind of complaining about, Xbox not being treated like all the other companies.
That was Dirk Griggity, and I used that clip from his video and gave him credit for it on my
Oh,
show
nice.
yesterday as well. Yes.
Oh, did you? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
like I said, I gotta catch up with you.
Yeah. And basically the interview was from 2018,
Yeah.
where he was told, "Hey, you guys at Xbox are doing a great job. You know, you deserve credit." He said, "We never will," and they know that they're held to a different standard.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm glad that was acknowledged even back then, 5 years ago. I'm glad that was acknowledged because it's true. You know, it's true.
Yes.
It's undeniable. At this point, at this point, denying the Xbox tax, you're just denying reality at this point. And you really just badly want that Xbox has those games narrative to be true or something, uh, because I mean, like how many examples do these people need before they accept reality that is true? You know what I'm saying? Polygon put out that article yesterday, not yesterday, maybe about 2-3 days ago, about how, and in the article they literally said, when Quantum Break came out, it wasn't about the game, it was about Xbox and Microsoft
Yeah.
and all this other stuff. And my thing was, Quantum Break came out in 2016, 3 years after that last generation was, the last generation was already 3 years in deep, and they're talking about the Xbox One holding on to this fake grudge about it, right? About all the stuff that Xbox never even did. Um, and and some of those people, they still hold that grudge now, even though Sony has done everything and they're buying digital mostly and also all this other stuff. They
Right.
still holding this fake grudge against Xbox. And others of them, they just used it as an excuse to hate Xbox. And what's funny, and I'll die on this hill.
Mhm.
I think they hate Xbox now that is more successful than ever than they did in 2018, and I'll die on that hill.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. Dude, they overstepped their bounds, and I loved it. I know some people got mad about this. I loved it, right? Because of what you're seeing happening now is when they gave Call of Duty a 4, that IGN guy,
Yeah.
they caught a 4. And,
Oh,
and what it is,
there's that Gaming Bolt YouTube channel, a YouTube channel with over like 2 million subscribers. They
yeah.
did a video the other day saying it's time to move on from Call of Duty.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah. See, and that's the problem though, right? Because and this is, to me, I would like to thank Microsoft and their execs and the people in their group sit
mhm,
down and look at this and have been kind of working their magic in the background. Of course, that's just wishful thinking on my part.
mhm.
But when I saw that 4 out of 10, I loved it, man, because I'm like, see, now you guys went too far.
Yeah.
You guys overstepped your bounds, and the reason why, and it's not because COD is the greatest game or whatever. Some people like COD, like me.
Mhm.
Some people don't like COD, and then even if you have this year's version of it, I'm like, if T jumps in, I was gonna talk to him about it. I'm actually having issues with the guns in the game,
Yeah.
and I don't know if they did that on purpose or whatever. But there's things about the game that I love, things about the games I don't like, but it's COD, right? And none of these, and the problem with the 4 out of 10 score or all this other stuff, people have complained about it, but it's like Bethesda. People like my daughter, she'll complain about Bethesda games, but she plays Fallout 76 and she likes it, even though she'll complain about stuff. And that's how COD people are. COD people are complain about it, but guess what? Like you always say, what's the best selling game every year? COD, right? So when these guys who review and stuff like that all of a sudden step out of the blue and go 4 out of 10, then everybody's like, well, hold on. Even people that are not fans or not or don't pay attention to like the console war stuff that we go on, they're like 4 out of 10. That's ridiculous. Why all of a sudden? Right? Because it's that sudden switch, right? And we know why. Guys like me, you, all of us in our crew, we know why they do this, man. It's because or Microsoft actually cares and is supporting Xbox, and Xbox is just buying everything, right? And like Dea went on a Dea was awesome in the. I sent her a link. Hopefully she can jump in, bro. But what she was talking about on your show the other day was so awesome, you know. And this is why I don't care that Microsoft buys everybody. You know, the gloves are off, man. Like nobody, there's nowhere to hide, dude. Everybody's letting their because I think you posted Metro UK. I saw in the beginning of your stuff, right? That's probably one of the worst publications, right? Because they take fan, they take fan commentary. You know, they let them, they get their articles or rants and stuff and post it on there, right? And you know, it's all out in the open right now. After that 4 out of 10, it's all out in the open, right? That's them telling you how they actually feel. We know it, right? Now, hopefully, the general public will know it. They're actually creating Xbox guys on Twitter because there's a couple people I follow just for general news.
Mm-hmm.
They're even starting to defend Xbox, right?
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why they're doing it is because they're getting attacked.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're shocked because it's like an eye opener for them. It was like, you know, I just wanted to play Starfield, and I got all these guys hating me. What's going on? I'm like, yeah, welcome to the party, bro.
You're right.
You're 10 years too late, but you know, nice to have you.
Yeah. They learning real quick. They don't let you enjoy Xbox.
And that's one of the reasons I love that they bought Bethesda, right? Bethesda has, as I like to say, they have pedigree. Right? They are a known publisher or a creator, right? They're a huge company,
Mm-hmm.
and their games are considered some of the best in gaming, right? They're like when Warner Brothers puts out a movie, or you know how it used to be back in the day. Certain studios would put out these movies, and everybody wants to watch them because of the caliber and the quality, you know, that they would put out. That's what Bethesda is known for. But all of a sudden, they're under Microsoft's umbrella, and you know, well, do we need another Skyrim in space?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny because what you're hearing, the narrative does not match what people are doing actually who actually play the game.
Right.
So sorry, didn't mean to go on there, man. But let me give this hero Dasa. I stopped listening to Mooch and Gang before they flipped. I have zero tolerance for repetitive whiny bitches. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? These were some of the foundations for the Xbox community on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
That's as you know, right? A lot of these guys. But I'll tell you this much, and I've talked to Hebot about this. I would listen to these guys, and the only problem I have with them, dude, because when I was growing up, I was a nerd. The only thing that kept me kind of relevant in school is I played basketball. I was pretty good.
Right.
Um, and what ended up happening though is like, you know, I love comic books. I play chess. I play ping pong. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the choir, like little stuff like this that would set you in a certain. They put you in a certain box, which is not the case nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah, but back then, dude, that was a thing, and the only thing that kept me relevant was basketball. So I understand what a dude bro is, man. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of these guys in the beginning in the Xbox thing, and especially when they talk about 360, you tell that they're dude bros, right? Because they play certain type of games. For guys like me, Unlimited, Hebot, E-Rock, you can be multifaceted. Like you listen to a person like E-Rock, he knows a lot about pop culture.
Yep.
He'd be stepping all over my beloved Marvel, which is okay
Mm-hmm.
because Marvel does suck. But you listen to the group guys in this group, they have a wide variety of opinions and they like a wide variety of things. But one thing we do is we do play games.
Yeah.
We do play games. And when you listen to some of these other guys back in the day, you can tell they did not play games.
And we like games. Because some of these people who playing games, they hate it, and you could tell they hate it.
I almost spit out my drink when you said, you said that. That's 100%. Sorry. Go ahead, man.
No. I mean, but you could just tell that some of them just hate gaming, by
And
the
that's
way they talk about it, and for others, it's clearly that this is just a job and it's all performative stuff,
yes, like
right?
journalists.
Yeah.
Because back when I was growing up, man, you said that guy's like I forgot the name of this one dude. I used to listen to him, watch him all the time, and I'm not. This is even before G4.
Hmm.
Um, but there's certain people I followed, right, that you could tell that were fans of gaming. They were the fans of gaming, and they got into journalism because it gave them access to more gaming.
Right.
On opposed to the people now, a lot of these guys who are journalists now, they end up at like IGN and all these places because they couldn't get like their dream job working for the
Right.
Washington Post or the New York Times
Right.
or one of these things. They actually go to journalism school, which is bad in and of itself is horrible, right? Because
Hmm.
they have a thing of groupthink. If you
Yeah.
guys look
Yeah. Yeah.
whatever mainstream media is out there, and you just listen to them for a while. In fact, it's funny because people will take these clips from news media and run them all together, and they all
Hmm.
sound the same. This is basically what's wrong with gaming journalism. Right? They all grew up in a PlayStation generation. Most of them are
Hmm.
PlayStation fans. They don't think that they're what is that biased, but they are. Right, and
Right.
it's in the reporting. This is why when they say certain things, they're like, "What? I'm not participating in the console wars. I'm not hating on this. I just gave COD a 4 out of 5 because it's time we moved on." And then you listen to them and you're like, "Well, is it?" But yeah, so Microsoft buying them now has nothing to do with it. Oh no, of course not. This is just my, this is my unbiased opinion. I'm like,
Right.
because and that's the problem with guys of us like on the Xbox side. That's what we're gonna have to deal with, right? Because it's ingrained in them, dude. It is part of their ideology, and it's part of basically it's part of their religion.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much.
Because
It,
that's how it is. That's what they grew up on. So, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
oh no! You didn't interrupt me.
Just gonna go post some of these comments, man. Two Man's here. Thank you, Two Man, for being here. Um, yeah, dude. It's 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 crazy to see, but it's necessary, man. We need to get all of this stuff on the open because we need to move on.
Hmm.
And with Microsoft right now, dude, the more these people expose themselves, the more credit they're gonna have as the politics. They say the political capital. They'll
Hmm.
gain more political capital, and they'll be justified when they purchase Sega.
Yeah. I can't wait till that happens.
You know, purchase Sega, purchase Steam. I have people attacking me online, telling me, "Dude, this is ridiculous." I was like, "Dude, did you guys just miss the last 2 years? Is it just me, or were you guys asleep?" The last 2 years, they just bought Activision King Blizzard for $80 billion. Nothing's off the table, guys. Nothing. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, yeah, I'm with you there, and they just got to accept that. Like,
They should
listen,
accept
the
it.
floodgates opened in 2020
Yeah,
when they bought Bethesda. All right, everything's been on the table since.
I
You
know when
know,
they got Minecraft, that was a pretty big deal. At least
Mhm.
I thought so. And then the
Yeah,
first thing that happened is they got attacked. They bought.
right. Yeah, but Minecraft it wasn't one of the biggest known publishers in gaming. They were,
Yeah, yeah.
they had a massive hit. Don't get me wrong, but
Well, what
no,
ended up happening was that it shifted to that guy. I can't remember his name right now, but the guy who created it, Minecraft. Everything shifted on him,
hmm
and he became the focus of it. And then the next thing, the two narratives that was running was him making that ungodly amount of money,
hmm
and then Microsoft was going to take it away from everybody. Right?
right. That's right. That was the narrative they went with.
Yeah, Microsoft's going to ruin Minecraft. Dude, that was funny, and that was a sign of things to come
Hmm.
on a smaller scale. And yeah, because these people are actually insufferable. I love it the most is because these guys actually created this themselves. All
Yeah.
these haters actually created the Microsoft and the Xbox we have now, and I'm enjoying every single minute of it, especially with their salty tears and their crying.
hmm Yeah. I'm enjoying it too. I just find it flat out hilarious. I find it hilarious that the harder they try to hate Xbox, the more damage they do to themselves. It's a nice weird irony
Yeah.
where they still think they have this power in gaming that they never really had, but now we see it just flat out damn near doesn't exist. All right, you might be able to tear the occasional Redfall down, but you didn't do shit to Starfield. That's their biggest launch in company history. You ain't do nothing to Hi-Fi Rush. You ain't do nothing to Forza. You ain't do nothing to all these games that's been massive hits for Xbox.
Yeah. The only thing keeping me from playing these games is time. That's it. It's time.
Yeah, yeah, same here.
I look at what we have every single week now. It's absolutely, and I'm saying this as people, and I know guys in our crew, like Unlimited. I know you know this, and I know everybody in our crew knows this because we, like you said, we love playing games, right? I love a lot of different games, right? The
Hmm.
variety that Microsoft has right now is absolutely ridiculous. So when they drop stuff, like maybe if you just play COD, you'll be fine, right? Because you have your COD now and you can just play that for the next year and not worry about it. For somebody like me, man, there's games that they dropped in Game Pass or
Hmm.
games that have released. Like we talked about this in the last podcast, bro, Nacon, and some of the games they dropped, two of which I
Right.
bought that I didn't even know they published, right? And they're in my library, and that's the what I got to deal with now. Right, it's just trying to find time to play all these games, dude. I'm on Game Pass all the time. Unfortunately, I've been playing two games: Warhammer, not unfortunately, but
Hmm.
Warhammer Dark Tide has sucked up all my time.
Hmm.
And COD came out, so I've been playing those two, and I've been trying to fit other stuff in between, but it's hard, man. It's really hard because I just don't have that.
Yeah.
If I was retired, if I didn't have to work, then this would be awesome,
Right.
right? I could actually get around to play most of my games. Like the Yakuza game just dropped in Game Pass the other day, and then Persona 5, the Tactics game dropped yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
Damn.
we're not hurting for anything. It's almost like all the hate Microsoft got, which was all BS about them not having games. Um, they took that to heart, and look at it now. That now we have way too many games, and I'm looking at everything going on with them. I'm like, dude, this is not going to stop.
Yeah. 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 That's how good we have it on Xbox.
Yeah,
Just
it's bad.
endless content. Just and it's wonderful. Again, like you said, time is our enemy, basically.
Yeah, dude.
Because
If we hit that lottery, it would be good, right?
yeah.
The Publishers Clearinghouse actually sends me my check every week, like they tell me in my email. Hey, you won. All you have to do is respond. Right? You can get $10,000 a week. Yeah, dude, I could actually like stop working.
Right.
But I mean, this is the beast that it's funny because this is the monster that they created. And again, another realization that the Xbox tax is real. Don't listen to these guys online, man. A lot of them, especially these middle of the road dudes that do
Hmm.
gaming channels, right? When you see a person say, "I'm a gaming channel," just run away
Yeah.
because the majority of the information they gets from the gaming journalist industry, which is always wrong and doesn't have enough perspective and doesn't touch on all the nuance of stuff. If you really want to game, right?
Hmm.
You can't follow these guys, man, because then this stuff happens and you're like, is it real? Is it not real? Oh, who's that guy, dude? He's more of a Nintendo dude, and his thing popped on there. And I only listened to it because I was going to do this video
Hmm.
to get a little bit of a rundown of what they're talking about. And it's the same, and it's exactly what I thought it was going to be. He's like, well, I mean, it's not really real and all this kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, dude, because you're not invested in the system. I am invested in this ecosystem when it comes to Microsoft, dude. So it affects me directly, right? Because I'm a
Right.
consumer and a fan, but mostly a consumer, right? And I put on a lot of time, money, and energy into my system of choice, which is
Right.
the Xbox One, SX, Series SX, whatever you want to call it. But I have every single system. Um, so for me, this stuff matters, and it aggravates me, like you said, man. Unlimited always says, dude, when the truth is needed, right? He always is there, and that's what we need to do. That's why we do these videos. It's kind of I hate that we have to do it this way. I talked about this before. I like to do a video where we're just talking about um, why, like Warhammer Vermintide,
Hmm.
or Warhammer Dark Tide. Like I would like to do a video just talking about that game, why I like it, how deep it is,
Hmm.
the type of games. This is a problem for Game Pass in a sense because this is the type of games Game Pass has. It's not a
Right.
dumpster dive type of games on Game Pass, man. These games have longevity, right? Right? You play a game like Grounded, which is in there. You play Forza,
Hmm.
which is in there, dude. This is not one and done games.
Nope. Yeah, you get these. It, it's impressive the catalog they've accumulated.
Yeah, it's crazy impressive. Like even when I'm not gonna lie, bro. When Game Pass launched, I was there. I was
Mm,
like, okay, well, we'll see what they do, right?
right.
And then some of the games that came out already had the Xbox games in there, so I was like, oh, that's cool. That's good enough for me, right? But
Right.
then they started adding stuff, and I was like, oh, what's this indie game? Oh, well, this is a bit different. Oh, this is off the beaten path. That's kind of cool. That kind of gives me my indie, my indie fix because I still
Hmm.
am kind of indie to the core. Hey, brother, go ahead. I'm gonna close this door real quick.
All right. Yeah. Game Pass, baby. Yeah, Xbox, man. They've got approximately 500 games on Game Pass, especially if you're on with Ultimate. Which, if you're a Game Pass user, I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't be using Ultimate.
Yeah, Ultimate is the truth.
Yeah, and when they decided to controversially put their exclusive day one on Game Pass, that's what really kind of set everything in motion.
Right.
At least for the perception of Game Pass, because before then, and I remember the controversy, people like Crack Gamer saying nonsense in the line of I'd rather pay yeah, I'm gonna play the game I pay for first and the one that I spent $1 on, and just stuff that makes no sense and didn't make sense then, but really don't make sense now.
Well, they're paying for that now. I mean, that laid the foundation of things to come.
Yeah.
And that's why when they bought Bethesda and AKB, right, they put their games now. That's their game. That's Microsoft owned. So yeah,
Hmm.
that set a high bar and high precedent. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm glad they set the bar high.
Mhm. I mean, I know a lot of people couldn't see it back then.
Hmm.
I loved it. Yeah, like you said, man, when you saw these guys flipping like that on it, right? Because and that's how you knew they were just too involved in the console war, man. Because
Yeah.
that's where we get the pony bot from. Like these guys can't handle. I mean, look, they in the beginning they fought the good fight. I'm not gonna lie.
Hmm.
I give them credit for that. But over time, man, it's over time, right? Is when your character and stuff comes out, man. Are you going to be the same way? Not just in the beginning, man, but to the very end. And
Right.
this is why we have the group we have, right? Because we've been dealing with this long, and now we get to reap the rewards of that.
Yep.
Because that was. I mean, I can kind of see it back then because it's like the
Hmm.
same like Netflix, right? I was one of the first people. I was in their pilot program because they were
Hmm.
doing the disc and stuff like that, and because I
Hmm.
live in Hawaii, I
Hmm.
wrote them real quick. I was like, "Oh, this is horrible, dude. I don't get the disc. The disc I get are scratch. It takes forever for it to get here."
Right.
And then over time, right, they did the digital thing and they got better with their service. And
Hmm.
this is one thing that we found out in Hawaii. They had an unmarked warehouse because then all of a sudden I'll put in for disc and I was getting them like a day or two. Well, how
Right.
are you doing, dude? Right? And what we had found out, and then the local news did a story on it. There was a warehouse here in Netflix. Netflix owned a warehouse here. They actually purchased the warehouse and put movies in there so that they could support the people. So,
Oh.
yeah. So when a company does that, that's when you know it's right. That's next level,
Right.
and that's what these people are getting hit with Xbox right now, especially with Game Pass. Right, Microsoft just
Hmm.
didn't do a couple of things with the service. Right, they're just constantly improving it, constantly changing. It's actually changing the industry. Right,
Right.
like I think you guys are seeing that. What was that? That there's an actual wait list. I
Yep.
who said that? To get into Game Pass, which makes sense to me, right? Because you look at how Game Pass is. Unlike Netflix, I like to compare the two services, but
Hmm.
on a more on a more visceral level, when you participate in Netflix is different than when you do a Game Pass because Game Pass the games are way more time, more engrossing, right? You
Right.
oh I
Yeah.
know
No.
something
No. That
fell.
was my mic. My mic fell. That's what that was.
Yeah, I know something fell.
Nah, but I'm with you there, man. Look, man. I'm happy. I'm good. I know where I game at, and I know that I ain't one of these miserable gamers that hate everything. Right.
Yeah, dude, and that's what it is, man. And like you were saying earlier, man, when I listen to some of these dudes, it's like they have no joy when it comes to gaming. Just constantly
None.
complaining. Like I should talk because the only time I do these videos. But this is why when I'm not doing these videos, guys, 10 to 1, I'm either busy with important things in my life, right? Kids,
Mm-hmm.
work, stuff like that, like we all are, or I'm gaming, right? Or I'm watching an anime, or I'm doing something, um, I'm doing something worthwhile with my time that I enjoy.
Right.
I'm not gonna just come on here constantly like these guys do. And that's the thing, man. I'm pretty sure you guys realize, man, that these guys are making, they do it for the clicks and the views and the money,
Yep.
especially these bigger channels. Something's going on outside.
Something going on at your place?
Well, I guess everybody's prepping for Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have all these families with their extended families trying to find parking and stuff.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I'm gonna be at my dad's house this weekend. And he lives on the other side of the island, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to worry about cooking. My mom's like, "Yeah, we got everything."
Yeah.
I just throw him some money and then pick up some dessert.
Yeah. I think my cousin's hosting Thanksgiving this year in my family. But she lives far, so I gotta take a over an hour drive just to get to her.
Oh yeah. And when
Yeah,
you say hour
people.
drive, man, that's an hour drive, dude.
Yeah, people underestimate how big Texas is, man.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, because I was talking to a good friend of mine. She lives in Georgia now, and she was telling me how she drives to South Carolina,
yeah.
and it's only 3 hours away from her in Georgia. And I'm like, you don't miss that Texas distance, do you? She's like, nah, because it's farther. It'll take me longer to drive to Dallas from Houston in the same damn state than it does for her to Georgia to South Carolina. Because this state is just see this state. The people who I be seeing those people who talk trash about car ownership and this and that.
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't live in Texas to saying that nonsense.
Oh yeah.
Listen, this ain't Europe where everything's super close and you could take a train from London to France. You can't do that shit in Texas, man. You need a car or a truck or your ass is stuck out here.
Well, this and a lot of people too, like on the Asia front, right? Like I live in Hawaii, and people's like, "Oh, why can't things be more like Japan over here?" I was like, "Dude, Japan has no rule. Like everything is like in Europe, man. Things are centralized, right? In
Hmm.
America, dude, we live across the great expanse, right?
Yeah.
so because I thought like I lived in Florida, man, and so I lived in Central Florida, and then we
Hmm.
drive down to like Miami, and that's like a 3-4 hour drive.
Hmm.
Um, and I thought that was long. And then my friends, when I was in the Navy, man, they're from like Texas and stuff. And they were like,
Yeah.
dude, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Driving
Yeah.
around for nothing. And that's when I was younger. It's funny because I watch YouTube. I watch these guys that go around
Hmm.
and eat.
Hmm.
And so I had these guys from London, and they went to Texas, dude, and they were like, we understand now why people have trucks.
Yeah.
Because that's like these guys are like live in Britain, man. They're always like dogging us, like how they say
Right.
American fat, we eat hamburgers, and
Right.
for all the stereotypes, right? It's like, well, Americans are uncultured. They stereotype people. I'm like, dude, these other countries have like, even Japan, dude. Everybody's like,
Hmm.
Japan's so polite and nice. And then I watched one video where this guy was like, when I say America, what do you think? And then every Japanese person was like, hamburger, hamburger, like, hamburger, hot dog, hamburger, right? But
Yeah.
he was talking about Texas, and he was in Texas. He's like, dude, I get it now. I get it. I understand. He
Yeah.
went to a rodeo, right? And he's like, oh, okay, I see why people drive trucks and stuff like that, you know, because they're so wide, and then you always hauling stuff. You know what I
Yep.
mean? It's the
Yep.
culture.
Yeah. He went to the rodeo too. That's what's up. I love the rodeo.
Oh yeah, dude. I've been to
Yeah.
a rodeo, and man, I used to go to the festivals. Like we had
Hmm.
and in Florida we had orange festivals.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
and in Houston, we got the annual livestock and rodeo show. It's the massive like the massive culture event out here in February and March. So we all love that. That's one of the things where if they were like, hey, when's a good time to come to Houston? Come during the winter because it ain't bitter cold, so you could actually go outside out here, and then you could go to the livestock rodeo show in February and March and have a good time, great time, really, because it's a blast out there. And let me answer Toolman's comment.
yeah, yeah. Oh, let me pull it up.
Yeah, he said, "How long does it take to Go across Texas Unlimited. Well, let me put into perspective. I live in Houston, which is southeast of the country. It will take me 12 hours to drive from Houston to El Paso, which is all the way on the west side of Texas. And here's the crazy part, too, man. It is closer to drive from El Paso, Texas, to San Diego, California, than from Houston to El Paso. I kid you not. That's how big this fucking state is.
There's a guy I follow, Nerdrotic, and he talked about that. He's one of those Californians that now occupy your state, bro. And he
Yeah.
talked about like, because he's from Cali,
Mhm.
right? And he's from Northern Cali, so he'll drive down, and his family's in San Diego.
Yeah.
I know that's a drive, but I was laughing, man, because he did this video. It was, I want to do a video. He did a live stream about him going to. He was leaving Texas to go out of Texas, back to California,
Mhm.
dude. And he was out there. He said something like, "No, you're not imagining stuff. I'm still in this bleeping state." I watched that. I was cracking up laughing, dude. Yeah, he was saying
Yeah.
that unlimited. He was like, "You guys have no idea. I'm not joking. You have no idea like
Yeah.
how long it takes to get through this, to get across, get out of this state."
Yeah, it takes forever, man.
Dude, I think you couldn't handle Hawaii, man, because there's people that live here that like it,
Mhm.
and there's people like being as you're from Texas and you say you don't like the driving. Dude, you
Mhm.
come to Hawaii, man, and you'll be driving like just to get to the other side of the island should be like 15 minutes, 30
Right.
minutes. Dude, but the traffic is so bad here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But I mean,
That's
just to
that's
drive
what does
alone.
it.
But some people that live here, they like driving or they miss the
Mhm.
driving and they try and drive around the island. And it's just
Mhm.
like, dude, you can do it within a couple hours. It's
Yeah.
not even that. And then the reason why it takes that long is because of traffic and
Right.
tourists not knowing where they're going.
Right.
Okay, you drive. Excuse me, I'm trying to find I felt really bad because when I first moved back to Hawaii, dude, I didn't, I forgot where everything was, you know?
Right.
People, tourists would come up to me and say, "Do you know how to get to like something like Pearl Harbor?"
Mhm.
And I'd be like, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I don't know where that is." I think like, and they would look at you and get all mad. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. And I was like, "Oh, seriously, dude, I grew up in the mainland." And they would get all pissed off. They think I was one of those like Hawaiians that don't want like tourists here,
Mhm.
which I mean they can be irritating, but
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Tool man. Texas is larger than the country of France, man. It's a big ass country. Not big ass country. Big ass state. You
I don't
know.
know, man. You guys are always trying to succeed or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You guys
know.
could be your own country.
Yeah,
You
every
ain't
time
California.
they get pissed off in this state, that's what they're like.
It's
Is
we're
Texas
going
going to succeed?
to succeed, yeah.
Yeah, like nah, it ain't gonna
Yeah, California tried that, and everybody was like, "Yeah, go ahead, man. We don't want you."
happen. Yeah,
Let's keep on. You guys are. What is that? Where we're in school? The grade, the curve. Like, yeah, you guys are jacking up the curve, man.
right.
Here.
Nah, they wouldn't let California go either. Texas and California, their economies are just too damn big.
Yeah,
You
they're
know,
huge. Yeah,
their economies are bigger than some countries, which is like I don't think people realize. See, this is why I could never be anti-American because I don't think people realize how big this country is financially,
yeah, everything.
economically, just its geographical size. You know,
Yeah,
it's a and you know and I know the word diverse has been bastardized, but it's a beautiful diverse country where listen, if I leave this state, there I could go to Minnesota and people know I'm not from there just from my accent alone, and boom, you got to start a conversation starter. Because the reality is, most people are actually quite nice that
yeah.
I've noticed. It's just that the people in charge, i.e., the government, is who we fucking hate.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
I like how you rock on your podcast. Like, we're not gonna get political, and then he
right.
goes in. I was like, okay.
I mean, it's true, man. I don't know a single person that just likes the government. You know, that just thinks they're doing a great job. Everybody be looking at their taxes, be looking at what's going on. They just like, man, fuck this, man, fuck these guys. People are like, who? How the hell are we voting for these people and everything?
Oh yeah,
So
that's what it is, dude. No matter
yeah,
what.
so I think the great divide is us versus the powers that be, right? Because listen, I've been to a lot of states since in my life in this country, and eventually I'd like to do one of them road trips where you go everywhere.
Yeah,
And most people are cool. You know, most people are cool, man. You go to Minnesota. You can even go to somewhere deserted like North Dakota, and you'll find some nice ass people out there.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
Even Utah got some weird people. I'm not gonna lie, the Mormons are they're little. Yeah, if you ever seen that movie Children of the Corn,
Yeah.
that's how I felt when I was in Utah.
Yeah.
But even I'm sure that they're nice people. It's just that with Utah, I kid you not, man. My brother and I, we did a little road trip, and we went to Utah, right?
Yeah.
And we went to a convenience. So you go to a convenience store anywhere else in America, it's just people in regular clothes. But we stopped at that convenience store, and everybody's in church clothes, and the women are in these long ass dresses. Looking, we were like, "What the fuck, man?" And here we are, just wearing our casual gear. I'm wearing like a Texan shirt and stuff.
Yeah.
We just felt so out of place. We looked at each other like, I hope we don't get killed out here. Because Utah, man, Utah's a different breed, man.
Dude, it's just like here in Hawaii, dude. We have two guys that work with us, and they're you know, I work in a professional environment, but we also live in Hawaii, right? So the casual we're here is kind of like a local casual or like business casual.
Right.
And I work with two guys, man, and every day they wore suits and ties, you know. And people would be like, "Hey, man, this is Hawaii," and it didn't bother me. And one of the guys I knew, he's from New York, right?
Right.
And just the way he was raised, like he's Jamaican, and the way his mom raised him, and stuff like that, dude. It's like when you get a job, you value it, and you had those kind of standards. So he would always wear. I think the most thing we was able to get him to wear was like a polo shirt one day.
Oh wow!
And it was a nice. It wasn't one of those like. It was a nice polo shirt.
Yeah. It's like the formal wear polo shirts.
Yeah, and to your point, man, it just goes to talk about how diverse and how many different cultures and stuff we have.
Yeah.
And I will say this:
I wish the SJWs didn't ruin the term diverse, man. Because now when you say diversity, some people they perk up like, "Where you going with this?" And for me, it's like, no, man. I just literally mean the different people in this country. I don't mean none of that nonsense like male oppression and all that stupid shit.
I think because and I know we differ. We have a big gap in our ages and stuff like that. But I know for me, growing up in the time that I did, like when I moved to Florida, man, it was like the '80s and stuff like that, dude. So it was still Kissimmee at that time was still like a cow town.
Right.
A nice place, dude. People, like the Southern Hospital, like people when they come to Hawaii, they're like, oh, Hawaiian people are nice and stuff. They have a aloha spirit, that's what they say. Right. But I'm like, yeah, dude. But in the South, dude, they have Southern hospitality, which is kind of almost the same thing. Come in and make yourself your tea. And, they're nice to talk to, laid back, easy. I think it's just a sign of the times, right? Because people aren't as like that anymore, And so for a lot of these kids, like I talk about this, man, because my kids are still in school, and they bring stuff home, right? And they talk to me about it and stuff like that. I'm like, nah, it's not really like that. Right. And I think they have I think what it is like they want to have a reason for which is weird to me, man. When I was growing up, you had issues like I didn't grow up with any money and stuff like that, so it was trouble. And then the generations before us, they grew up with real world issues, right, in this country. And so it's like these guys don't have anything to cling on to, so it's almost like they cling on to it by osmosis, like they read about it, or they're in school when they study it, and they're like, oh, we have to fight this stuff. And I'm like, I don't know, you guys have a pretty good. Like I have no sense. Like when I was one day we were driving, man, these guys protesting down the road, and I just blew my mind, man, because I see these guys protesting, man. They have like $1,200. Well, in Hawaii, it's about $1,500 tents. $1,200 tents, yeah, because they set up some tents outside, the real nice ones, and because Hawaii has a Hawaii tax, right?
Okay, yeah.
What's $900 in your state is going to be?
Yeah. That's right.
And so they have like these. They have their Apple iMacs or the laptops and their phones, and they're standing there with their signs, and they're like, "Fight the man, fight the rich." And I was laughing, and I just looked at my kids. I was like, "If I ever catch you guys over there, I'll whoop your ass." I told them. Because it's when you look at that, right, it's the privilege that they have, right?
Yeah.
That you actually have the time that you can do that, and nobody's paying attention to them because we live in Hawaii, dude, and obviously these kids are like probably from out of state going to college, and we're like, yeah, dude, try and get a job here and try and buy a house here.
The college kids, man, they're the ones that really blow my mind because I'll be like, dog, you know how good you have it to go to college.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling my kids. I was like 10 to 1. Their parents have money to afford them, not because most people that I grew up with, man, they went to college, but you had to work, right?
Yeah. It's same here, man. Like the people that I knew, a lot of us were doing what I was doing in college. And I worked night shift and went to school during the day.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, they had their weekend jobs or whatever type of jobs they had managing stuff. So the ones who are fortunate enough to go to college and have free time to protest, you got to have it good, man, because the college students that I see that be on the grind, these people, those kids, they work and they go to school and they tired all the fucking time. And when you're tired all the time, I promise you, you're not out there doing, you ain't out there doing none of that.
Nope, you don't have the time.
Yeah.
So here's just let's. I want to read this comment. London to France, not that close. Hello. The difference: the other countries are more progressive than America. We were supposed to have high-speed rail over a decade ago. Oh yeah, that's that. California was going to try to do that, right?
Texas too.
Yeah.
Texas too. They're trying to do the high-speed spell from Houston to Dallas, and that's listen. If it gets done in my lifetime, I don't know what I'll do, because that's how long they've been trying to get that done. The thing about that Dusha is that a lot of stuff is with it's government bureaucracy, and it just slows things to a crawl out here in the U.S. to the point that it's almost useless to deal with. Yeah.
I'll even go a step further. That it's because, it's because of our diversity, of not just of race or color, but opinion. And, yeah, and that's one of the things about America. That's why when people say diversity is our strength, I disagree with that hard. And I'm not saying diversity is bad, but it's not our strength. It's one of the things that we constantly have to work through, because unlimited. Our commonality on things from pop culture, like in gaming and all this kind of stuff. But he's from Houston, which is totally different from Hawaii.
Right.
That's how the United States is all across.
That's why you get the divide. I mean, a lot of Southerners don't like the coastal places like your New Yorks and Californias, because of how different they are. A God-fearing Southerner is just going to naturally feel different from a atheist in California.
Yeah.
It is what it is on that, man.
And so for but for me, sorry, back to this is point, but this is that's the one that's I get that all the time here in Hawaii, because we're so close to Japan, and we get a lot of tourists, and we have a good relationship with Japan. But a lot of people here would like things to be like Japan there, and why can't it be? And I'm like, dude, they're one country. Of one people. So when you have that type of culture, it's easier to get stuff done, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No doubt there, man. No doubt at all.
But there's a difference between look, what's closest to California? Like Utah is not that far away. Right? And that's totally different from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Right? My only thing with Utah is I landed there one day in a plane, and it was freezing, and I was in the plane. We landed, and then all of a sudden I felt like I walked into a refrigerator.
Yeah, that's how it was when I flown to Colorado.
Yeah,
it was similar to that. We landed, and I was like, "Oh shit, it's cold."
Yeah, right when you're on the runway, it was comfortable. It's a little bit warm in the airplane. We landed in Utah. Within a minute, I was like, "What? Did somebody turn on that?" And I was skinny back then, dude. This is when I was in. I left A school, Yeoman. I was the Navy A school. And I was in Mississippi. So imagine that. I was coming from Mississippi. Right? You know how hot it is in Mississippi.
Yeah.
Right? And then I'm flying across the country to go to California to my duty station. And we land in Utah. And I went from being in an oven to instantly being in a freezer. That's just to give you the diversity of how it is. Missouri, man. What's up? Man, I always wanted to go to Missouri too, man.
Oh yeah. Hey, my dad does business out there in Missouri, man. He likes it. He low key turned into a Kansas City Chiefs fan out there.
Oh, did
yeah.
Well, I always wanted to go to Branson, because when I was younger, they had the commercials for Branson. And then Milwaukee's nearby, right?
Milwaukee's in Wisconsin.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Yeah. But as for Missouri, my dad was just like, "Oh yeah, Missouri's cool. Just stay away from St. Louis, and you're fine."
Yeah, that's what everybody tells me. My friend does it all the time.
Yeah, but don't mess with St. Louis. I got it, Dad.
Yeah. Diversity is our strength, but curse at the same time. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
straight up.
yeah.
I didn't. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm one of the people. I enjoy the whole melting pot thing. You know,
Oh yeah.
I enjoy it. I'm glad. I'm glad that my parents, for example, when I was in middle school, my parents sent me to the white school, right? And I'm glad they did little stuff like that. You know,
Yeah.
let me get a taste of other people type thing and get a feel of it. You know, and then when I was in high school, it was almost 50. It was 50-50 black and Hispanic.
See, you got a story to tell your kids, man. Later on,
Yeah.
like I remember this time I went to a white school because that thing just that slowly disappeared.
Yeah, man, that was a wild. I learned a lot at that school, man. Cause I was like, yeah, like white people, they something else, something
Oh,
else, man.
who was I? I was listening to this comedian, Crawford, Laverne Crawford. What's his name, man? Crawford is his last
Yeah,
name.
yeah, yeah. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, and he always talking about how his mom moved him out of the ghetto.
Yeah,
And they
yeah,
went back.
the big dude. He's the big
Yeah,
dude that was on Breaking Bad, I think.
yeah. But he was talking about how he went. Like he had his like white friend,
Mm-hmm.
and his friend was like, "There's the same experience I had in Florida. Like I had my friend, and
Mm-hmm.
I stepped at his house and he had like cereal,
Yeah.
like Cocoa Puffs and Trix.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remember the mama woke up and I was like, "Oh, Cooper, do you want to have some cereal?" And I was like, "Oh, we have cereal." And I walk in and it's like the stuff I see in the store that my grandma's
Right.
like, my grandma's like, "Don't ask for nothing." Like that's how my grandma was. We just walk past. Like you're so used to it, you don't even think about
Mhm.
asking. And I
Yeah.
felt like I saw that in the actual somebody's cabinet. I was like almost crying. I was like,
Yeah, man. You saw the actual Captain Crunch instead of the bootleg Captain Sailor and stuff,
"Oh yeah."
man. Yeah.
They actually like rented videos, right? That's how I got to watch Transformers the movie.
Oh, right. Oh, wow.
Yeah, because we was at the
They
video store.
actually rented pewters. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, they were at the video store and they asked me. They were super nice, dude. They were like, "Do you
Mhm.
want to watch anything?" And Transformers is right there, and I was like, "Oh, can we watch Transformers?" And they were like, "Oh,
Mhm.
sure." And they grabbed it. They were like, "Oh, sure, we'll get that for you." You know, they grabbed it and they walked up with there. So
Right, right.
that's like I watched it in their home, man. I was like, "Dang, dude, this is nuts." So
Yeah.
he had his own room.
So, oh.
Yeah, dude, I slept on the floor in the living room.
Right.
Like my friend, he had like his own bed, his own room. He
Mm.
had a computer in there, dude. I used to watch him play like the Marvel computer games, like
Mhm.
Spider Man and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Dude, it's
Yeah.
crazy, man. It's just. That's why I look at my kids now. I feel bad for them. I was like, man, you guys never gonna have stories like this. You guys never
Right.
gonna.
Right. Yeah, when I was a kid, I don't even know if kids do some of this stuff, man. Like if I went to spend the night at a friend house, I'd just ride my bike there, and my parent, just like, hey, mom, dad, I'm going to spend the night over here. Like, all right, cool. I just rode my bike there. I highly doubt kids do that these days, man.
Dude, my grandmother worked so much. I could do whatever I want to, technically, as long as I got my stuff done.
Right, right.
Like my grandma came home, man. She was like, she walked in. It's the total thing you hear about back in the day when you get a car pull up
Hmm.
and you forgot to do something and you're rushing around before they open
Yeah.
that door. You hear that lock turn, right? That's all I got. Yeah, I was like, that's good kid.
Yeah, I grew up in a house. The one thing you didn't want to hear was my mom saying, "Don't make me tell your father." That was the you fucked up sentence in my growing up. You told dad, "Oh, that's it." We used to, you could test mom a little bit, but you don't fuck with dad. When dad got home and if mom's and she telling him what's going on, oh yeah, you might as well start saying your prayers and take your vitamins like a Hulk Hogan speech.
You know, the funny thing is, I want to spend time with my family. Like this
Mm.
week, I go with my mom and my dad, and it's so much different than when we were younger, right? Like they forgot everything, right? They don't. We kind of joke about it and stuff like that. But my dad, dude, my dad was always like, dude, he was always high strung, man. So
Yeah,
it didn't take much to get him off. So
my dad, he wasn't that high strong. My dad, my thing is just like he was all about the respect and not lying to him and stuff like that. And so if we screwed up, he always gave us a chance to tell the truth. And if we didn't tell the truth, you done. You getting your ass whooped, right? And that was his big thing. Other than that, as long as we like cleaned up and listened to him and made good grades, he wouldn't be too bad. But you know how kids are, especially with me and my brother, man, because we used to just fuck around a lot. And then my sister, I don't know if it was because she was the only girl or what, but she if you ever seen Everybody Hates Chris, how Julius treats their
No.
daughter. that's how it was with my sister, man.
Oh, that was real, dude.
Yeah.
Tachina Arnold. That's Tachina Arnold and our boy, man, Terry Crews.
Yeah, Ted Cruz, yeah.
Tachina Arnold was the mom, right? Because I loved her.
Yeah, man. That's how it was. That's exactly how it was, man. My sister, she get away with murder, but with me and my brother, it's like, did you go mow the lawn? Go do this. Go cut the hedges. You know.
Yeah, I knew like my dad, like one day he came home, man, and the neighbor, I don't know what was up with the neighbor.
Mhm.
So my dad parked the car, man, and he was walking, and then my neighbor said something off to him, and my dad just blasted him in the face. Dude, he went down. My dad walked into the house, dude, we was like shaking. Man. Like,
Right.
like, dude, he just sat down, and I hated this. Like, we had this red couch. I hated that couch. He would sit on the corner that was right next to the hallway.
Uh-huh.
And so, like, my mom, we were like in the kitchen, and I remember my mom made something, right, and she was saying something to us, and then she was pissed off and she was yelling at us. I don't remember for what. And then she's like, "Go to your room," right? So my dad, he would sit on this corner because that was his favorite spot in the thing, but it's near the hallway. So she said, "Go to your room." She goes, "Hey, get in your room before I get you guys cracks," like that. So they was going, and then so we turned the corner. It was me and my two sisters, and then my dad was just sitting on that corner of the couch by the hallway. So we had to walk by him, right? And we was like, "Oh man." Right, and then so we was just like, so we started walking towards the thing. We started creeping up near the wall, right, to get by him, dude. And then right when we was reached it, we tried to run by, dude. And my dad just reached out and like, my dad's a big dude, man. He's tall.
Right.
So we started to try to like kind of walk fast by him, dude. He's just like each of us as we went by, he's like bap 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 to the head.
Damn.
Yeah, he said, bap 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 to the head. And like he hit us so hard, man. My head was like we would hit my head, and then we would go right into the wall. Like all three of us, man. But we just kept on moving, dude. Because if you stop, man, he got a hold of you. It's like, like when you watch those National Geographic. Right, with the those the elk and whatever, they never give up, bro.
Yeah.
Even when they get cut down, they just keep on going, man, because if they give up, dude, they know they didn't.
Right.
Look, I'm not trying to look, dude. I'm 50, bro. So I grew up in a different time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I grew up in the tail end of when parents could do stuff like that.
Oh, dude, that was the cop. You couldn't call CPS and all that kind of stuff.
Nah, I wouldn't have anyway. I respected my dad too much to do that shit. Like, because what my dad would do, even after he whooped us, he used to he'll sit me down and explain why I fucked up. And so always came out of it knowing, okay, that's what I did wrong. That's what I got to fix and stuff like that.
Oh, man, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That didn't happen in our house, man.
Right. So I'd get my ass whooped, but I knew why, and he explained it and stuff. But again, because I think my dad grew up similar to your dad. To you, because he used to say that he wanted to do things differently from how his dad raised him, and his dad used to my grandpa used to just whoop his ass like that, He would, my dad would say when he was a kid, grandpa would say if he cleaned his room, right, grandpa would wipe his finger on like the window pane. If there's dust, he'd get mad at him that it wasn't actually clean. I'm like, shit. So when my dad got my ass, I'm like, shit, it wasn't that damn bad. And plus, if he got on my ass for not cleaning up, it's because my ass literally didn't clean up, right?
Dude, I look back at it now, man. My dad, like, you could tell he just had a bad day, which was almost every day.
Yeah,
right? He come home and it's like, even if you did the stuff, right, he would like nitpick stuff,
right?
But I told you to do this, but you didn't do it this way, so get over it. That kind of stuff. But I mean, look, dude, I know we far afield and stuff, but Dustin, man, I mean, look, going back to your point, dude, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to the U.S., especially, man. Everybody has all these different types of experiences. And so this is why when we try and get together on stuff, man, it's hard, right? And individualism above all stuff, when you hear people talk about the minority in this country, that's actually the individual, right? Because everybody, again, like we'll get back to the Xbox tax thing, right? This is why this kind of stuff is real, because everybody has a differing opinions, man. Everybody likes different things. And,
But the problem is these days that everybody wants their opinion heard and they think it's important.
Yeah.
When it's just not. Listen. The thoughts of Destin Legary does not actually mean anything to nobody.
Yeah. And like when he talks about certain things, man, it's like, look, dude, just be honest about it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all we need. That's all we ask for. But you can't because they occupy an industry,
Mm-hmm.
and
Well,
you know,
and I do I listen. I would respect them if they just said this. If they just like I hate Xbox and want to go away, I'd be like, you know what, I disagree, but at least you told the truth for once. But all this fence riding, pretending to care, pretending to be fucking video game activists over Xbox when all it did has done is made them look like hypocrites. That's why I keep calling them out, Sega forever. And that's
yeah.
what makes it so easy to call them out, right? It, the media will protect media in their paychecks. Yeah, yeah, definitely, realist.
Hey,
Um,
realist, dude. Let me. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Unlimited.
oh
Take it.
no, yeah, yeah, man. And so the fact that they're not only are they liars, right? They keep coming up with these stupid narratives. I mean, let's not forget a decade ago their whole shtick was Xbox isn't as powerful in 1080p. Well, now that Xbox has the most powerful console, do you think that they've jumped ship and that they like Xbox now? No, they hate it more than ever, right? And so my thing is like just tell the truth, just say the real part out loud. Just say that you don't like Xbox. And hey, if the consequences of saying you hate Xbox is that followers leave, oh well, that's what you get because you gaming media created an audience that only thinks one way,
Right.
or you know what I'm saying? And then a lot of them I've noticed they've got themselves in a bubble, Sega forever, in the sense that if they let's say if something happens and Xbox releases a game that they really love and they want to put out there, they can't love it because they train their audience to hate Xbox. And now if they all of a sudden come with the complete 180 of oh man, Starfield's the greatest game I ever played, after years of town on Xbox, their audience is gonna look at them like, who is this fraud? The way that we looked at all the frauds who got exposed, who got exposed last generation.
Yeah, dude. 100%. And that's the reality of it. 100%. I totally agree. This is why I can't stand. But the people that piss me off the most are the pony bots. Not really the pony.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
'Cause I can understand a pony, but when I
yeah.
see, but when the pony bots, I'm like, dude, just jump to the other side.
Yeah, yeah. Stop the sitting stuff, man. That like Paris Lily. That's why I can't stand Paris Lily because he's the worst at it. He's one of the worst at it. Where he just fence sits and all. I love all games. So what Xbox game you looking forward to the most? Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? It's aggravating.
Yeah, and that's a lot of the guys on our side. And again, I listen to them and I'm like, yeah, dude, just go, bro, just go,
Hmm.
because where's my? In fact, we should have a litany of apology videos from these guys because they're wrong, dude. They're wrong,
Yeah.
because every time you listen to them, like, but what Xbox needs to do is they need to be like PlayStation. We need our God of War. We need our this or that. And then what came out right as soon as that AKB deal went through, and we already knew this, right? It's
Hmm.
just like oh, looks like the AAA single player game isn't as doing as well. Now Sony has to do 10 gas games,
Right.
and I'm laughing my ass off because I'm like looking at that. I'm like, yeah, see, this is something that we've all been talking about for years, but you guys
Hmm.
didn't listen, and then even more so by these guys that are because they don't like we talked about playing games and stuff like that. Dude, these guys really don't play their games straight. They're mostly on YouTube doing videos, like me doing this video now. Like that's why one of the reasons why our videos run a bit long, dude. What my videos do, is because like I don't do them all the time.
Right.
Like I say, when this is more like a Google Hangout from back in the day. So when everybody jumps on,
Hmm.
right? We all want to see our piece because once we get off, we will 10 to 1. We continue our lives, or more or less, like I'll probably jump back on Warhammer, trying to
Yeah.
figure
Yeah.
out why I can't get my ogre who's level 30. Why can't I survive on the third tier of Warhammer, dude? I think I got my character built. I go into this game and I get totally doused. I get wiped, right? And I feel bad because I have a team of people, right, that are actually better than me, and
Right.
they're constantly trying to protect me. And I'm like, dude, I got to figure this out. You know, so I had to go to the videos, man. I'm old now, dude. I had to go to the videos and look at people's builds. Oh my god. Hey, we'll catch up. Yeah, realist. I sent you the link, dude. Sorry, man. I missed your message last time. But if you have time, to jump in. I sent you a link. Who else? We got Zinc here. Right, Unlimited Production. They should get off the damn fence and see how much they love Sony. Exactly. Yep. Zinc. To your point, Unlimited Zinc right there. Hold on. What else we got? The Unlimited. Oh, I think we lost Unlimited. Yeah, he'll be back, dude. That happened to me in the last podcast, dude. He dropped. Oh, here he is.
Yeah, all right. Now you should be able to hear me.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, Zinc. 100%, man. Like I said, Zinc, I'd actually respect them if they came out and said that nonsense and just go on about their lives. But they can't. But they can't help themselves, man. They can't help themselves. Um, yeah, I picked up the Series S today, right? So
Which
it
one?
was
The black
250. No, the white one. It's 250, but
Oh,
I had all these points and got like $60 off.
yeah.
I got it for less than $200. I got it for 190, right?
Yeah.
And let me tell you about GameStop, man, and how they lost it, how they lost a loyal customer today, basically. I go to buy it and I say, hey, let me pick up the Series S. And the whole time that the guys, he's getting points and adding the discounts and stuff, he's over here trying to tell me how he don't recommend it and this and that. I'm like, dude, let me just buy the fucking console and go.
Yeah.
Stop. Don't stop this nonsense of trying to. You're not doing me a favor. You know what I'm saying? I'm not some clueless customer who don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I didn't curse, but still, man, the fact that GameStop employee had the gall to tell me that I don't recommend the Series S. Go fuck yourself. I'm buying this because I want it. You know what I'm saying? Or what? Matter of fact, it doesn't matter what reason I'm here buying it. I'm a customer. I'm buying a product. Ring up that fucking product. Put my discounts and give me the receipt and say, "Have a good nice day." That's it. You know.
Dude, that's why I love the Hawaii tax. That's what I'm gonna say. Like Xbox said, we have a Hawaii tax here because we had GameStops that did that, but they're no longer open. Right, all of those, and then now when you go to a GameStop, dude, they'll sell you whatever they want, dude. Because when you live in Hawaii, dude, you need a job, right? You need, it's a little bit different here, dude. I mean, we limit it, dude. We're in the middle of the ocean,
Right. Yeah.
So it's not like you, like you said, you can drive one town over. I mean, to get out of that zone, man. But here we just all on this island. So what had happened was it's like whatever you buy, man, and they do it all, dude. They do anime, they do Star Wars, they do Marvel, and even though Marvel sucks and Star Wars sucks and stuff like that, you won't hear a peep from these dudes trying to tell you, well, the last episode of this was horrible. No, they got just regular people working in there now. Right? But most of them look like they go to college, right? So they're working poor, and yeah, dude, you go in there now and they sell you whatever you want to buy. They got it. If they don't got it, it's a shipping issue.
Right.
That's what it boils down to. Like back in the day, man, it's just that's why I told you I got an Xbox One because the guys told me, well, we're not going to carry Xbox, and this was like my favorite GameStop to go to. But the Microsoft store opened up above them, and they sent me to the Microsoft store. Who does that? Send me to their competition.
Yeah.
The Microsoft store. I bought my Xbox One, got all my games, and I never stopped shopping there. And then I remember the guy was like, "Hey, man, you don't come," because I seen him in the food court. He goes, "Oh, you don't come around anymore." I goes, "Oh, I just go to the Microsoft store." Thanks. Because I told him, he's like, "Oh."
Yeah, and the thing, like, I live less than 5 minutes from my local GameStop. That's why I was going there. But that was some bullshit, man. How you gonna tell somebody I don't recommend what they're here to buy for? I guarantee you don't do that with PlayStation. Hey, I don't recommend you to buy Spider-Man. You got to spray paint as a death girl in that game.
I heard you guys going off about that. That was funny. No, but that's the reality of it, right? That's the ingrained type of mentality that we have to deal with as Xbox guys, right? Because that's everybody grew up in this PlayStation is everything era, and it's not. Ponies know they got them. Yeah, Realist is talking about Paris. Paris just strikes me as that type of person, man. Like he's a professional. Like whatever job he has, he's that person that's like a mediator or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what he comes across as.
Yeah, that's exactly how it comes across.
That's not going to work, Paris. Not in this console war. I know you guys don't want to acknowledge it, but you guys contribute to it with your horrible takes. Dude, it was so bad that like Microsoft, he hasn't hosted a show with them in a long time because of what happened.
Man. Yeah, that's and he shouldn't.
No, he should not be. I don't want to recommend getting somebody like me to host a show because I'd be like, yeah, you should own this console because PlayStation sucks. PlayStation should go away. Right, you need that balance, but being an apologist for your own product that you're representing is horrible, dude. I'm like, what's wrong
Yeah.
with this dude, man? Like, why would you say something like that after they put you on their actual show? So
Right. Yeah. I mean, me, I just say straight up, man. Xbox is the best. You know, that's why you should be on Xbox. I love Xbox. Hell, that's all. The only if I'm playing my game, it's on Xbox.
yeah,
I got a PlayStation 5 for free, and I don't play that thing.
your brother right you is.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I even contributed to Sony, man. My son loves I don't know, his mom bought him a PS5.
Hmm.
So he was like for his birthday, he's like, Dad, can I get Spider-Man 2? Or Spider-Man 2, right? The new Spider-Man.
Yeah. That's a new one.
And I was like, get out of my house. No, I didn't say that. He's like, I'll get it for you. He goes, oh, okay, thanks, Dad. I'm like, look, like I say all the time, dude, I'm not gonna download my stuff on my kids, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's like my dad's generation, man. My dad would tell me all kind of stuff, dude. I'm not saying he was wrong, but he could have said it better. You know what I'm saying? That's why my dad retired, man, because my dad is old school, man. He worked at a county job,
Mm.
man, and my dad would end up getting all the guys that were like the knuckleheads. And so my dad, they would go to him, man, because he'd keep them in line.
Right.
Like, dude, I remember one time this one guy showed up, dude. He was a big dude too.
Mm.
My dad's pretty big, but this dude was a big guy. And he came on there, dude. He had this attitude, and he wouldn't listen to anybody. So he put him on my dad's crew. And you know what he did? They had it out right there in the.
Yeah.
They had it out right there on the job site, man. They was on the job site. The dude was like saying something to my dad, and my dad looked at me. He goes, all right, I have a deal. I said, dude, if you whoop my ass right now, then you're right. But if I whoop your ass, I'm right. And then the guy goes, let's go, bro, let's go. And then my dad, boop, 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 let him up, man.
Oh,
Because when he came over, my dad was like, I looked at my dad, I was like, dude, what's up? And my dad was like, I just had this dumb guy, young kid, lift weed, stinky pee,
hmm
like that kind of stuff. And I'm like, dang, you still doing that? So that's why Hawaii is like stuck in a time loop, man. It's not as bad as it used to be.
hmm
Yeah, realist. Zinc, man. I'm sorry, man. I don't think I have you, dude. I'll send you a link, bro. But I don't think I have you. If you wanted to join, hey, can you send him one unlimited if he wants to join?
Yeah, sure. Give me a second. I'll send it to him.
Dude, what's been going on with Tuck, man? Tuck been on fire. all the stuff you guys were saying the other day on the podcast, man. Sometimes he just Tuck drops this like little pearl of wisdom.
Yeah,
Like, listening to the podcast, he said something like, "What? What did you say?" Like, damn, I never even thought about that.
All right. Tell Zinc I just sent him the link.
All right, Zinc. If you want to jump in, unlimited. Sent you the link. We're just talking about the Xbox tax. I didn't have a chance to talk about it because I was busy. I made the Game Awards. Because you guys,
Real.
yeah.
And it's so weird to me how these so-called gaming media, their opinion is based off what game a console is associated with instead of the game off its merits.
Yeah.
And that's just so baffling to me.
Oh, look what the real is put. I'm eating and I needed something to listen to. And all in, it's going on. They got country music playing in this restaurant. Oh, Zinc. Here we go. Hey, what's up, Zinc?
Hey man, what's going on? Hey, you know what? I can't afford to be on the phone now. I don't like to paint anymore, but I'm helping this guy sell his house, so I'm straightening his house up over here in Naperville, Illinois. But anyway, man, I'm just glad to hear the show. Like sometimes I listen to Dia and Unlimited, and I could jump on the show, but sometimes, man, I like to hang back in the chat, but I can't even participate in the chat. But anyway, man, hey, I have a bone to pick with you, Sega Fab.
Oh, go ahead.
Look here, man. I don't like you talking shit about Hawaii. I went there for look, man. I went there for spring break when I was in college, and it rained for 8 straight days before my girlfriend and I got there. So when we got there, of course, everything, man, all 10 plus billion colors were on display.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the eyes couldn't pick up anything prettier. And we stayed at some resort by Nauma Bay. You couldn't have a prettier setting. you know.
Mm.
And when we finally came back, we stayed there 8 days, 7 nights. So we finally got back to campus, I called my mother and I said, "Hey, mom, you know, you let me go in the middle of the Pacific Ocean where we were staying on a series of volcanoes." And my mother said, "Yeah, I know. How was it?" I'm like, "What?" It was so funny, dude. And then to top it off, we had this package, right? So of course you have to go see Pearl Harbor. You
Yeah.
have to go to the luau. And we went. It was a damn luau every night, So we were over there. We were kicking it, boy. So, but anyway, they wanted us to go on this glass boat, where you could see divers feeding fish. I'm like, no, black people don't do stuff like that. Not where I'm from, because it'll be our turn. Jaws and Orca would come up there and take the boat over and kill us all. And then they wanted us. We had this package where we could go to one of the islands where there's this volcano that's always erupting.
Yeah.
And
Big.
hey, bro, I'm
Yeah.
like, no, we don't do danger like that. So I'm like, that's out. I was just drawing lines through that shit, man. I'm like, no, dude, I'm here to see the scenery. Ain't nobody here to do some dangerous shit. I'm not trying to die out here. But Hawaii is beyond gorgeous, dude. I mean, it is definitely, if it's a place you want to take your significant other, man, I just couldn't stand how pretty that place was. But my question to you every time I see you pop up on the screen is, how is it? How is it since those fires happened? And I know we're going way off the topic because I got to get out of here in about 2 minutes. But how is it since how's that recovery going with those fires?
Yeah, dude, it's not doing too well for most of the people there. A lot of people are actually moving to the mainland
Okay. Yeah,
because
I know it's gonna be a long time. It's gonna be a long, but you're going the first thing I thought of, you're gonna lose a lot of beauty because a lot of things burn, and things like that take decades to come back. That's one of the things that I think about all the time. But I'm glad you guys are talking about this Xbox tax and and I feel bad us using the Xbox tax all the time, and we can't give that guy credit, whoever, guy or girl, and just in case Dia is listening, hey, maybe a girl did it, you know, uh, like Flip Money created Ponybot.
yeah,
Whoever said Xbox tax, man, need to we need to build a statue of this dude, whoever or lady, because it's spot on. Like Unlimited had his show this morning, and I've noticed, man, at a lot of these stores, why is it the Xbox boxes that are always dented on the corners?
yeah,
Always, dude. And I mentioned that in Unlimited's show. And I'm like, man, you can't tell me that everybody don't hate this damn console, dude. I
dude, that's
mean,
awesome. That's
and
awesome.
and the only reason mine didn't have a dent in it is, the guy knew me,
Yeah,
and he wasn't a freaking pony. He was an Xbox guy that worked at the GameStop. But when I sat in line 17 hours to get my Xbox, I didn't have that problem. Then when I came back to get my kids' Xbox, didn't have that problem. But I wasn't dealing with a freaking ass pony. But anyway, man, I got to get in here and help this guy for a few hours, and I'll continue to listen to the show. I'll see you two later.
all right,
Awesome
bro.
stuff
Thanks
there,
for
Saint.
stopping.
All right, man. Peace.
Dude, that's what I like about things. See, that's what we were talking about earlier, guys, man. The people in our circle, dude, we have lives.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we have stuff that we have to do, but still, man. I mean, Zink, dude, when he talks about Gears and the amount of time he put into Redfall, dude, that's amazing to me, man. I kind of fell off.
Yeah.
Well, not because I don't like it, but we have other games that like. There's so many games that I gotta get back on. But to let me just answer this real quick for the Maui thing. Yeah, dude, people are finding out real quick, man, about government assistance and
Mm-hmm.
insurance. There's a lot of stuff going on over there, man, and it's sad to see. Unfortunately, Lahaina, one of the reasons why the fire took grip of that place so much is Lahaina is like one of the it's the oldest, I think the only actually left whaling town The whaling industry used to be a big draw for Hawaii where people came over. Of course, we don't do that anymore, but Lahaina is one of those traditional towns, so they kind of kept it the same. That's why people loved it. That's why a lot of celebrities went there. Why a lot of celebrities live on Maui, right? People are kind of more chill, and people leave them alone. But that feel, that vibe that they have there, man, and I don't know how they're gonna bring that back. They're talking about it, but I don't know, man. And as Unlimited was talking about earlier, man, I have less than zero faith in government, whether it's state, local, or federal. They just, you just can't get stuff done nowadays. And so I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know what's gonna or Zig, I don't know how that's gonna be. So if you had a chance to go to Lahaina, man, and you had pictures, keep those memories, man, because I don't know if they're ever gonna be able to bring that back. It was a place out of time, right? And you can't, honestly, you can't rebuild that. One thing a lot of people found out that they didn't know is most people rent there, right? So when it comes to the insurance and rebuilding the homes and stuff like that, some of those people are not the actual homeowners. Anyway, it's in flux, bro. Like everything else nowadays, dude, it's in flux, man. Everything's constantly changing, man. And it's funny that others talked about the dented. I'm glad I'm not the only person that thinks that way. Dude, don't make me put on my conspiracy hat, man. If you guys follow me on social media, you know I'm a nut job. Yeah, I put on my hat and we're gonna go down like deep rabbit holes talking about this stuff. I'll start talking about the Illuminati and New World Order and all that. And I'm not talking about wrestling.
Yeah.
Right. So Real said, I'm eating so I like this. I'm eating and I needed something to listen to. And all in it's going on. They got country music playing in the restaurant. Dude, if I want a taste of like how it was when I was growing up in the mainland, I just go to the local NEX here. I'll go to the Navy Exchange. I'll walk in there, dude. They got like the country music on, and you hear people swearing in the aisles. So I was like, this is like the military I know and love. So
yeah, that country music blaring, man, that reminded me of ex-girlfriend and I went to Galveston.
Oh yeah.
And no, it wasn't Galveston. It was no. Was it South Padre Island? Yeah, I think it was South Padre Island, which is closer to the Mexican border. So I think that was it. But we went to this restaurant, right? And the outside it's just a regular old place, but the inside it was one of those Trump places. Like they had the like 6 fucking life-size Trump what are those cardboard things, right?
Trump
those
Tower or something.
No, what are those cardboard things that people, you put a cardboard thing up and it's like the shape of a person?
Oh yeah, the cutouts and stuff.
Yeah. They had like 6 of those, and they wore, and the people, the servers and all that was wearing American shirts and stuff. That place, when we got there, we were just dying laughing. We never experienced anything like that. The food was good. I'm not gonna lie, the food was fucking good though. I ain't gonna lie, man. That fried chicken they made was banging. But man, that when we got there, because on the outside it just looked so normal, and on the inside it somehow looked like a damn political rally.
You walked into what they call it. You went into MAGA country.
Yeah, MAGA country, man. The trucks had to make America great flags and everything all over it.
Dude, we had that out here in Hawaii, man. We had like a rally and stuff like that, and then people was like, "Oh, how did that reach Hawaii?" I was like, "Man, people here poor." I was watching the BlizzCon thing, and this dude was reacting to it, and I was watching his feed, and they introduced the Samoan dude, the Samoan character for Overwatch. So he basically kind of looks like he's like a better looking version of Maui. That's what he looks like. And of course, me and my daughter are watching this, but my daughter's hardcore Overwatch too. And then people were talking about, oh, this is cool, and you have a diverse character, and it's the Polynesian. My daughter, though, she's Hawaiian too, right? So she's sitting there, goes, yeah, but how does he play?
right, yeah.
He looks OP, like she don't even care about the race of the character.
Right, yeah, man.
I looked at my daughter, I was like, what about the tattoos? That's look pretty cool. Dad, when I'm playing Mercy and my tank is not like, she's like, I'm like, oh, dude. So, but somebody put in the comment section, they were like, what's his name? MAGA? Like they put that in there, dude. It was funny because the whole chat just lost their mind, dude. Everybody was just like going off of, and I hate to say this, but I love stuff like that, honestly.
Yeah, that's funny right there.
I was like, dude, if you let stuff like that trigger you, man, you guys not gonna make it. You know, we got some tough times coming up here
Mhm.
in the world, man. You guys got to adjust. That's funny, dude. That is funny, man.
Oh, that
And
is
and,
funny,
and
man.
again, to the point of diversity and stuff like that, dude. I'm glad I grew up the way that I did. Because when I was in Florida, man, I mean, like where I live in Kissimmee, dude, it was still like a cow town, man. Cow tipping, mudslinging, uh, country music everywhere. You know, but over time, dude, Florida expanded, and this was in the '80s, man. And you had a lot of people from the north come down, and oh, Dea in the house. Okay, hey, what's up, Dea?
Oh, she, Daya.
Dea, man, I gotta give you props, man. I was totally, man. You was lit on the Unlimited podcast, dude.
Yeah, yeah. We had to just shut up and let her speak because she went in.
I was like, man, you saying everything I think. You saying everything I feel. Like it was that deep. I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Unlimited, dude. I went back and I just listened to Dea's parts again.
Hey, I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you.
I was so upset. I didn't I
Yeah,
didn't know how you guys was gonna take that, but I had to that was one of those times I had to vent. Like I really
Yeah.
had to get it off my chest, and I was really happy that Unlimited let me do that. But I wasn't sure how you guys would take it.
oh, it was a
Oh,
fire
man.
podcast because E-Rock kicked it off.
Yeah, I love listen, I love passion. You know, I love the passion. Because these podcasts wouldn't be fun if we all would just sat here like Pierce Lilly with no strong opinion on anything.
Right, right.
So what did you think about Spider-Man? Oh, I thought it was pretty good. So what did you think about Starfield? Oh, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yes.
saying?
You can tell that dude. I mean, just working with him, dude. I wouldn't like him as a supervisor. He'd be like, "Come on, man, fight for us, man.
Yeah, man.
How come we're not getting that 59 minutes that everybody else is getting? It'll be fine." You know, he strikes me as that type of supervisor. I'd be like, "Man, you suck."
Yeah. But before we get to Dale, let me address the realist comment.
Yeah.
He said, "You're in Houston too, bro. You know how all the barbecue restaurants think only hillbillies eat barbecue." Yeah. Hey, listen, Texas and barbecue, that's a whole religious experience, man. If you listen, other parts of the country think they know barbecue.
No,
Not
yeah.
until you eat in Texas. All right.
My
Then you know
father's
what true.
from North Carolina. He says the same thing because they have
Yeah.
their own type of
Oh yeah,
barbecue.
North Carolina. Yeah. North Carolina.
Yeah. They got good barbecue, but none compares to Texas barbecue. And I'll die on that hill too.
Oh, here we go. I've been in these battles, man. I told you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
Tell Memphis that and others. I mean, man, they'll
I
be
used
like,
to work with a guy from Kansas City, and he used to swear by that barbecue. I'm like, man, take that fucking sugary shit out of here. Excuse my language there, Dave. That's how he used to talk at my old job.
Oh, wow.
Yep, and I think in North Carolina they have that vinegar
Mm-hmm.
type of barbecue sauce there. So yeah, it's different depending on where you
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Can I just play the peacemaker and say I love them all?
yeah,
Yeah, I,
The
yeah,
barbecue.
of course.
I will say this because I have been to Texas. That oh my gosh, they do know how to barbecue because that meat be fall off the bone.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna tell
They
both
knows
of
what's
you.
up.
I'm gonna tell both.
Listen. You start barbecuing like days before the actual
That's
barbecue
true.
happens
Yeah,
out
that's
there.
true.
All right, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell both of you guys right now. Just appreciate the barbecue you guys got, because when you come to Hawaii, and you're gonna get that full barbecue.
Oh yeah. The worst I ever had was that California shit. And I was so pissed off too because I listen. I'll never forget it when I took a vacation to San Diego. I'll never forget it because I did my research and all the videos were saying one of the best things about San Diego is the food and this and that, and here are the restaurants, and I went out there thinking, oh right, I'm about to have some good ass food.
Mhm.
Bland bullshit. Oh, the only good thing was the Mexican restaurant in Tijuana. That was the best food. Was the
Right,
Mexican food, the genuine Mexican food?
Real,
Not-
yeah, they have all.
yeah, was
Yeah,
in Tijuana because Tijuana's only like 30 minutes from San Diego, right?
Even
Right.
San Diego.
But the actual California food, man, they don't know how to season. And so when I was eating, I kid you not, Daya and Sake Forever. When I ate the barbecue out there, I couldn't even finish it because I'm like, what is this unseasoned nonsense? Don't call this barbecue.
They like to say their food is so fresh, but
Yeah.
I'm like, you act like
It's
eating
Subway
processed
fresh.
everything or something, But that's not true. The South knows that because a lot of people down there have their own gardens and stuff. They walk in
Mhm.
their yards, and that's their grocery store.
Yeah.
That's what I'm accustomed to,
Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't know. Half the time you guys just go to a farmer's market and that's the closest you ever get to your food. But that's not the case in the South,
Yeah.
you know.
Look, and I don't before Zink jumps in here and jumps down my jumps on me. So I mean, we do have the barbecue stuff. Like for me, I'll go to like Whole Foods because the reason I'll
Okay.
eat their brisket is because it's like a whole food, right? Like I need the fat and I need the real meat. Because like if people don't realize this, like whole fats are good for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like
They are. They people don't realize that
Yeah.
real whole fats are actually very good.
whole butter. So, well, I need it for my
Yep, that's right. It has to come from a good source though. I'm
yeah,
gonna mute myself real quick, say hi to everybody in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, the realist said we got brisket. Tennessee, Kentucky, and North Carolina got the pork. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's true. Texas barbecue still clears all of them though, realist. Let's be real here, man. Let's be real, my brother.
No.
I've been all around this country.
Yeah. Well, the unlimited just, but I gotta tell you, man, you better be careful. You gotta be careful because I watch a lot of YouTube with these guys going around eating, right? And everybody's starting to go to Texas. It's one of the reasons why you're getting all these transplants.
Yeah. Oh no. Listen. There was a time I remember the first time I heard that whole "Don't California my Texas" bullshit nonsense. And I'm like, come on, guys, let's stop this. And then just one day I'm driving around in California license plate, and I'm like, oh my goodness, it's real.
Yeah. Well, what's happening too is like a lot of the food people I watch, because I watch a lot of the food guys, man. And you got people from England going over there. You got Asian guys like YouTubers going into Texas to eat like the Terry Blacks. That's how I know what Terry Blacks is, right? Because so many people did videos about that place. And then the best one I saw was the Brits one. There's a two British guys, and they went over there, dude, and they did a video, man. And that guy been wanting to go for the longest time, and he did a video there, dude, and you can see on his face, man. Like when he bites into the brisket for the first time, he's like, "Holy!" And in fact, the whole crew, they even stopped it, like they were feeding the cameraman.
Right.
His reaction, So be careful, man. You might be a little bit, like in Hawaii, we have our little defensive here that keep Hawaii kind of local, still Hawaiian. It's just like when people come here, it's like, oh man, I love it. It's beautiful here, but it's expensive and stuff like that.
That's the only complaint I hear about Hawaii is it's expensive.
Well, not anymore. Not anymore. They coming. We're getting waves, man. We're getting waves of people coming.
Gosh.
But like you were saying, like Unlimited was saying earlier, one of the cool things about that, like we were talking about diversity early, and one of the cool things about, like you were saying, like you have a diversity of the food and the culture,
right?
So there was a video somebody shared on Twitter, which I thought was cool, and I guess the person that shared it was kind of like it was delving into this whole cultural appropriation thing. So it's a Black-owned restaurant, and they were making Japanese food. And then we look at the food though, but what the guy says, because nobody reads, right? Nobody reads, right? What he's saying is like it's a mixture of like kind of Cajun with the cooking style of Japanese hibachi.
Oh,
right. And so when people looked at the food, they were like, "That's not Japanese." And da 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 da. Dude, did you guys like?
It's a fusion, kind of like a
fusion. Yeah. And that didn't bother me because in Hawaii we fuse everything. Like we have Korean barbecue here. But if you from Korea and you come here and eat our barbecue, it's more like American style. You know what I'm saying?
American style, right?
Yeah. So you might not like that, but here in Hawaii, everybody likes it. Or when people come from like a lot of military people, they'll go to like the Korean restaurants here because it's Korean, but it's still it's not a far field from them.
It doesn't feel too foreign to them.
Yeah. And that's the great thing to me about when you have those cross pollination of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you get the best of because like everybody knows there's a lot of African cooking and stuff. It influences Southern cooking.
Yeah.
Even Louisiana cooking has a mixture of like I think French, African, and might be one other one that I'm missing right now. And that's how you get some of the most unique foods is when you get different cultures that kind of contribute to a dish or a type of food. So I like that personally.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I think Hawaii. One of the claim to fame Hawaii has is the fusion thing was always, a lot of the problems that the states were going through when I was in the mainland, like Hawaii had already experienced that. Because Hawaii was like the way Hawaii was, like it was an amalgamation of a lot of different cultures. Because we had the plantations, like the sugarcane fields and stuff like that. So of course more on the Asian side. Right, because we had a lot of workers that came in from Asia, and then some from Europe, like Portuguese and stuff like that. And some South American, but definitely the Asian influence. So when all these people came together, right, that's what. So like our bentos and stuff like that, like Japan has bentos, they always have, but our bentos have more of a local style to it when you come here.
Right, right.
Like the influence of the military with spam, right?
I wish that would catch on in America. Bentos are fantastic.
I mean, it just takes that one time, that one person to think outside the box. Like you see a
Right.
lot of I see in Vegas, like the local influence, like local I mean from Hawaii in Vegas, but it's still kind of local. You got to hit that barrier where like what the Koreans and the Mexicans are doing in California, right? Like when you go to get a taco now, they have bulgogi tacos, which is the meat is Korean, but the taco
Right.
itself, of course, is Mexican, right? So you see
Right.
that kind of fusion when the communities start coming together like that. That's why, like in Hawaii, like there's a lot of mixing of Filipino, Chinese, and Japanese. That's why sometimes when people see a person that says they're Hawaiian, but you look
Hmm.
at them and they're like, "Bro, you look Asian," you
Yeah,
know?
I've heard of that. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's what it was. It's just like I was in certain parts of the country, and then one guy was like, "Oh, you're from Hawaii? You Hawaiian?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm Hawaiian." He's like, you don't look Asian. That's what he told me. You don't look Asian because the only person he ever met was like Hawaii. They're from Hawaii, but they're like Asian looking, like either mixed Hawaiian Chinese or Hawaiian Japanese maybe, or definitely Hawaiian Filipino. Hawaiian Filipinos a big mix. So that's why like some of the people that come here to visit Hawaii, they're like, "Oh man, where's all the Hawaiians at?" It's like I mean, if you see my
I'm
family,
curious, Sega, though. Do your people still kind of like keep up with traditional cooking for the sake of just history and remembering
What is that?
where your food came from? I'm just curious about that.
yeah, there are people that do that, but the problem is just like any generation, right? As the generation moves over, it's the younger generation, right? I mean, they're more technologically advanced. They do stuff like they're more so like when I was growing up here, man. I mean, so if you're a Hawaiian, like you did like Hawaiian things right now. Like with my kids is a big example, dude. My kids are like they're part Hawaiian on top of this, right? But the only experience my daughter would have is like when she sees my family and we
Hmm.
do get-togethers and stuff like that. And then
Okay.
she was in a scholarship program that's focused on Hawaiian culture.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, so then we did stuff I didn't do when I was growing up, man. We had to make poi. I don't know if you know what poi is, but like we did it traditionally where you had to pound it like the old days. And even when we
Oh,
were there, like there's other Hawaiians there, they were laughing because they were like they didn't know how to pound poi.
oh,
And
wow.
yeah, they were like, you don't know how to pound poi? She goes, I just get my ninja and I put it inside and I mix it. I mean, it's like for some people, I know that's kind of sad, but at the same time, look, like
Yeah.
time progresses. And look,
Yeah,
I'll be
it's
honest with
true.
you. Yeah,
There's
there's
nothing
not.
wrong with that. It's good to know how to do it should you not have that, right?
We're losing it though. So I mean,
Yeah.
I think by 10 years there'll be like no more. Like in my family, my uncle passed away like a couple years ago. He's like the last pure Hawaiian in our family. There's no more, not by blood. Like that's my grandmother's brother. Like, he was the youngest. So once he passed away, there's like in my family, there's no like 100% Hawaiians anymore.
Well, join the club because most African Americans are not as pure as they like to pretend they are. So
Yeah,
many of us are mixed up. It's we're long like distant from Africans,
yeah.
at least in this country, anyway.
Well, like unlimited. I think you talked about that, right? Unlimited, like when
Hmm.
people see your picture as opposed to hear your voice. So
Hmm.
Yeah. Because I'm really light skinned though.
My mother and my sister and brother are like half of us are brown, and my mom and all that. She was born so light. When I was growing up, I thought she was white. I used to
Hmm.
go around and say, "My mom's white." My mother used to laugh, and my grandmother used to laugh. I couldn't tell as a child. I didn't know the difference. I just knew color, so I would compare her with color, you know.
well,
And
you
they
could do
had
that.
to teach me it was more to it than that, but it was hard for a child to understand that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I would say that out of innocence, I didn't understand that.
But that's kind
And
of the great thing about the times we kind of grew up in. You know what I mean? It's just like, and that's the one thing that gets me about all this stuff. It's like I'll hear people
mhm.
complain about like color and stuff like that. I'm like,
That's why it doesn't matter because you can look
yeah,
at some black people and not tell my youngest brother when he was born. And this is from the mouth of a white man. He said if I didn't know who had this child when he told me my brother, he
yeah.
said I would have thought this was a little white kid. He told me that, and I just laughed. I thought it was funny, but
Yeah.
I was just like, I can understand, but yeah, because I thought I was there, I remember how I used to be confused, but yeah, he said that to me. Now that was from somebody who was white, so I realized that that's when that's why color never mattered to me, because I saw that at such an early age that um that it didn't matter in my own family. So why should it matter outside of it? Now obviously there's people who make it a big deal, but for
Yeah,
me, in
especially
my perspective,
nowadays.
it's just it wasn't. Half of us looked a certain way and the other half didn't, and it was not a big deal.
I think like Unlimited was saying earlier, people have opinions and they want to belong or they want to matter. I think that's the biggest thing. Like I try and teach that to my kids. I think that's the biggest fault of this generation now is they
Right,
want to matter.
right,
And I'm not saying that you can't matter and stuff like that, but like everybody wants to matter, and I'm like, no, dude, not everybody can.
right.
That's not how the world works and stuff like that. And for me, growing up, like I grew up in Florida, so there was like no like the only other there's like no other Hawaiians. Well, except my family, my grandmother and then my uncle. But all the other people I knew were Polynesian, right? So like they're either Tongan or someone because they worked with my
Oh,
uncle in a Polynesian show at Disney,
oh, okay.
right? So they were like Tongan, Samoan, Tahitian, like that. But I say this, no, it doesn't matter what like I know like white people get a lot of hate nowadays and stuff like that.
They do,
Dude,
and
if
and
there
that's
was
wrong too. So
yeah, that is wrong. But to me, I'm kind of like, dude, if just think if all the white people were gone, dude, there's still gonna be
they're
racism.
still
Yeah, because
look.
people like where I live right now, like my dad, dude, when he was born, it's very rare, but like in Hawaii, there's some people that get born with red hair and it's just a genetic thing.
Same. My brother was born with red hair. We used to
Yeah,
call him Dirty Red.
that's right.
Yeah, he grew out of it though, but for some reason, some of my mom's kids was born with red hair, and that's why that wasn't unusual to me. But there was other people who thought they were surprised by it. Now, what I was surprised by is that some blacks can be born with blue eyes, because I've seen that.
We have Hawaiians that are like my grandmother's side, they were albino.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
okay.
for whatever reason, and you don't
It
know
was
that
like
what do
I've
they call
never seen an albino in real life, but why is that? Why did that occur? Do you know?
I have no idea. My grandmother was telling me about it, and then
I've never
because
seen one.
we were talking, what it was is we was talking about my dad, right? And then that's where the whole red hair.
Oh, oh, okay.
Yeah, because then that's like people were like, oh, what's because back then there's something like that happened. You know what you get accused of, jumping the fence, kind of
Yeah,
thing.
that's true. Yeah, yeah, that's true.
I know that's not that don't matter in this generation with
It
all the
does.
stuff we've been
Yeah,
doing now.
it doesn't at all. Yeah.
People now have no shame, but back then, dude, it's like, dude, back then that mattered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So and especially like especially at that time, like people were still in their culture, in their race, right? Like back like in
Mm-hmm.
my grandma's time, you could tell that person's white. Like some of my cousins, like when how Zink was saying that he go to that active volcano thing. Yeah, that's where my family's originally from, is that area. So like you
Oh,
step
okay.
on that plane and you see some of my cousins, man. It's like National Geographic Hawaiians, man. They like old school. Like
Oh, wow.
they got the nose, right? The feet, the arm.
Everything. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they look like it. That's why when I'm next to them, people are like, "Oh man, I have more finer features, and
Right.
not finer as I'm fine. I mean, just like not the strong features that some of my cousins have. Like my one cousin, dude,
Right.
he walks around here, people trying to take pictures of him. He gets irritated. Right? This dude is like my cousin, like 6'9", 6'10". He's like over 500 pounds, dude. He look Hawaiian. He look every bit of Hawaiian. Like
So
I see him all the time.
the Hawaiians that they depict on movies, is that accurate? Because I'm not sure. I've never seen a Hawaiian person in person, like
All right, so
up close.
you know Jason Momoa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or like a Keanu Reeves.
Yes.
Yeah, so
I
you
know
can tell.
Keanu is from Hawaii, right? He's from
Yeah,
Hawaii.
he's part Hawaiian.
Oh,
So
he is part of Hawaiian. Okay, all right. I
and
always
I
wonder why his
emphasize
name was so different. Okay.
and I emphasize the part Hawaiian part,
Part Hawaiian.
right?
Okay.
Because if you look at them, they're very attractive
Yeah.
guys
Yeah.
by normal, especially Hollywood standards, right? So
Right.
if
Hollywood.
you see him and think he's Hawaiian, and then you are like, oh, I'm gonna go to Hawaii and find me a guy that looks like that, you
Yeah.
will be sorely disappointed. What you need to do is like you need to watch Moana, and then
Oh, I
look at
love that
Maui.
movie. Yeah, Moana.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, if you like Maui, then that's what you'll find when you come. You'll
Okay,
find.
because they make him like big, like the males are husky, large, strong, like that. So a lot of the males are like that.
Well, because The Rock played the character, he's Samoan. Samoans still have a strong blood lineage. So when you
Okay.
see a Samoan, like they're usually, I don't know, it's weird because like if you go to like most Samoans on the western side now are bigger. Like you see them in the NFL and stuff like that. That's the
Okay.
Hawaiians like of my dad's generation. Like all my dad, his brothers, all my uncles and stuff like that. There's not one of them that's under 6'6".
Wow,
Yeah,
really?
they're all tall. They're all big too. Like I was skinny when
Wow.
I was younger. Now I'm not so skinny. And if I would have
That's
known
most
that,
of us, ain't it?
yeah,
Nobody
it's
can really say they look like they was when they was 20. You know.
but it's just that generation of shit. You know what? Well, you know who Fluffy is? The Mexican dude, the comedian.
No,
Like,
I don't know.
yeah, well, he's a Gabriel Iglesias, a Mexican dude. So he
Mhm.
talked about when he came to Hawaii. He's like, oh man, all Hawaiians are like because people say if he asked him if he's Hawaiian because he's a pretty big dude, and then he said he came to Hawaii. He goes, oh man, all Hawaiians are swollen Mexicans. That's what he said. But yeah, I mean, that's just generations change, man, and then you have all the
Yeah.
intermarriaging and stuff. But like somebody like Jason Momoa, like when I saw him, I kind of knew he was Hawaiian, but yeah,
You knew
he's
it.
like he's mixed, just like me. He's part
Oh,
of like
he's mixed. Okay, I was gonna
oh
say
yeah
because like he has that bigness, like but I don't know about the features. That's what I don't know. Like but I noticed that they all depict them as like large, strong-looking men.
yeah. Well, I know he's supposed to be doing like this movie about like Hawaii, like in the day back in the day, like Kamehameha or something like Chiefs.
Oh, okay.
And we was all joking here. It was like, man, they're gonna have to CGI some of those. Because yeah,
So wrong.
no, wow, I mean, I was like, where are you gonna get like the background? Because like some of the Hawaii stuff that they show the productions, you can tell.
Mhm.
Like
Well, if they can do Black Panther, they can do that. Because I'm gonna tell you now, a lot of those people who played in Black Panther don't look like Africans. I know because I went to school
yeah,
with a lot of them.
yeah,
And yes, Black people in America look different from Africans, like true
it's,
Africans. There is differences there. You
yeah.
know,
But I mean, like for Hawaiians, you never even come close. I mean, like
you said you'll never come close, really?
yeah, our gene pool is like so. Like I'm not trying to make this like something, but I
I'm
mean, it's
just
just,
curious.
yeah, we have generations. We've been mixing since like the 1800s.
Oh, dang,
So,
that's a long time. Yeah.
and I'm talking like
Well, maybe segregation and racism and all that stuff kind of kept us pure for a little longer. Maybe.
no,
Some
I'll say
things.
this much. I'll say this much. This is why like some like somebody like me kind of envious. I know this is kind of wrong to say, but I'm a native as well. But I'm kind of envious of Indian tribes or like
Indian? Oh,
yeah, or like a Native American tribe.
Native Americans, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then like Western Samoa as opposed to Samoa or Tonga or Fiji. Like if you
Okay.
go to like if you look at people from Fiji, you can tell right away, man, that they're Fijian. Right?
Right,
They're
right.
they're actually stronger, more in their blood count, more towards because it said like that part of Polynesia is more towards the is more from the African side, right? Because it's
Oh,
closer to the continent of Africa. So if you go
oh,
look
okay.
at just look up Fijians and you will see the makeup, and then you can see as it moves across the Pacific, right, the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, fusions. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to go on that little
No,
tangent.
I was just curious. I know I asked a lot of questions, but that was something I always wanted to ask about that.
Well,
Like,
so
what are
if
the
you
distinct
yeah,
differences?
if you come to Hawaii, like you'll meet people that are Hawaiian, but a lot of us are mixed now. So
Right.
it's not gonna be like if you have that idea of like if you ever seen like Queen Liliuokalani or
Right, right.
King Kalakaua and people like that. Like go look at those just King Kamehameha. Look at some of the old like how Hawaiians used to look back then, and that's not
Mm-hmm.
you won't you'll find that somewhat, but not as much. So
Not as much, right. Right.
yeah, put Zink put there. I think that he's just mad because of
Oh my God, Zink. I didn't say I was light. I said my mom was, and my sister and brother are. Half of us turned out like that.
yeah, he's just mad because you
I'm
didn't
not dark
put
though. I'm
Nah,
not
that's
real
how it
dark.
is though. Oh, Reaper. Hey, what's up, Reaper?
Hey, what
Hey,
up?
Reaper.
Yeah, sorry, I saw you. Your thing. I fell asleep. Well, actually, I'm not gonna lie. I was playing.
Yeah,
I
what
was
happened
playing.
last night? I was like, we about to celebrate. We about to get the marathon started.
Well, I started playing Warhammer,
Uh-huh.
and then I started playing, and then I was jumping on COD, and then I was going back and forth. So yeah, then
Wait
I
a
fell
minute,
asleep.
which Warhammer did you play?
The Dark Tide that's in Game Pass. Yeah,
Oh man, I
Warhammer.
gotta play with you on some of that. I had played a little bit of that on PC, but it was terrible at that time, and I had to stop.
Yeah,
But I
it's
heard
way
they
better now.
fixed all those issues since then. So yeah, if you ever in the game, I'll hop in with you. I gotta get you on my Game Pass. Get your gamer tag. That's what I'm trying to say.
So you can carry me, man. I was in. I was
I
like trying
was
to be.
doing pretty good in there, but the problem is you gotta really know what to do because it's unforgiving. Like you going from one thing to
Mhm.
the next to the next.
If you're
That's
level
like
3, if you're going to go at level 3, you need a team.
you need
That's
a
what I
team.
thought.
Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to form a team or something.
Yeah, because it's
We need to get T in there. T is like he's like a monster. The way he gets through games, maybe he'll get us through that. Maybe he probably already done played that. You played that already, T?
No, I haven't. I'm only on COD right now.
Yeah,
Oh, you on COD? Oh, COD done
yeah,
sucked him
yeah.
up.
He
Never
beat
mind.
he beat COD 3 days before it released and is now on level 100.
No, I'm level 30, bro.
That won't be long. Next time we see him, we gonna be. Oh, I finished that like 2 days after I talked to you. He'd be like, I beat that ages ago.
Yeah, I'm still tripping how he beat Assassin's Creed in 15
Yeah,
hours, man.
man.
That blew me
That's
away.
like inhuman at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait for Assassin's Creed Red though. Assassin's Creed Red looks awesome.
I've
Yeah,
heard a
yeah,
lot of
that
people
should be
are excited
phenomenal.
about that. Yeah.
That might end up being my game of the year next year.
It's amazing how they
I
can.
don't know, man. I mean, they got some good games coming out. I say don't jump the gun too soon, though. You know, I think
Yeah.
it's gonna be a good game, but I'm just saying. I mean, on the Xbox side, we know that PlayStation is like a starving pony with the rib cage on it, but over here we're different, you know. But I'm thinking we just don't know. Like, what if Clockwork Revolution come out and that turned out fantastic? Because that game looked pretty finished. I have to agree with Unlimited with that. I was like, you know, now that I think about it, how long was they working on that game and we didn't even know it?
Yeah.
That was a long time.
Well,
And
that's one of the
I
good
don't
things.
think they've ever done a game like that, have they?
I don't think so.
No,
I
not
think
like that. But I still can't wait, man.
I think that's one of the good things about the Xbox tab.
Yeah, and the thing about Clockwork Revolution, I don't think people realize you'll be able to create your character in that game.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm a be. I don't know where I'm be. I may be.
Yo, Sega Man, do you want to play COD?
I actually wanted to talk to you about it. Wait, but real quick, dude, realist, you're wrong for that. There are some beautiful women there. Hey, realist, are you talking to me about Hawaii? Because if you're saying that, dude, you have yellow fever. That's why you said.
What? Dude, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all.
Of course, there's beautiful women there. I apologize. I think all women are beautiful. But,
Yellow fever, black fever, brown fever, it don't matter to me.
The thing about hair is like one time this because I work with the military, right? And this one, what she told me, she was telling me like this one of the soldiers was like, yeah, jungle fever. She's talking to me like that, and I said, why do I have that jungle fever? Maybe you have island fever. And then she started laughing. But I mean, like it's cool that we can still joke around like that. I know that's disappearing. I see it with my kids. They can't say anything. They can't laugh about anything. They can't have a joke. Half the shows we grew up watching, like Sanford and Son and Good Time.
Yeah, man. They used to tell some really funny jokes that would be considered I'm offended and stuff like fat jokes and all kinds of jokes.
Everything. Like they
did. They went after everybody. Some of those shows went after everybody. It didn't matter who you were.
And there was a message, but they didn't slam me over the head with it, right? That was the great.
They did have agendas, but it was very subtle back then. Like
very nuanced.
Some of those was kind of on the sleeve with it, but like anti-war messages and things like that. But you know,
well, I'm pretty sure those will come back around in this current environment. But
probably so. When you start to get your loved ones back in body bags, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Zink, welcome to the Genealogy Podcast. Yeah, bro, you should come back on. I want to hear some of your stories, man.
Yeah.
Oh, but T, just real quick. Yeah, I mean, we can. But the problem is I wanted to ask you, man. I've been having a problem with the guns on COD. I'm not gonna lie.
I can tell you which guns to use.
Okay, because I'm trying to use my M4, and that thing is all over the place, man. And I'm just constantly dying because I know I gotta level the gun up and I gotta put the attachments on. But dude, I'm just target practice, dude. I went in one game, dude. I was like 3-20.
Yeah, they're gonna put Rust 24/7 in 4 days.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's just gonna be scenes of me dying.
Yeah,
because I'm still lower level, man. Some of these dudes, they play nonstop.
Well, what level are you?
Huh?
What level are you?
I'm 40 something.
Oh, you're 40. You're above me.
No, but I'm 41st level. Some of these guys that end up.
I'm level 30 first level.
Oh, are you? Oh.
Yeah.
How in the world are you surviving, Nancy?
I just got into a match last night with all level 55s. and
But
they totally creamed the entire match.
yeah, they're supposed. They're having this issue. If you guys want to talk about COD having issues and stuff like that, they're having the issue. I see people posting videos online about the matchmaking. Right, they're supposed to try and make it fair, but when you try and make it fair, right, the problem is the connection people are complaining about. Right.
What? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Because it's trying to yeah. Well, you got it. It's got to be a trade off.
Yeah.
It's got to be a trade off. That's how that works.
And for me, I would prefer the connection, but on the flip side, you could be in a lobby like I was with last night. Dude, these guys had I believe they had prestige because their thing looked different. All I know is, dude, they had stuff on their things, man, and they was just rocking. Like I couldn't get a shot in as well.
Wow, I heard some people be brutal in COD.
Man, how y'all playing the worst Call of Duty ever?
Yeah.
I mean, from the people who's actually playing it, they're not saying that. I'm hearing like people are having fun in that thing. So I don't know where that messaging is coming from.
Yeah.
That's because in October, Xbox or Microsoft officially owned them, so now they hate. They hate Call of Duty. Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, Call of Duty.
I mean, this is how little tact they lack. They immediately it's the worst Call of Duty ever. Immediately, they didn't even wait till next year.
No, yeah.
They waited a week to start calling the current Call of Duty the worst one.
Yeah. The people that really play the game don't have time to talk about stuff like that.
They don't, and that's the thing. Microsoft owned titles so big that they can't really break it down. But I'm still what I was mainly upset when I had that rant was that, in my opinion, I feel like the developers on the Xbox side is being completely ignored, and everybody else in the industry are okay with that. That these developers are, not worthy to have their work recognized and stuff in the same way that other developers do. And that's what upsets me more than anything, because they're hardworking people and they make great content. And I just, look at how that hurt Rare. Okay, you want to see when it affects people? Look at how Rare was affected, and they said, "Well, it doesn't, our community nights doesn't matter to you, Jeff." That's what they said. It's hurting them, and this is what makes me upset, because there's people behind this. This isn't like some game is inanimate and it doesn't have real emotion and passion attached to it. These people, Rare has been spilling blood and tears into Sea of Thieves. And they will never get recognized for it because these people can't stand the platform that it's on. That's it. And that's what really made me upset.
Yeah, I don't blame you. The only advice I give to Rare is quality over quantity. At least they got a community that's strong, that's built in, that's dialed in.
Yeah.
This is why I encourage Microsoft to buy as many people as they can.
I do too. Keep buying. I don't care how upset they get. Keep doing it.
Yeah, because at some point it's going to have to give. Right, because this Xbox tax, again, like we talked about earlier, this stuff is real, man. This stuff is, and it's affecting me. And I know that sounds a bit selfish, and I own it.
That's who you should be thinking of.
There was a time in the gaming community where we could talk about it in generalizations and be a little bit more open to everything. But now I'm like, no, I don't trust you guys.
I don't. Yeah.
You so-called gamers, man, because I'm struggling here to play my games, and all I hear from you guys is Xbox sucks. We have no games. We have no stuff. And I know that's not true. So when you have a banger like COD come in here, right? And I know T can talk about this.
Yeah.
Within the COD community, just like in the Bethesda community, we have and I see that in Bethesda, because I see this through my daughter, right? It's just like they have their own community's issues to deal with, and that's what they focus on.
Right.
When you hear somebody talking general about the console war and all this kind of stuff, these people don't play the game.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Just like how
you said, there's communities within these games, and you got opposing forces within that. Like I told you, I love Halo, right? Yeah. But some of these Halo content creators, I can't stand. I can't stand some of them people. I know they're fans of the game or whatever, or so they say. But sometimes I can't stand them because all they do is paint a negative light over a game I like.
Well, the reason why
all the time,
the reason why they don't bother me is because they still play and buy.
They do.
Like for me, like with all the reason why I like Microsoft buying these big names is because I normally don't like normies, right? This is why Marvel sucks now, right?
Yeah,
but on the flip side, when you bring the normies in, like on our side, look, as long as you pay your $9.90 or $10.99 or $17.99 a month, we all good. That's what you good with me. I'm good with you. I don't care what you say, what you do, as long as you putting up that money that helps me. right?
But I don't like it when their voices influence it when they're just casuals. That I'll admit that sounds selfish, but that's what tore down the movie industry and the comics is people who got in there who didn't know anything about the history of it, and then they insert their what they think should be in there and they ruin it. That's what I don't like about it. And I don't want that to happen here, you know. Maybe that's selfish, you know.
No, I understand. I think at some point though, it's like for me looking at it from the outside looking in, I'm just trying to pick the. I'm looking at it in a sense of okay, now literally like what can you do for me as a like
Right.
you're a gamer on this side, I'm a gamer on this side. What can I get from you? Like, oh, you
Right.
subscribe to Game Pass? Awesome, welcome. Right.
Right. And that could be
Come on,
good
boy.
for the casual, you know.
Yeah.
But not to the point where you get to dictate how a game should play and you have your agendas and they shouldn't be injected in every game and all that stuff. That's when I start having problems with it.
Yeah.
You know. And that's what Sony's doing because they have so many casuals over there. If you want to know why when Unlimited was saying, you know, you got two women kissing on each other and two guys on the side, it's because that's why I think it's starting to infiltrate over there. And although I know that Xbox is a company, let's just face it, Xbox got his wokeisms too. But
Yeah.
they know they don't enforce that on everybody. That like you know where they stand, but they don't force it down the throat of all their players. A lot of times things are by choice, and that's why I like that better. You know,
I say that Sony for me, Sony doing this thing as a reactionary because of the emails that got leaked from the Sony movie side.
what you
about-
mean? Maybe I missed that.
Oh yeah, back in 2014, emails leaked about them not wanting to hire, and this is how bad the racism was. They didn't want to hire Denzel fucking Washington as lead in their movies.
Yeah.
Why? He's an Oscar winner act.
Exactly. One of the dumbest things you could ever utter. Yeah,
Well, it
no,
wasn't-
let's not have one. Let's not hire one of the great. We can't market one of the greatest actors ever. Just
They singled him out. You're saying that they named him and singled him
yeah. They name dropped Denzel Washington as one of the actors they can't use as leads or something like that. Mind blowing. Just
as a lead. Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
Well, not only were they wrong on they were wrong on many phases, especially on the business side, because what they were saying is that he doesn't have a box office draw.
He doesn't have a box out. Well, it depends on the movie.
Yeah, it depends on the movie, but that's
Like
what
I like his I just went to go see that movie. What's that? It's
The Equalizer.
Equalizer. Yeah, I just went to see that. I own the other two. I'm going to get this last one when it comes out. I like to collect physical media, so when that comes out, I'm going to get that. I like him in the Equalizer. I like those kind of action adventure movies. I mean, you know, action movies and stuff. I love them like that. So
Man on Fire was it?
Man on Fire. He's had some classics too, like when I mentioned Glory. That thing was emotional. It was very good. Yeah.
All-Star Cast.
Another Malcolm X. You know, he's done some great work.
Yep.
He I just watched with my son. We watched Remember the Titans. So I just put it on because I remember I love that movie. And then
I can't watch that movie.
Oh, for real?
Nah, because when I was in high school, that was the only fucking movie they ever played. I'm so I can't. So when I graduated high school, I'm like, I'm never watching that movie for the rest of my life. After that, because it made me sick. I know that movie word by word at this point. They played it so much.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make Unlimited mad because one of my favorite scenes in there is when the coach asked him, "Would you only have like certain amount of plays?" And then Denzel Washington he said, "Yeah, just like Novocaine, give it a little time and it'll work its way in there." Right? Like he has some of the best lines, and the way he delivers the lines, you know, he's probably one of the last thespian type actors that we have.
And you know, really said, Devil in a Blue Dress. I remember seeing that movie. He was also in Fallen. I like that movie, that's more like a supernatural thriller. I don't know if you guys ever saw that. Really saw.
And that's the thing with him. Like, it's the only other actor I see doing these kind of things is kind of like Tom Hanks. I think he's fallen off a little bit.
He has,
But what it is
it's mostly that some of them just got old, not really falling off.
That's true. Yeah, he is.
It's just they're like 70, 80 years old. I mean, at some point,
he's
you know.
Yeah.
Well, I think another reason why too is just the roles that they end up picking too. You know,
they can't be doing action roles. They're not all Tom Cruise. You know,
Well,
Tom Cruise is still kicking. He's still somehow doing those things. You know.
Well, so like he did that one with the something for the king kind of thing, right? Hologram for the king or some kind of movie like that, which is kind of in his wheelhouse.
Wait a minute, what's it called now?
Like Hologram for the King. Right, exactly. Most people don't know what that is. So I still
Yeah,
watch
I
it.
don't know. I don't think. Yeah.
But like he did a movie where he was this, I think Ukrainian or something like that, was stuck in an airport in New Jersey or New York, and that whole thing revolved around just him being in the airport, and that's like classic Tom Hanks to me. I'm sorry, not Tom Cruise,
Okay.
Tom Hanks. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. I said, did I say Tom Cruise? That's wrong. I meant Tom
Yeah.
Hanks.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
So he still has that little bit of magic left, but wow, like to me, like Denzel still has mileage.
He does, man. I just saw him in the Equalizer. He still got it. It's some I don't know what it is, and I
Well,
loved him in Eli. I think is it called Bucky Eli. I like him in a lot of different stuff. He just takes different roles, and I don't know. He just does something to those roles that I don't know what it is. He elevates them. Like they would normally be kind of boring movies and stuff, but somebody like it's just like, how did he take a movie like Booker Eli and make it like into an action kind of movie? Like, how you take something like that where it's an apocalyptic time and he's blind man in that thing, and yeah, he can beat everybody's butt as a blind man. Like, what the heck, But and make it believable. He makes it believable.
well, that,
Training Day. Oh gosh, I forgot about that too, man. That's really good. If you guys haven't seen that, Training Day.
Training Day, yeah.
Yeah,
But the funny thing about Training Day, dude, there's like a Maori guy that plays a Mexican in it, which I thought was funny. This guy
really? I don't remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that going back to like the whole, and that's the thing too, because Denzel has been tapped, I guess, in Netflix, and Netflix is one of those companies. They do the woke stuff too.
They do. Yeah. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do.
But I saw this in one of the websites I follow, is that they're tapping Denzel to play Hannibal. What's that? Something Carthage.
The Dragon Age anime. My goodness. When you talk about woke.
Oh yeah.
For 6 main characters and 4 of them are gay. It's the
What?
dumbest. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
and the 2 black characters are gay too, and it's. I made it through episode 2, and I was like, all right, I'm done with this stupid shit.
Yeah, look. And here's the thing that gets me, because see, this is something, and no offense to anybody, but I noticed that white liberals have this problem, and I just want to put this out there so that white liberals understand this: that no matter how black people act, they are more conservative than you think they are, and they do not like that. If you go into any hood, okay, I'm gonna just tell you the honest truth. They're not as strong into that stuff as you think they are. That's the portrayal that they put out there, and I've seen it, I've heard it, and I'm just saying that doesn't really reflect the reality of things, because I don't know if it's from our background or whatever. I don't know. A lot of blacks be strongly Christian. I don't know, but it's that's not as accepted as they make it seem, like it's gay people pouring out of the black homes, like left and right.
Yeah,
That's not the case. It's just isn't,
Yeah, and then they put every gay black dude with a white guy, every single one.
That's unrealistic.
I never when I first met Barrett in Starfield and he started talking about some dude, I didn't even do the side quest. So I was like, I already know where that bullshit's going, and I ain't doing that.
You know what it is, dude? They like to use that as a shield. I'll just say that. I'll be honest, because one of the first Polynesian guys in a game is in one of popular games. It's that Titanfall makers. They make that multiplayer game.
Apex Legends.
Apex.
Okay. They had a Samoan dude in there. So I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh man, he's Hawaiian. I was like, oh, he's Samoan. Okay, it's cool. But he's like, they made the Samoan dude, but then he was gay, right? And I was like, okay. Because
see, why do they target the minorities a lot like that, though?
So that's a defensive.
Because they pretend that they're allies, and then you get the double whammy, because if you say anything, then you're both homophobic and racist.
No, that's what I was about to say. It's a shield. Yeah, it's a shield. That's what you do. You use a minority character like that, and then that's the sad thing. Like you're saying there, like my family, dude. Like with the way we grew up, that's not. I'm not saying that like we have, of course, we have.
You got those people, but they're such a small percentage of what you actually see. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of black men are straight and they like beautiful women. Okay, they are. They'll talk about their shape and their butts and their breasts and stuff. I mean, this is the reality of it. I'm just being honest here, and that's you're not going to see that a lot In the hood, you're not. You're going to see them dating girls. Some of them, unfortunately, date multiple girls and stuff. That's what you see. You don't see that like that. That's something I just don't see a lot of. I don't ever see a lot of that.
Do we want
Yeah.
to go
Well,
down that?
here's the thing, and like I said on the Limit Truth, only 5% of the U.S. population identified with the whole community.
That's
It's not
true.
like 5% gay, 5%. No. The whole communicative is only 5%
Combined, right?
of this country. That's
Right.
extremely tiny. When 95% of the country don't identify,
At
don't
all, yeah,
care, and
yeah.
none of that stuff. That's why people don't be supporting this stuff, because they don't. Only 5% of these people relate to that shit.
Yeah,
And then they got and then they're pretending it's some big deal. No, it's not. Who you date is not important to the grand
that's
scheme of things.
true. That's
When the
exactly
listen, when the economy is in flux and people can't afford food, the last thing nobody says, man, them gay people sure have it hard because they can't date each other. Nobody says that nonsense. So it's
right.
not important.
Yeah, that's
Well,
across the board, dude.
I've always been like this. Like, I don't care what you're doing. I just don't need to see it all the time. Just keep it in your private life.
Yeah,
You know,
and the thing that insults me, Day, is when they try to make it seem like it's been as bad as Black Americans have it.
that
No,
now
there was
that I
no
take
slavery.
offense
There was
to.
no slavery. There was no gay
Yes,
Jim Crow or none of that
yes.
shit.
I
And-
take
and-
offense to that.
yeah, I do too.
Oh, this is why, like for me, like you look at one of the institutions getting attacked is sports, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, that's
But as a woman, I can tell you I'm furious with that because they're replacing us.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. And
I
it's
tell
been
you,
hard when
growing up in the mainland, watching sports, like especially in the South,
Mm.
right? Then I
yeah,
came back to Hawaii, dude. It was hard for me to watch like the local, like the university here, because they
right.
just have a different style, man. I'm used to more like growing up playing basketball, um,
Hmm.
especially when I was growing up and stuff like that. You had to be aggressive, dude. If you was
Right.
6'10", man, you wasn't shooting 3-pointers. Right,
Right,
you
right.
was banging on the boards, right? That's how it was. And then now the sport is, and I understand like athletics change and people become different. But then
Mhm.
it's like that outreach, right? That if you're trying to reach out and find new markets, and it went from that to being all inclusive. And I'm like, yo,
Right.
wait a minute, man. You still a sport. You still want to
That's
win.
still a sport, and that's a physical, biological aspect to that sport. And when they start endangering women who want to be in sports because that's where they feel their calling is, that's where they have physical prowess for obviously a woman. It should not be they should not have their health threatened or anything like that in order to participate in that. It's wrong. It's women's sports for a reason. And that's what upsets me more than anything now, because I think that's dying and we're going to lose that as women. And I say, I'm upset at women too. We need to speak out more on that, because I'm gonna tell you now, I would not threaten my life going up against a man to pretend that he's a woman just so he can feel good about himself and risk my life. I'm not going to do that. That's and yes, you can risk your life. I know I'm not stronger than that guy. I learned that when I was growing up. I was probably maybe 10. I wanted to join the guys in football. I didn't understand it was differences biologically then at that point, right? I just thought I could participate in it. I was young, I could run a little bit. So, I got in there and the boys was there looking at each other like that. I said, I want to be in there. Nobody wanted me on their team. I didn't understand why that was. And then they kind of just had me in there just to have me in there to kind of placate me. And then I realized I couldn't keep up with them. They were strong. They were knocking me out of the way. They was trying to be nice about it and not be too hard with me. But then I realized that I was harming the game. And then that was my first lesson that boys and girls are different. Physically, I could see that. And then, I just said, I realized I'm in the way and stuff like that. And they just said, you could cheer us on over there. They was nice. And I just but I had that was a hard lesson for me to learn that I can't do that with them. I can watch it. Girls can maybe do their own thing, but I can't do it with guys. And that was a hard lesson. So biologically, those things are real. No matter how much I may not want it to be, it's real. And if I can learn that at 10, of course these people know this. Okay, And so look at Zink. Stop teasing me.
Yeah, that's how I was about to jump on. I was about to jump on that. Yeah,
Yeah, I thought I could keep. Man, they were outrunning me like it was. I was like, out of breath by the time. Oh man, but yeah, the thing that I really was nervous about was the strength. They were strong. Yeah, and these are young teenage boys and stuff. They weren't like adult men yet either, you know. So yeah, I realized that. So these people understanding these facts are
Mhm.
putting these women in danger, and I've seen some women get hurt, by
Yeah.
the way. They don't put that on the news, but that has happened already. Some women have ended up in hospitals and
Mhm.
stuff, especially
Yeah,
if they were go
and
ahead.
one of the worst. Sorry to cut you off, Dea.
No, 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 it's
You know,
okay.
one of the worst things I've noticed that they've done is that they've lied to women to make them seem inferior. That their
Mhm.
actions, that their success doesn't measure up to men's success,
That's
and
right.
and,
Yep,
and
yep.
which is absurd. You know, it's absurd.
I'll
You
be
know,
back.
being the best in your sport is a significant achievement. And
It is,
if
yep,
you're the best, say, female basketball team, then be the best female basketball team.
exactly,
But what they've
exactly.
done is that they've told them, in, you know, almost like the devil in their ear, saying, "Look at the men, look at how much better they are. Aren't you? You're they say that you're not as good."
Yep.
And then you get this fake competition that if they went one on one, they'd get destroyed in, by the way,
Yeah,
due to the
yep,
biological differences. But
yep.
instead of just accepting it as it is and being the best at their sport, now they try to make it a gender war competition
Mhm.
that doesn't exist, for that shouldn't exist for a reason.
Exactly.
I
And
mean,
you know, the guys are
can you?
setting new records that women can
Yeah,
never top, you know?
exactly. I mean, do you know how insulting women should feel insulted that no matter what they do, some guy could just claim to be their gender and
Yeah,
swipe
yeah,
them.
yeah.
The 500 best male swimmer just goes there and beats the world's greatest
Be
female swimmer.
and
That should be
yep,
insulting to them.
it's just bad. It's bad, and
Yeah.
I think women's sports are gonna disappear,
Yeah,
honestly.
and we need to stop being afraid of these people. I mean, my God, the way that people bend over backwards to dudes in dresses make me sick. Like you really tell you can't tell.
Yeah.
Those are the people you fear the most? A guy who's such a sissy, he wears a dress. Come on now.
Because these particular people are taking advantage, and they understand this because they can just claim something
Hmm.
and then go in you know into women's sports and then dominate. And that's what's been happening. I don't name the sport. All the sports have been like that. Every single one that I know of have been that way. Swimming, wrestling. Oh, you don't even want to see the wrestling. Oh my gosh, I can't believe they have women in there wrestling with guys. I just can't believe it. The guy be all big and stuff, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a bloodbath waiting to happen, you know. And basketball, you name it, because they if they're not stronger, if it's not about strength, then they're faster. Like guys are
Hmm.
they can run fast, you know, and women are shorter too. Like you know, their legs are shorter. They just can't keep up, you know, and they're not built for that. So it's unfortunate, and you know, I really hope that changes for their health, if nothing more. You know, but they want to push this agenda so hard that they're willing to risk the lives of people, and now children. And I'm gonna tell you now, I don't care who is what or what they claim to be. That when you start dragging kids in this, that's when I'm your enemy at that point. Do
Hmm.
not drag kids in the middle of this stuff. You know that's why I draw a line because a child cannot make a decision like that. A 10-year
Yeah.
old can't make a decision like that.
And they do that because they can't have kids of their own because they know how biology works.
Right, right.
Yeah, dude,
Leave
that's
kids.
something I like for me, like with dealing with my daughter and
Mhm.
stuff like that. You know, like where I work and stuff like that, dude. There's a lot of women in positions way above me, in positions of authority, in positions where they make more money.
Right.
And that's one of the things I try and instill upon my daughter. I was like, don't lose who you are, right? There's a lot of there's just like being a man. There's strengths and weaknesses. The same thing it is with being a woman. There's
Mhm.
Hmm.
strengths and weaknesses, right? So what you do is you work on the weaknesses and you take advantage of the strengths.
Right.
And
Exactly.
one thing that I think is disappointing about all of this, especially when it comes from the point of what you were talking about earlier, is people don't realize that, like when you have something, like anytime I see something where somebody says, I'm missing out because of this, and this, right? So, like for example, um, when somebody that wants women to be equal, like say let's say the WNBA to be equal to the NBA or something like that, right? And then they make the point of like, well, the men dominate this kind of stuff, and I was like, yeah, but there's a lot of men that don't make it to the NBA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
When on that
99.9%
level,
of them.
it's the cream of the crop, right? So like in a movie, or like in a position, somebody's like, well, there's like the white person right there beat up the minority. I was like, well, he also beat all the white people too. right? What it is like what you want is you want the best, right? And I think that's one of the things because of the society has gotten to the point where you want everybody to be happy and everybody to participate and
Right.
everybody to get their piece of whatever, right? That their success and stuff like that. But that's not reality.
That
And I'm
isn't
not saying that
reality.
it's not that I'm saying I want people to fail. But like
No,
for
no, no. Yeah.
somebody like me, like I actually watch women's basketball because I watch all basketball because
Oh,
I'm
you do? Oh, okay. So college basketball, everything.
college pro
Okay.
stuff like that. I've fallen off just because of the time thing, and I don't have cable.
Oh,
But
okay.
there's a
Okay.
point in time where I just consume everything basketball, right? But that's how I am. Now, someone like me is rare, yeah, I think, in a sense, right? There's a market of people like me, but that's not everybody. So when you're trying to do this outreach, where you're trying to make the league successful, I think people need to realize there's things you can do to try and expand and grow. Like this is what gaming is having a problem with right now, in my opinion. Right? There's only so many people out there that you can reach, and that's why Phil Spencer talks about the mobile and online
Right.
cloud and
Right.
stuff like
Right.
that because they're trying to reach these new markets.
New markets, right?
Right.
Because isn't the console market tapped out? Didn't he say that in some article or something? I can't
A lot of
remember.
people say they're not seeing the growth on that level to sustain, right?
Okay.
And then you throw in like these games like me. I'm playing Warhammer, right? It's on Game Pass, so I didn't have to pay for it, but I'll
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
buy it anyway, right? But I'm probably gonna buy it, and then but the other thing is that what I'm doing to contribute to them is I'm actually buying their skins because number one, I think they're cool,
Oh,
and to
okay.
help support them.
Okay. I
So
didn't know
so
they had their skins. When I played it, they didn't have them out yet.
yeah, there's a store that they have. It's just like with Vermintide was the same way, which I
Yeah,
bought some
Vermintide.
Vermintide
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. So what it is that this is what those companies are doing, and gaming is no different, right? They're trying to find these markets and avenues where they can expand and make profit. And in the case of Microsoft, at least on Microsoft's side, this is why I hate the hate that they get. Is at least they're trying to do that on a more positive side. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? To grow the
Hmm.
industry, to make sure like all the work they do with indie developers. You look at and congratulations to Sarah Bond. All you have to do is look at
Oh
somebody,
yes, Sarah Bond. Yeah. Yeah.
and you know she's the real deal. Dude, I love watching her videos because she's just so positive. I'm naturally pessimistic by nature. Right? Yeah,
Wow.
right. If you guys haven't figured that out, but when I see someone like Sarah, she's just like somebody you want to be around because she's just so positive. Like she just
It
Mhm.
is. Yeah.
it's not fake, it's real, and it pisses me off when people dig at her, man, because I'm like, no, dude, it's very rare you find somebody in these type of positions that are like that. You should appreciate it, right, and support her because
You
she's
you know
earned
what I
something.
was upset about though? When the PlayStation guys went after her as if she didn't earn her position, that she wasn't qualified, and that she was put up there for just being a black woman.
Yeah,
You know, when she got promoted, you know?
Yeah,
obviously they didn't do the
unfortunately,
back.
that comes with the territory with today's environment, and as much as the woke stuff get annoying, the anti-woke crowd, they get on my
They
nerves
get
too,
just as
because
bad. Yeah.
some of them treat anything that isn't white as woke, and I'd be like, guys, you got to slow down on this shit. Other people
Right.
exist, it's one thing. Like, okay, you call out, like for example, that Marvel movie that flopped. Okay, I get it. That had a
Which
Which
one?
one? I mean, because they had few.
no, the movie's literally called The Marvel.
Yeah, Marvels.
The
Yeah,
Marvels? Okay, I
Yeah,
yeah,
haven't seen that. That must be something new.
yeah. So
yeah. See, they don't even know. See,
but
that's how
but
bad.
but when the yeah, but where the anti woke crowd loses me is when they think anything. They'll be like, oh, Xbox should put a black woman in charge, and then they think Matt Booty or something was, he's the one who got you know what I'm saying? Uh,
Right. They act like that anytime you see any woman or any minority that is wokeism going on. No,
yeah,
depends on what
yeah.
you do with that.
I'll
Like
be
a
honest.
movie I loved a lot that had that featured a strong female lead that I still think is fantastic is Battle Angel. If you guys have never seen that,
Oh,
that's
Yeah,
that
a
was a
very,
great
very
yeah,
good
movie.
movie.
yeah,
Yeah, you seen it. Yeah, that's a
yeah.
good
It's awesome.
movie. And that it doesn't do any of that stuff in there, but it does a strong female lead right. So you do have good movies that do it right. I don't know about the Marvels. I haven't seen that. So
Well,
Yeah,
here, I'll say this much, right? Like, so
yeah.
there's a
True,
lot of different
Thrillers.
people, and politically, I mean, I'm across the spectrum when I listen. I have a leaning that I
mhm.
have, but I'll use this for example, right? If I'm because of my background with video games and comic books and Marvel in general, so when I watch somebody that's talking about it, about the like look, I'll just say it this way, right? Like to me, you can't really tell me anything about Marvel. I'll be honest with you. I know that sounds a little bit elitist, but I'm just being honest, right?
No,
So
you
if
was
a
with
person,
it long enough. Yeah, it's
yeah,
just like how T is so good at games that he probably can talk you in circles because he beat so many of them, right? So you
right.
probably saying with comics, you grew up on them, right?
Well, the thing that gets me is because a lot of the comic stuff that you're seeing right now is kind of from my generation, influenced by my generation when I was hardcore.
Mhm.
But when I see some people, so like if I'll just use this as an example, right? There's this I can't remember. Well, I can't remember any, but let's say like somebody like the Daily Wire, right? They're gonna comment on the movie like the Marvels, right? When I look at them commenting on it, to me that's not their wheelhouse, and they'll talk about it from a certain political bent, right? Because they're on the right side of the
Right.
politics. So
Hmm.
when they talk about this kind of stuff, I already kind of know where they're gonna go with it.
Right. Instead of
Now,
really analyzing the movie on its own merits, they already have applied some biases to it, right? Is that
like
what
like
you're
how
saying?
like they'll talk about the Marvels and maybe they'll talk about, which is fine. They'll talk about the box office and why this, and then they'll get into the culture war stuff, which is fine. I can sit here and tell you one of the reasons I knew Captain Marvel as a character would never work is because she never worked in the comic books, right?
Yeah.
The only saving grace that Marvel might have had is because Marvel took and I know Unlimited will testify to this. But Marvel was able to they took a lot of the characters that most people didn't know about and made them popular. Right. There's only two characters that Marvel was known for, especially when I was growing up, and that was Spider-Man and Hulk. That's it. On the DC side, this is why I hated DC so much when I was younger, because DC
Hmm.
had Trinity, right? They had Batman,
Yeah, they
Superman,
did.
and Wonder
Wonder
Woman.
Woman,
Hell, even
Superman,
Aquaman
Batman.
and Green Lantern was known, right?
Oh yeah, I even knew about them too, and I didn't even read their comics. I'm my favorite superhero of all time is Superman. So
And
I've always loved Superman.
and that's not even and that's untouchable. But Superman to this day, like I talk about My Hero Academia, right? They have a
Hmm.
character on there, All Might, and he's basically a play on Superman.
Oh, they all do it. The
Yeah,
boys did a play on Superman. Marvel has like 6 Superman clones: Supreme, the Sentry,
Yeah,
and some
yeah,
others I'm missing. Yeah, they all do the Superman clone, and most
yep,
of them, in my opinion, suck. Well, I
yeah.
yep.
don't know. I can't speak for My Hero Academia. I haven't watched it yet.
I haven't
But
watched that either.
but
Yeah.
the other ones, they do suck because they think evil Superman is interesting when it's
Yes,
fucking not.
thank you. And if very few people get Superman correct, I could debate circles around people. I wrote a paper on Superman and the history of DC. That's how much I was obsessed with Superman. I really love Superman, and
Well,
Yeah.
he's
the thing with
unique.
Superman, like to me, like when people told me like it's hard to write Batman, I'll be like, no, it's not.
No, it's
But
Superman is very
it's
difficult to
Superman's the
write.
hardest
Yeah,
because
he's the
Superman
hardest.
has stuff that's
Yeah.
that I know I did this review a while ago talking about Superman and one of the and DC in general. The problem I always that like I look at DC, there's a couple problems I think they have. Right, the one thing is they just need to be themselves.
I
Right.
agree. Embrace who you are.
Yeah, because what
I
they're
love
like.
that universe.
Well, when I was growing up, right, Marvel was like we were the lower part of it. This is my as a Marvel fan. So on the DC side, DC was like the mythological stories, like the big. They were like the Olympian gods that sat on this
Mhm.
mountain. And Marvel, we was the plebe down at the bottom.
Excellent
Right?
analogy. You're right. Absolutely. I'm glad you broke it down that simple. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. So and then the other thing I always said, so DC needs to embrace that. And the other thing I had a problem with DC was just that they're generational. Their characters are generational. They're just not a swath of. They're not a swath of characters that are just like a couple years old. They're like decades
Mhm.
old. That influence people from like our great grandfather's time, right?
Exactly.
That's how
Absolutely.
that's how powerful their characters are. And so you have a large audience that you gotta make this movie for, right? And so I mean, to some success or whatever success, but the reason why I say all this kind of stuff because as a Marvel guy, right, I sat watching that, right? I'm not gonna lie, dude, I was a hater. I was a big time hater. That's what.
What?
Because if you like Marvel and you look at DC,
I
really
like
didn't.
both though. I used to and I used to read a little bit of everything. I used to read Spawn back in the day. I read a little bit of everything. I like both because to me, Marvel and DC are so different. They're not anything alike. You know,
Oh
Marvel
yeah,
always
yeah. I agree. It's
it
kind of
took
like how we
real
like the
world
different things.
stuff and kind of applied it to a comic book world, Marvel. Like,
Yeah,
Spider-Man's worrying about where he's gonna get some money and stuff like that, or he's dealing with tragedy and trying to live up to an image that was instilled in him at a young age. And then I'm not saying those things don't come from the other side, but sometimes it's like you're looking like gods and stuff, and what you're trying to achieve. You don't really believe you're going to achieve something like that, but you would like to believe that's out there. Like, when you look at a Wonder Woman and even Batman, he's like almost like, if you was to take a earthbound superhero, he would be the best example of that. A rich, good-looking man who, all those characteristics. That just doesn't happen on the Marvel side. You got characters like um a Nightcrawler who was born looking very ugly and stuff. According to how the comics portray him. And then he was rejected by his mother, but yet he turns to religion and everything. It's just the way they approach the stories is very different, I think. So I actually like both. But
Well, that's how you
reasons.
could play on both sides, because, like, to me, like I say, like the mythology part was like on the DC side, but the Marvel side was the more, Marvel's kind of known for that, right?
Right, yeah.
They're more down to earth kind of
Down
thing.
to earth, they take real world situations and kind of
And the joke, like Unlimited, like you were talking about Spider-Man and it only being in New York. That's the postal Spider-Man. That's because Marvel was in New York, and that's what made him so popular. Though I agree that, and then Marvel even did comic books like that, where he went outside of when he went outside of New York, and Peter Parker's like, oh man, I'm gonna have to figure out how to defeat this certain character.
See, this is what happens when you get a person who actually knows how Spider-Man really is. This is why I said that what Sony is doing, they don't know what the heck they're doing with Spider-Man. They don't. You see how easy that is? Even Marvel understood. Sometimes the man got to get out of New York, all right, and use that as a way that he can't do things like he normally does it. It poses a problem. How does he solve his way around that problem? That's how old comic books used to do stuff. They don't do stuff like that anymore. They play it too safe.
Well, that's why.
Well, with Spider-Man, modern Marvel just turned him into misery porn, where for some reason they just try to make his life hell at every chance possible. Hey, let's kill Aunt May. Hey, let's break up Mary Jane and Spider-Man. Hey, let's give him a kid and kill that kid. I don't know why. I don't know when Marvel fell in love with making Spider-Man just misery incarnate, but that's what modern Marvel be doing to him in the comics, man. It drives a lot of Spider-Man fans crazy.
Yep.
To the point that I be seeing it on Twitter. They be like, give him a happy ending for once. Jesus.
Yeah, and yes, I mean, because he has enough issues in his own life. Can we address something from Others Inc. real quick, Sega?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I mute my mic because there's a bird over here, dude, and it sounds like
a bird.
Yeah, dude, we got like wild parrots flying.
Yeah, that parakeet been going off all day.
Yeah, dude, it's irritating. Due to the strict laws in Hawaii on guns, I can't really go take care of the problem like that. So that's why I'm muting my mic. But yeah, go ahead. Dude.
Okay. It's a. Can you bring that up? It's a 319. Okay, this is addressed to Unlimited, but I would also like to answer this. Unlimited production. I did like the Black Adam movie. Isn't he supposed to be like Superman? Okay.
No. Black Adam ain't nothing like Superman. I mean, his powers are magic based, and first of all, he's more of a Captain Marvel, now Shazam enemy, main enemy. He was the ruler of how do you pronounce it? Kandar. Yeah, I'm going off memory here because I forgot how to pronounce his own
name.
Yeah, but he was the ruler of that land. And so he's not now him and Superman came to blows before. There's even a really cool animated movie where Superman and Captain Marvel teamed up to fight Black Adam.
Yeah.
It might have been called Superman and Shazam versus Black Adam.
Yeah,
it was really well animated, beautiful stuff. Yes, so nah, man, he's not a Superman clone or nothing.
You know the history that goes back with Captain Marvel and Superman was
well.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, Captain Marvel was like, I think it was Atlas Comics, right? That he started them. And then DC sued them because of the similarities.
Yeah.
And because DC has this is one thing I loved about DC. This is what's pissing me off about Marvel right now, because they're trying to do multiverse, which they can't do. And they're trying to be like DC, right? Because DC has Crisis on Infinite Earths.
DC did it first, yeah.
Well, they know how to do it because they have years of experience writing timelines and multiverse. A lot of this stuff, like Marvel does not have the writers. When you hire people that do fan fiction, you're in trouble, right? So they don't have the writers with the pedigree to write these type of stories. and to navigate these different multiverses and make it all make sense. Well, DC has years of doing it, and so they've incorporated right Captain Marvel. And that's what ticks me off after they changed the name to Shazam, because I used to call him Shazam, and DC guys used to be like, "It's Captain Marvel."
Yeah, that's
Shazam,
I'm not gonna lie. That's what I would say too.
Yeah, exactly. So I would get that from my friends, right? They go, "Do you know what Shazam stands for? It's the wisdom of Solomon. It's the power of Hercules, right?" And that's how I knew who he was, because I would get into arguments with dudes, right? And then I was like, "Well, dude, I don't know. I can't remember Captain Marvel, because the Captain Marvel on our side is different."
Yeah, it's very different. Yeah.
And then these punks, they made him Shazam. Then I got mad. I was like, "No, I had to learn." I finally figured that out, and now you guys just making it easy. But so I love the Justice League Unlimited. Probably did the best parts of that with Shazam. Like, it was funny because they have that Superman. They have that dynamic, right? Because they have that history,
right?
And the episode that they have with him, and it's funny to help him compete with Superman. They introduced the magic thing, right? Like Superman is susceptible to magic. I'm not exactly sure when that came about.
Thank you for knowing that too. Thank you for knowing, because you can tell a person who doesn't know. Oh, he's weak against kryptonite. He's weak against magic. That's his biggest weakness.
See, on the Marvel side, we have to know our enemies.
Oh my
God! When you're the second company, all this shit, you gotta do your shame. You know your enemy and stuff like that. And I've had one of the reasons why I know DC's the way that I do is because I had so many arguments with my friends that were DC fans.
Oh,
it's just like a Sega guy knowing about Nintendo stuff, because you'd argue with these dudes.
Yeah. That's how it was with me and Marvel. And that and I like the X. I used to like the X-Men a lot.
I love the X-Men. I still do. I love the X-Men.
Yeah, and that clears that Chris Claremont run of X-Men he did. My goodness!
If you want to hear somebody just say sweet nothings in that man's ear, that'd be me, because I love I love it. Zobi said hi to everybody. Hello, Zobi.
Hey,
70.
what's up,
Zobi? Zobi, this is your kind of conversation.
He's a fan of Marvel and DC. I know he likes his anime and manga. I'll be seeing him on Twitter. That's his thing.
I dropped off the anime. I got to get back into it. It's been a while though.
Yeah,
I have my modes where I kind of slip in and out of things, but it's been a while for anime for me.
I blame Game Pass for me too. I mean, I still watch it, like me and my daughter, but I wait for my daughter. So, and that's another thing. Like, oh no, okay, you out of here, Zobi. Look what he put.
Oh, I love DC. There we go.
All right. What's your favorite character, Zobi?
Yeah, now Day is giving you the third degree over here.
Okay, wait. Let's see.
Oh, Alpha Flight.
Oh, wow. Alpha Flight. Yeah.
Yeah, the people don't mention them enough.
Yeah, the Canadian Marvel team.
Canadian, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Marvel felt sorry for Canada, so they gave them.
I love that they did that for Canada, because I was like, that's Canadians are not exactly Americans. We close, but it's a great way to highlight a group of people that's similar to us but somewhat different. And look at Wolverine; he's the most popular Canadian hero ever made, I think. So he's really good.
Oh, that's what's up, man. He said Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman, awesome.
Yeah, I got a lot of Wonder Woman comics.
Which run, Zobi? Which run did you like the most? Because I didn't get into it until Perez.
And we already know, your favorite hero.
Who's your favorite hero, Unlimited?
Green Lantern. I've run into some other Green Lantern friends. Man.
Yeah, there are a lot of them, man.
Yeah.
I wish DC did more publicly with them.
I do too.
I mean, they got a gold mine in Jessica Cruz, right? With the whole anxiety angle and how she overcame that would work perfectly with the modern age and how and their views on mental health. But they rarely put her in anything. I think they put her
itself,
Yeah, they put her in the Justice League versus the Fatal Five, which was a great animated movie. I can't think of anything else they really put her in. But they got a gold mine with her. They do great stuff with Jon Stewart now in the comics, though.
Absolutely.
I give him that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because
he's not no token anything.
Nah, man. He's a military dude. He's a hard ass. He's a badass. I love Jon Stewart.
You better be careful. You better be careful, bro. You're gonna make him gay.
Yeah.
If they do that, I will go crazy. I'm so sick of them changing characters that aren't like that, like they did with Iceman. I might
Right.
add, you know,
Right.
They did
Blue
that with
Ivy Red
they
in
did that with
recent.
Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
No
Captain
Marvel.
Marvel wasn't like. Well, she was a Miss Marvel.
Mhm.
Yeah. These people, they insert themselves in these characters, and that's just they don't respect the history. That's my problem.
Oh, Monica Rambeau was my favorite. She was. I was
That
reading
she
the
was your
Avengers
favorite
Heavy.
version of. Okay,
Yeah, I was reading the Avengers Heavy when she and
when
I said this
she
before in another
debuted. Yeah,
podcast. Captain America actually tapped her to be the leader. And
Mhm.
she took that responsible, that
right.
response. She took it seriously. But the problem with Monica Rambeau in the comic book is that she had a great father. So
Oh my gosh, yeah, and they
she had
don't. Yeah, the
happy,
male role model was. Yeah,
the family thing. She was the nuclear
yeah,
family and stuff like that. Her
yeah.
father was either a firefighter. I can't really remember, but
Mhm.
she was a big influence on her, and it kind of forged
Mhm.
why she was the way she was. Especially the Avengers were in flux back then. That's when they were like everybody was on the
Yeah.
belt.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Like they had everybody that was on there, man, and even bad guys, which was showing up on that stuff. And so the Avengers was in flux. So Monica was the one that held it all together, man. She's probably one of the best leaders, next to Captain America. But the movie didn't
Right,
want to do
Captain
that.
America is like legendary. Yeah,
Oh, who was that?
No, because Captain America, because
Captain
he wasn't going to
America.
carry. Oh, sorry.
He thinks she's second to him. Yeah,
Oh,
with
okay.
leadership abilities. Yeah.
Got
Oh,
you.
who was
Got
this?
you. Zobi70 said, I like the DC animation. Same here. And her
I do
animated
too.
movie and her Superman
Yeah, I own
Apocalypse
some.
and
Yeah.
Justice League Doom, Justice League Unlimited, and Flashpoint. Yeah, man. I
Oh
love all that
man,
stuff.
those some good ones. Yeah.
The number of times I marathon the DC animated stuff, hell, I still own a lot of them DVDs before they start to come to streaming. So yeah,
Yeah.
I love all that too, all of them.
Yeah.
They're always great.
Listen to Unlimited, living in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I collect physical media when it comes to movies. I personally like my physical media with that because
Yeah,
streaming is not always guaranteed for me. So
yeah. Well,
it depends on where you live and everything.
there's a time and a point where your boy Unlimited was trying to become an animator. So
Really?
so I started.
Oh,
So
wow.
I have a collection of animated, a lot of animated shows I used to love and
Yeah.
draw. Gargoyles, which is Disney's best cartoon ever, and
Yes,
I'll
it
debate
is.
you on that. For
Okay.
anyone who says otherwise,
Absolutely, I watched that. That's an underrated. I thought more people didn't know about that. I used to watch those. They were very good.
oh, that show is phenomenal.
Phenomenal, yes.
Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, you say it's all right.
I'm showing my age right now.
What was your? I mean,
What would you just
hey man,
say?
Disney has some great cartoons, man.
They did back in
Darkwing
the-
Duck,
Yes, that
Tailspin.
was good. Yeah, they did good, but that was back in their heyday, though.
Yeah,
You know?
but before they start to make all this crazy stuff now, where all their lead characters are gay, man, they had some phenomenal stuff.
Yes, it was really good. Gargoyles.
No, I'm just
man.
joking. I love Gargoyles.
Yeah, I love that series. That was such a good series.
Yeah, and it was so
Second
different from
Will,
what they usually did that it stood out on
It was
Disney.
darker because they never made a show that dark.
Yeah, because even their action cartoon like Darkwing Duck was a little. Darkwing Duck was funny and goofy, but
It had dark themes in that.
yeah,
because
but Gargoyles, man, that was just straight up
that
serious
was like
action cartoon.
hardcore. Yeah, yeah.
I know that they're gonna do a live action, right?
Are
They
they?
are gargoyles.
Yeah.
They going back to that? Well, they
That's what
gonna
they were
ruin
saying.
it.
Yeah,
Um,
they're definitely gonna ruin it. Everybody at Disney needs to be fired, and then they have to rebuild everything.
They need to purge everybody out of there and then start all over. honestly.
Everybody was holding out hope that like the fail of the Marvels would change. Kevin Feige did an interview. He tripled down.
He did. Wow.
Yep, he tripled down. I was like, dude, it's
Feige used to have the magic touch. I don't know what happened to him.
yeah. I can tell you what happened. He wants to be loved by Hollywood. He wants to be
Yeah.
like his version of Stan Lee. And I'm like, bro,
That's
this
too
is the
late. He
70s.
would have been if he had kept things up the way he did it.
Yeah.
No, he
Yeah.
wants to be like the social, like Stanley.
On the social kind
the
of
social
stuff.
conscious Stanley, like in
I
the
see.
70s. Yeah, like there's articles written about him. Like he would go to college campuses. He was socially conscious.
Oh,
Right,
I
and that's
didn't
what
know that.
Yeah, there's a whole nother level of Stanley that like that. So
yeah. I mean, Stan Lee. Listen, there's an infamous quote about him tearing down racism back in the '60s when he was writing for Marvel.
like X-Men was a soapbox for that.
Right, it was a way to get that out.
Like Norm Lear back in the day, right? When he did all those shows that we grew up watching. Like we talked about earlier, like a show like I think it was Norm Lear that did it. But anyway, like Good Times,
Good
Chico
time.
and the Man, right?
Yeah.
You watch these sitcoms that were funny, the people were talented, and you loved it because it made you laugh. But there was also a story, or something like even like a One Day at a Time, right? Single mom, two
Oh
daughters.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But the point was, and so that's what Marvel was. That's what X Men. You still had a great comic book. You had social issues in it, but it
But they
didn't
was
override.
addressing social issues to it. Yeah.
Right. Because you know why? Because that stuff was real back then. They kind of
Yeah,
had
they were
had
living
to
it.
hide
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Star Trek. Star Trek was another one that broke ground.
Oh
I mean,
man, you know my father raised me on Star Trek.
oh really? Yeah.
He's oh my gosh, he's a big Trekkie. He raised us on that stuff. Like I you know, my first thought of a TV show was the old original Star Trek because he watched it over. He would go cycle through them, and then back then you didn't have tapes or anything, so he would watch it whenever it aired, and then when the movies came out,
Hmm.
he watched all the movies and stuff. Like he's never liked the movies since past the Kirk era movies. He think those are the best.
Yeah.
And then when Next Generation came out, that's when I came on board. I didn't really like the original Star Trek at first. I like it now, but I was too young at the time when I first watched it. And then I fell in love with the Next Generation. And my favorite of all time is Deep Space Nine. That's my favorite of all time. I love Deep Space Nine. That one,
Yeah, same.
oh man, they kind of mixed up the formula a little bit, and it's so
Avery Brooks.
Avery Brooks is such a he wasn't so reserved, like he reminded me of Kirk in that way. Kirk didn't care. He'd go out and fight your butt. You got this one. He wasn't so much of a captain that he wouldn't get out there and fight and take it on his own. That's the way that Commander Cisco was, but he was also intelligent. Like he knew how to figure his way out. And he it wasn't all him. He knew how to use his people under him wisely.
Yeah.
Like like if it was Odo, or sometimes how he used Quark and stuff. I can go on and on about this. I'm a Trekkie. I absolutely love Star Trek. Um, I was raised on it basically because of my father, and I have all these memories of us just sitting down watching these episodes and everything. It
Mhm.
was the best bonding that I ever had. Apart from like movies, like when I think I've told Unlimited and the others that some movies I bonded with my dad with was like um what like that the movie that inspired Grounded. It was Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Those are like exceptions to the rule, but Star Trek it will even when my dad passes away, I'm always going to remember those moments that I had watching that with him, and how because he loves science, and he used to tell me he believed that a lot of things that were in that show could actually happen in real life because he would follow up on scientific discussions on like where is tech going, where is it headed, and space travel, was it doable on the scale that they were seeing in Star Trek. And he even told me about certain technologies that was inspired from Star Trek. I mean, I learned a lot through that. And then sometimes we would sit down and watch things like Nova, which was the science show. I think I told you
That's awesome.
guys that
Yeah.
my dad was into education heavily, so I could watch it and participate in things as long as I was learning stuff. And I know you think like, well, why did he let me watch Star Trek? It's because it inspired him to look into science. That's why. And he was trying to do the same thing with me. And we would have discussions like that, you know, about science and tech and space travel. And he would ask a question, do you believe aliens exist, and stuff like that. We would have conversations like that. So yeah, I had a lot of good memories with that.
That's one of the reasons why I like Starfield.
Yeah, me too.
It captures that.
Me too. And I'm gonna tell you, I wish I could have like recorded myself or something. I geeked out the most when I landed on the moon in the solar system
Yeah.
because it feels like, to me, if I was ever to go there in real life, I think that's exactly how it would feel. I think Ty probably talked to NASA and asked them what would it be like, what is it like for the astronauts that landed on the moon, because it felt like I was really on the moon. Um, like everything I ever read on it, like
Right.
it felt so real. Like I was surprised for a video game to do that, but. you can tell that they grounded that world into real world science. The way things work, the way your suit has to work, the way weapons work, and your weight, and the way time passes, and everything. And oh, the only thing I hate is that in the game, spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't gotten that far, um, that the Earth is in the state that it's in, because I always wanted to see what does the Earth look like from the perspective of the moon. Like a healthy Earth. Like what does it look like to have the Earth as rise, and it's like in the horizon, and that kind of thing. I
You
don't
know,
know. I
that didn't,
sound geeky right now, but that's the kind of stuff I like.
that didn't surprise me just for the simple fact that I already kind of figured out that it wasn't good because something probably spurred them to do what they did.
That they had to leave. Yeah.
Yeah, that they had to leave. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's kind of how civilization is in that sense. Oh, we lost the. I'm pretty sure she'll be back.
Uh-oh, am I back?
Oh no, I mean unlimited. I lost it.
Oh, unlimited. Oh, okay.
Um, yeah, I mean, respect to your dad. Like Zoe even wrote. Zoe said, respect to your father.
Oh, thank you, Zoe.
It's the influence our dads have on us is definitely um,
Yeah, I
for
have some
life.
of my best moments with my dad. My dad taught me how to garden
Mm,
because he
good.
grew up in the South as a farmer. So he taught me. And I still do that to this day. I still grow my own. I grow plants. I grow food. And I like it. It's a de-stressor for me now, though, and it's a good way to have food, fresh food that you know where it comes from. But yeah, I got all of that from him.
Yeah, I talked about my dad earlier. One of the things I'll say is like he definitely made me stronger. Like a lot of the stuff
Mhm.
that goes on in life, I'm like, well, kind of been there, done that.
Right? Yeah,
So it prepares you in a sense,
it
right?
does. Yeah, yeah. And
Hey,
that's
so
why I see the importance of fathers. And I'm sure you're a great father to your kids. I hear
yeah,
you
try
talk
to be.
about your kids, and I can imagine the talks that you have. And just to let you know, if you have a daughter, it doesn't mean like she won't listen to you just as deeply as a son will, because I sure did with my dad. Definitely have those talks with your daughter, and believe it or not, girls often look up to their dads a lot. You know.
I mean, I'm close with my daughter. I had to work on with my son just for the simple fact of how I was raised. Um, but both my kids are kind of in this weird spot now where they're older, so they're starting to turn into young adults. So
Right.
I try and gauge some of the stuff I tell them, right? Like the Bible says, throwing pearl to swine and stuff like that. Sometimes you can over talk it and
Right.
over
Right.
emphasize things. So because
Right.
in some aspects, I think one thing I see parents they have to realize is sometimes you gotta let your kids make mistakes. Let them go
Yeah,
ahead
you do. Yeah,
because
that's
that's the
true.
only way
They're
to
gonna
grow.
make mistakes. Yeah.
But a Gogo, yeah, you know what? I'm sorry, bro. I never watched Loki. I never watched Loki, so I'm not gonna lie, dude. I gave up on Marvel like
I
Phase
did
Three.
too. I
I
did
stopped.
too. Yeah.
I watched WandaVision, which I thought
Was that good? Wanda
they had
stuff?
they had a good run on it, but after what they did to Monica, and then they did at the ending, they had a hard time wrapping it up, and they did the basic, there was a scene, dude, where this government agency just pulls out a gun and tries to kill kids, and that just took me out. It took me out of the whole show because there were
Oh,
so
okay.
many flaws about that. One of the kind of cool things is a lot of people thought they're going to introduce the X-Men because they
Yeah,
got.
I'm so surprised they haven't done that already.
Well, what they did was they took Aaron, I forgot his name was, but in the X-Men movie, the boy who played Quicksilver in the X-Men movie on Fox,
Oh, him. Okay,
they
got it.
brought him into the show, and
Oh,
that guy,
wait a minute. As the same character?
yeah, that's her brother because they're brother and
You're
sister.
kidding.
Yeah, so they were doing this reality warping thing, like
Yeah.
because basically what happens to Wanda in the comic book, where she loses her mind.
Right. I remember that. Yeah.
And so this is the one thing I couldn't stand about it because there's that scene in the Avengers where she takes on Thanos.
Yeah,
So
I
Wanda
remember that. And
becomes like a
she
super powerful character in the comic book, but what she sacrifices for that is she loses her mind.
That's right. Exactly.
And
Exactly.
the problem with a lot of the Marvel writing is they don't do the due diligence to give you that in their writing, right?
Like they could have really shown what it's like for a person to have psychosis when they lose their mind, and what it's like You know, from that perspective, that would have been such an interesting approach to take. Like, what is it from her point of view, and what is it like for a person that's in a state where they can't trust their own mind, and how that affects the people outside of it. You know, like
and
the
it's
people
not,
who care about her and things like that. That would have been an interesting approach. You know.
well, and they started off that way, right? Because the one thing you want to do in a show like that is trying to confuse the audience to say, is this real, or is this what she's making up, or is it real? Like
Right.
gotta,
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
you
How she
try and
made her own kids and junk. She didn't even have real kids, but she made them. You know.
yeah, and it's for somebody like me who read the comic books which it was loosely based on, right? So then
Mhm.
like the one thing Marvel would do in the phases 1 through 3 is that like I know the
Mhm.
history of this stuff, but the way
Mhm.
they would present it to me, it's not. Sometimes it's not just about getting to the end; it's the actual journey that you take.
It's the journey. Yeah. Yeah.
And they did a good job of doing that. And then Wanda Vision, like when I first started watching, I was like, okay, I'm on board. But then by the end of that show,
Yeah.
they did the one cardinal thing that a lot of these guys do is they paint themselves into a corner, and,
Right. Right.
they couldn't find. And then right now, Disney Disney Marvel is at a point where, and I put the emphasis on Disney Marvel, is at a point where they just can't write themselves out of this mess that they've created.
And that's why they should have rebooted.
Well,
Start
even
over. Come up with a plan. Don't just reboot for the sake of rebooting. Honestly, I wanted them to do that after Endgame. I wanted them to stop. Now that they had accomplished what they accomplished, to kind of sit down and think about how they were going to go forward and really come up with a comprehensive plan of how to move forward, how to introduce characters they never had access to, like the X-Men and things, and um, just really flesh it out and work hard on that. Because they had time, they had the goodwill of the people. They didn't have to rush and do another movie. They could have worked on other stuff if they did it right, like Star Wars and stuff. They have other properties, and they didn't do that. They didn't take advantage like that.
well, they don't have the skill or the talent or the ability. That's their problem. For me, what they should have done is went cosmic, right? Because you have
Mhm.
such a big event, and then brushing it under the rug does not help. So
It
what you got to do,
doesn't.
you brush that under the rug, and then you're gonna have to. So what you got to do is you got to come correct with the stuff that you're doing.
Right,
And so
right.
when I saw the lineup of characters that they had, I did put faith in Disney just because I didn't think they could do what they did with Thor or even like Ant Man. Um,
Hmm.
for the most part, those were successful in box
Right.
office and generating interest in the cinematic universe. But like I said, what they became a victim of their own success because they created this universe, and then they were like, okay, now we're just going to focus on individual stuff. I'm like, no, dude,
Story, yeah. Like,
yeah,
no, you don't created a universe for a
yeah,
reason.
yeah. And so for me, it's kind of like, dude, if somebody has the power to snap out of existence half of the known universe,
Yeah.
there's going to
Yeah.
be ramifications to that. This is the whole Star Trek.
Exactly.
This is the whole reason why Star Trek was successful, right? Because they understood this and there's a continuity.
Exactly.
Another reason why Marvel and the comic books used to be successful because there's a continuity, right? And I'm not saying you have to make that 100% the focus, but
Hmm.
what, but like for me, like they should have went like with Guardians of the Galaxy, be the next movie, go out into space, and they should have been dealing with like the Kree and
Yes, look at
Skrull.
how it affected other planets,
Yeah,
other populations of people. How did this affect things? And maybe some galaxies it fared better because of that decision, and therefore make you question: was Thanos right? Then you go to some other galaxies, and it's total chaos. Now lawlessness rules there, and then so you could have shown those two dichotomies of thought playing out in space.
yeah. I did a video talking about this a couple years ago, and I was like, so like I used the Kree and the Skrull as an example. These guys have been locked in like mortal war, and they touched on it in a bit on the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Hmm.
When they went to the world and got arrested and stuff, right? So what happened was at that time there was a peace treaty. So I was thinking to myself, so if you snap half of the universe, is this a 50-50 snap?
Yeah, that's the
Are the
thing.
stones like cognizant
Yeah.
of what that is? Like what is fair? What is balance? Is the
And
Thanos
it can't be balanced because there's always going to be more of one type of person than another. So
right?
let's say a minority is actually ruling in this one part of
Yes.
the galaxy or planet or whatever.
Yeah. So I
And
have
you take 50%, you
yeah.
know, that destroys them pretty much. And now the majority has the power,
Well, for
you
me, it's
know.
kind of like if you have the Kree Skull had a peace treaty, and then definitely like the Skrull, right? Or but even the Kree, do you say like they snap? So one
Hmm.
has like the majority population, like you're just saying, and one becomes the minority population. Does that treaty
Right,
still
right,
hold?
right.
Right? Will this old bloodlines come up? Right?
And are
And
they
this,
any better than their oppressors? That's
yeah.
the question I like to ask. How
And for
do they
me,
handle that power when they get it?
right. And
You
for
know?
me, it's kind of like I looked at that and I'm like, okay,
Hmm.
so like on this level, this should have put Earth on the map, right? Because
Yeah.
people are like, who are these?
Yeah.
Who is
Who
this?
are these people? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Like you could have an overarching space conglomerate of people, like some kind of space UN or something like that, right?
Hmm.
And then they sit over there and they're like the high muckety mucks that ignored Earth all this
Right.
time, and then this happens, and they're like, "Oh, what's going on this?" And then you go over there, it's like, "Oh, these guys are super powered now," and then so like if you take a show like Shang-Chi, like
Hmm.
when they announced Shang-Chi, I thought what they were gonna do was they're gonna introduce like the Seven Kingdoms, the mystical stuff. He could
Right.
actually
Right.
reboot Thor and actually have him do the Nine Realms. Like you can
Hmm.
dive into like all of this lore that Marvel has from its
Right. Right.
history and build the stories off of that, and then you can have this big build up until what's going to happen on the cosmic level, and then you can
Right.
introduce Galactus, the Watcher, and all these other characters. Right?
Yeah.
Boy, was I ever wrong.
I know. I thought they look. I thought they would go down that route after taking a break. That's what I really think they need to do. To come up with just to work and flesh everything out. Oh, well, hold on. Others ain't
Yeah,
okay.
it's a pretty
He's
good.
addressing me. Okay. Let me see this real quick. Well,
Yeah.
Dia, IGN, and Jeff Keighley and friends disagree with you. Starfield is nothing, and that moon you were on wasn't better than Spider-Man. uh, yeah, apparently, a buggy game where it is DLC based on the people who are being honest about Spider-Man, the game Spider-Man 2. They're saying it's the same game reskinned. It's not even, and in some aspects, it's not even better than the 2018 version of it. So, um,
You know what my litmus test is for Spider-Man 2?
let's see.
I bought my son, it was his birthday, and he asked me to buy it for him, so I did.
Uh-huh.
He hasn't told me anything about it. And actually, he's been playing Fortnite with his friends because a new season launched.
Oh, he abandoned Spider-Man for Fortnite.
So I got him the game, and his PS5 is at his mom's house, so I know he played it.
Oh,
But
okay.
then all I see him playing now is like Fortnite. And so I
Wow.
kind of asked him when I picked him up from school. I was like, "Hey, so how's Spider Man?" He goes, "Oh yeah, it's good."
Oh,
Right?
wow.
Yeah, I was like, "Okay, I guess
You
this is."
know what? And see the difference between Starfield, how people have conversations about that game.
Oh
Like
yeah,
you can talk about that game and just really fascinating how some people's games go and just really hear something completely different.
yeah.
You know,
I felt bad because I fell off of it, but I need
I
to get.
have too because of the games that was coming out. The thing is though, I own it, so I'm not one of those people who
Yeah.
bought it, so I can go back at any time. I'm gonna play that game for a long period of time anyway.
Oh
But
yeah.
I fell off too because it was just other games that came up that I had to get and play. But at this point, I done burned myself up. I stopped playing games for a while.
Yeah, you have to sometimes get away. I mean,
Yeah, I burned myself out. It was too. This year it was unique and it was so many games, so much Game Pass has put me darn near in a coma. I was
yeah.
like, Phil, stop, please. This is torture.
That's
Phil
what me
is
and
torture.
Unlimited talked about earlier. Yeah, we were talking about that. Well,
Man, I've been just either buying games that I say I'm gonna get around and putting that in my backlog, or trying to get to them games. I still haven't played City Skylines 2. I want to get to that, but I'm too burned out now. I don't have the motivation. I've just been playing too many games. It's too
you know what's
many of
you know what's funny? Is I heard that they had bugs, right?
them. On in City Skylines 2.
Yeah, like some people were complaining on the PC side. Were complaining about the
Oh, and
game.
that's why I downloaded. I downloaded from the PC Game Pass part of it.
But here's the sad part. It's almost like, and I talked about this before. It's almost like you hope the game is bad. Like I'll download a game. I was like, man, I hope this game is bad, so then I can move
So they
on.
can work on it, and yeah,
And yeah, I can go back to Starfield, or I gotta
yeah,
level up
yeah.
my
I've been
credit.
having the Starfield itch a little bit, but I can't commit. I got to give myself a break. I know when my mind's tired, so I have to step away. I am gonna buy RoboCop though. That is happening.
Yeah, yeah.
But I bought Sonic, and I'm telling you, I love that Sonic game too. But I just had to stop playing all them games. It was just too much. It was too darn much. I did end up buying Ravenlock. It's just too many games. It's too many. I bought Sea of Stars. I'm telling you, I don't even know how I'm going to survive next year. This year was so hard for me to keep up with gaming,
Hmm.
and that's not even to talk about what came in Game Pass, where you was just trying games and stuff. It's just been too much. I just haven't been able to keep up.
Well, you're
It's a
gonna
good
have
problem to have, but I don't know how we're going to keep moving forward as Xbox gamers. I just don't know how.
a bigger problem because Black Friday is right around the corner. I don't know if you noticed.
I
That.
heard that. Yeah, I heard. I did buy Ghostwire. I bought it, so I got that because I love that game so much. And if they're gonna do a Ghostwire 2, I know that's never leaving, but I love Ghostwire so much that I just said I'm gonna just get the game. I love it. So I played so much of that game. I had to stop because of Starfield. I think that's what. No, Redfall pulled me away from Ghostwire. Then Starfield pulled me away from. Redfall. Yeah, Ghostwire. I played that. Then Redfall pulled me away from that, and then Starfield pulled. That now you see, I just been going from game to game like that. That's what I've been doing. It's crazy. I just can't keep up with it, and I don't play games as fast as T. I don't. I read everything. I try to do every little thing, so I never get far. I spend too much time in the game, so I can't I can't get through them fast. So they end up piling up on me. That's what I'm going through right now.
I think the games too that they have, right? Like I take Warhammer for example.
Warhammer, I played that. Yeah.
Yeah. I leveled all 4 characters up to 30.
Oh wow, yeah, you
But,
way ahead of me. I
but
probably
the
lost my
problem,
game.
but the problem I'm having is that you can level them up to 30. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But what where the thing comes in is it's like trying to find the right weapons, trying to upgrade the right weapons, trying to get the right attachments to the weapons, and like the
Right.
perks and stuff like that. Right? There's a whole game in itself to the
Yeah.
point where I actually had to like watch videos to get a
Oh
better idea of
wow.
how to navigate.
Okay. Yeah, that's
So
a
that's what
big one.
all of that stuff takes up time, and that's just one game in Game Pass.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know the weapon system was so complex that you had to do that much you know,
Well,
information gathering on
it
it.
could be me. Like T was talking about. Oh, T, you there? Did you say something?
Yeah, I'm here.
No. Were you gonna say something? I saw your thing light up.
No, I just unmuted my mic, so.
Okay.
Okay. Feel free to step in, T, if it's something you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I've just been completely swarmed with COD.
COD, you really? Oh, I did not know you was a COD
I've
head.
been on that nonstop, and I just wish I had people to play with. It's just
Right.
it's kind of boring by myself, and it's
That's probably going to change once we after this year.
Yeah.
After this year, you're probably going to have too many people to play with at that point.
Yeah,
some
but
people-
I have to give my excuse that I'm playing COD on my Instagram. It's just like I get like about 50 followers a day, and like I get all these chicks, and all these chicks want to talk to me, and all I say is I'm just playing COD, go away. I'm
First
playing
real
COD,
problem.
go away. I'm playing COD, go away. I'm playing COD, go away. And it's just like, and then they get all bitchy about it, and it's just really annoying. It's just like.
Do they actually play COD? No, because I didn't know of too many female COD players.
No, I mean I've been trying to come across people that do play COD, and I got a couple mobile players in my inbox, but
Okay.
not console players. So
Yeah.
and
Right.
then these random bitches want to basically want me
They're
to make
using it
Steam
to date,
cards, and I'm
right,
like
yeah.
I'm not getting the Steam card, so screw you.
Did you
Yeah,
play
they get a
Zombies?
guy that likes their hot. For women like us, like who like the game and all that stuff. It's hard. There are guys that like to play, but I don't know. It's hard for gamers sometimes because we're so weird. So like, I guess if you find a guy or a girl that's really good at it, and you guys have that interest, it's like that makes that person a little bit more attractive to you. Like, yeah, I like this person. We got the same hobby likes and stuff.
Yeah,
It's not
T. I
always.
was trying to figure out Zombies.
Yeah,
Oh, I heard
I only played Zombies once with my friend.
Yeah,
I
you need
played
to-
it one time.
It was like a DMZ with like zombies on crack.
because I don't really like the Warzone. I mean, I don't like it. Warzone's not my jam.
Yeah, if I played it, I would
I
play
don't
it for
play
zombies.
Warzone, so
I
I
would
just
play
play I just play Team Deathmatch and
Yeah.
Launch Pit, and that's all I play.
What do you think of the menus?
The menus could use some work.
Okay.
I just wish they would open up the playlists already and not just have them come out next week, because that was kind of annoying.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
But they added Terminal, which was a good map, and I like Terminal, so Terminal 24/7 is good.
That's the only thing that keeps me good at the game is that I know all these maps because I played them so much.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
And the maps are all Modern Warfare 2 remakes, so it's really nice to see them all back in style again.
Hey T, not to interrupt you guys real quick. If you're interested, Google Poll said he's been playing COD. He said he's been playing in the past 2 days, so he's a COD player, I guess.
Oh yeah, Google. Yeah, we should all hook up.
Google play COD. I didn't know that.
Because that's zombies. Like I love zombie games. The only zombie games I never cared for was COD.
It's who you didn't care for who's what?
Oh, the zombie mode in COD. I can't ever play that because I'm used to. I'm more of a like Left 4 Dead type person.
That kind of cooperative type. Well, I got one COD game that somebody because I told them I don't play COD, right? And then they bought the game for me and we played. I can't remember the name. Is it Advanced Warfare or something? I gotta go in my Steam to see which version that is. And we played zombies in there, and I was actually having fun with that. If that now, I'm not gonna pay. No offense, I ain't gonna pay however much COD is just for that mode. So I'll wait until that comes to Game Pass or something, and then I'll try it out. But it's plus I burned through so much of my budget buying games I can't buy no more. I just got enough to slate it for one more game and that's it. But I actually thought it was fun. It was challenging, you know.
Yeah, that's what I didn't like about it.
You didn't like that was challenging?
I didn't like that the way that you have to play it. Like you have to.
Oh, okay.
Well, T can talk. Like T, right? Am I wrong? Because I think
with the 150 health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, maybe it might be fun to get a team that you could like get better at. I don't know. I want to try. I want to do zombies too.
Man, you just automatically put a rocket launcher on your system and you're all set.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, right? Because I like to play a certain way, and this is to my fault. It's like with Starfield, that's what's taking me so long. I play it a certain way.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, when I'm in zombies, so the open worldness I'm kind of feeling that a little bit, but I die a lot, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on, and I die
a lot too. I die almost the most in every single lobby.
Dude, it's like you turn a corner and you're dead. Like you're doing good. Like I collected all this stuff. I had a bigger sack. I had all this stuff going on, and I got like this cool sniper rifle, and I was trying to make it to this exit. I turned the corner and I just got destroyed. I was like, well, I guess I'm in the wrong zone. Yeah, so I was like, I lost everything. But it's fun. It's fun. Well, hold on. Let me.
Hello, Anthony Chipmunk and Mr. Kima.
Yeah,
welcome.
Global, man. Let's Sega Forever is my gamer tag, man. Hit me up unless we're already there.
Yeah, you guys. He says he's going to get. Who said that? Was that him? I'm trying to see. Is he going to get Modern Warfare 2? Yeah, Google Poll said that. Yeah. I was trying to find which one.
Yeah. So
he's definitely a COD player. So
yeah.
Google Poll when you get it, I'll play with you.
We can all play together. Yeah, because I need help, dude. Because I think it's made that way. Like I played with, there's this one guy that went solo on us, but he was so good at it. He goes solo, do his stuff, come back and help us from.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like when people do that. Do not play with people who don't do that. That's just showing off. I don't like that. I've had that happen too. You know, I've been getting some lessons on how to play Rainbow Six Extraction from my friend because I did not know how to play that game. I kept dying. I was frustrated. And I got that game on sale. So I was just like, forget it. I'm sick of this thing. I went back to another game. And then he contacted me. He said, hey, I see you play this game. He said, do you know what you're doing? I said, no, I quit. I said, I'm sick of Ubisoft. I was like frustrated. And yeah, I can lose my temper sometimes. And then he said, look, I'll teach you how to do it. He's been breaking it down to me to the point now we're doing so good. So sometimes I think you won't like a game because you don't really know how to play it right and correctly. So because I had never played Rainbow Six and stuff, so I had no foundation of it. But now that I've been playing that, I said, dang, I'm gonna go back to that game and play that. You know, I actually like it. So yeah, but before that, you would have just seen me like, curse Ubisoft. You know, why did they make that? I would have been like that.
So hey Anthony, what's up? Thanks for stopping in. And then Mr. Kima, what's up, bro?
Kima, yeah. Google Poll did say his name is weird though. You think your name got hacked? You might have to make a new one. Don't use that hacked one.
Well, he said, I like that COD is trying to do a lot of different modes like Fortnite. The reason why I was asking T Google about what he felt about the menus, because I think that's a precursor to what you're going to see in when it comes to Game Pass. It's like it's easier. That's probably the first Modern Warfare, the modern ones. You look, dude, I'm old, so I'm that dad that takes my brand new iPhone, and fly it at my son and tell him to set it up for me.
That's elderly. What
Yes,
the heck?
that's boomer,
Elderly people do.
that's boomer tendencies. You know, when I try and brag to my kids about a meme I found on Instagram, they look at me like that. That's old. You know, I'm that guy. So
Oh,
me
so
trying to
you should have
navigate,
admitted that. You should not have admitted that. Don't admit all your flaws like that.
I'll put it out there. I don't care. Like I know this podcast. This is the end of my channel. This podcast we gonna get canceled. This
Oh
podcast.
yeah,
This
yeah.
is the
Well, we do
last.
something
This
about
is the last
yeah.
podcast this channel will do. I'm gonna be like E-Rock. Somebody gonna complain, and then I'll be
Yeah,
canceled.
hey, you gotta be yourself. This is,
Well,
just because you honest about something don't mean you hate something though. That's the
well,
thing. People don't
well,
learn that.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I hate YouTube. So
No, yeah.
cancel me. I'll just go play Game Pass or watch a Korean. You know me. I go watch my
Right?
Korean
Yeah, I
drama.
do. Yeah, yeah.
So, but yeah, I go just to answer. I think it's a T. Do you think so? Because if you look at how open ended the menus are and how they laid it out,
Mm.
like I could see them doing that for like a hub on Game Pass. Because
Well, I think they're planning on doing a completely different hub with Call of Duty.
you
I
think
think
so?
I think they're doing the Call of Duty headquarters is what they're doing.
Yeah. You know, everything seems like an announcement. You know what I'm saying, right? And in the way Microsoft advertised advertised the.
I'm
But
curious.
I think the Call of Duties are going to be all under one roof eventually.
Yes, yeah, that's what I think.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you, T. How did you think Xbox was going to handle Call of Duty, and since you're a Call of Duty player, and what would you like them to do with it?
I would like them to next year. I would like them to make something completely fresh and completely brand new to the series.
So what does that mean though? Like, what could they
I
do?
wouldn't like them to make another Black Ops. I wouldn't like them to make another Modern Warfare. I would like them to make something completely fresh.
Okay, so don't go back to any old COD at all.
Yeah, I
Okay.
want something brand new is what I want. And
You know what?
and I think that with Microsoft not owning Call of Duty, that's going to be on the forefront of their minds.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, now that Call of Duty is under Xbox, Xbox is going to be the forefront of the focus.
Right.
And
And I like that idea, almost like making Call of Duty its own standalone thing, where it's
Yeah.
not. The rest of Activision kind of could be doing stuff, but COD is kind
but
of.
I don't think it deserved its bad review. I don't think it did.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you okay?
that was
So
ridiculous.
that's what I've been hearing from other people who played COD. They don't think it deserved no 4. They don't even understand why it got that. Well, the campaign, even the campaign, they didn't even understand that.
The COD gets the same criticism it gets ever since this game came into the scene. Right? It's just like, okay, cheaters, playing with PC guys versus console, controller versus mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, same stuff. Yeah.
You know, the same old, right? It costs too much money. That was a kind of a new one, right? Because of but that's just the pricing of games in general.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
There's a long time ago, Xbox talked about doing this kind of stuff where they wanted to work with publishers to create storefronts.
Oh, okay.
And this was years ago. And then when I look at the way they present COD, I understand that's the game.
Yeah, yeah.
Like T, I could actually see them do the headquarters, and then they can go there because Phil's always talking about that. Let them go in a first direction, and they can because you know what? They're going to have everything COD in Game Pass.
In here,
So
yeah.
the new direction, right? You just go play Modern Warfare 2 on backwards compatible. So
Oh man, I wouldn't mind going back checking out some old stuff just to see how it is. I never played any of that. I'm not a COD player, but I
T,
wouldn't mind trying it out.
T, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the number one played game right now? Modern Warfare 2 or Modern
Yes,
Warfare?
it is on all platforms: PC,
Modern Warfare 2,
PlayStation,
3,
Xbox.
Yeah, Modern Warfare 3, yeah.
Yep, Modern Warfare 3. Yeah, I even saw some Modern Warfare 2 on there though too. On that.
Well, it's connected to Modern Warfare 2. That's why you need the Modern
Oh.
Warfare 2 in order to.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was seeing some Modern Warfare 2 as well.
It's attached to it.
Okay.
And this is why I don't pay any attention to these people that critique it, because I saw that they were critiquing the wrong game. They're critiquing.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was like, okay.
It's like, yeah, gosh, yeah.
All your credibility went down the drain. Hey, Anthony Chipmunk says, "Hey, cheers."
Hi, Anthony Chipmunk. Always good to see you. And Mr.
Still
Kiva,
rocking
look at that
this.
little fist bump there.
Did you see Two Man's comment? Oh man, I kind of lost it, but he had a great comment about
Look at that little fist bump, yeah.
Go ahead, guys. I'll find it and I'll post
Two
it.
Man is funny sometimes, though. But our chat is just always funny.
Oh, here, I'll post it. Welcome to Around the World in 80 Days, where we are on the right podcast that will be reaching the halfway point at the end of the 80 days.
You see that? You see Two Man? You see how he is, yeah.
Like I said, Two Man, you better appreciate it, man. This might be our very last podcast. I'll blame Unlimited since he's
You
not.
might have done it now, Two Man.
Yeah. Like, man, did you guys listen to that show? Oh, do you know that they're affiliated with E-Rock X? Yeah. Oh, let's get him.
Man, E-Rock was on fire that last chat. Ooh,
Oh yeah, he needs to.
I was loving it.
He needs to bring his channel back, dude. I don't know what
He does. I mean, he needs. If he says something about retirement one more time, I'm gonna show up at his door and just say,
I know.
E-Rock, you getting your butt back into the arena. Stop talking about retirement. Get out of there. We need you.
I know he did that video where he's kind of like, well, okay, well, like he kind of apologized to it. I was like, when he did the gun thing, he said,
okay. He probably look. People are human. We make mistakes. I make mistakes.
Well, I had no problem. The only thing I complained about is like, I just told him, I was like, the only problem I have with that video is what kind of gun is that, bro? What are you trying to be like a cowboy?
I would have been the same way. Like, oh, where'd you get that gun from?
No, that's what I said. Well, what are you trying to be a cowboy? Dude, get yourself a Glock, bro. What are you talking? What are you doing, bro? That's what I wrote. I'm surprised I didn't get canceled for that. But
yeah, I mean, come on, get out of here. We live in a country where you're allowed to own a gun legally, so get out of here.
But that's they weaponize everything, and
they do, yeah.
And look, brother, you need to just bring the channel back. I know you got a lot to say.
You do.
It's your time, bro. It's your time. You put in all this work. You put in all these years. Now it's time to enjoy the fruits of your labor.
Yep, and he can still enjoy his gaming. He can just make it to where it's not that frequent. Maybe every 2 weeks he does a video. That way,
Yeah. I mean, I understand the stress part. I mean, and then he has responsibilities. I definitely understand that. But
I do.
After what he says in the podcast, yeah.
He has us. I'll be there if he wants me. He got a lot of people he can have on there as guests, or he can just rant on his own. Let me answer something with Zink because he addressed me. 13. He says, "Are we still going to play Gears 4 after?" Oh my gosh! I just talked to Zink about that too. I gotta talk to Sega Man though. I'm trying to arrange a date for that for Gears. I'm gonna have to. I asked him what version of Gears. I didn't know what. I've never played Gears, so I'm a noob. Okay, I'm a brand new baby noob in the Gears world. So you're gonna have to help me.
Well, hey T, what she's trying to say is that she don't have time to play COD with us, so you can just leave there off the
man, I get killed. It's just like why I don't play Halo multiplayer. I don't look. I have self-esteem. Okay, like I've used this analogy. It's like a vapor. It shows up and then it's gone. That's how fast I get killed in Halo. No way. I don't get no fun out of there. Them people too darn good in Halo. They too good.
You gotta turn it on, dude. I had this dude talking trash to me because I was like 6 and 25, and then this dude comes. He came in on the chat. He's like, "Great game, Sega." And then I said, "Yeah, I know." He goes, "Yeah, you suck," like that. I was like,
"Yeah, that's
But I told him, I told him this. I was like, "Yeah, but I was good enough to kill you 2 times." And the whole chat was like, "Oh," because he was the Kingslayer. Because he had like 40 something kills, but I know I killed him.
Really?
Yeah, wow, I caught him 2 times, and then he was. So I told him that I was like, well, "I was good enough to kill you twice," and the chat was like, "Oh," and then he was like, "Oh, that was a good
one." Man, I'm not. Those people are too good. In my opinion, I hear COD got some excellent shooters and stuff in there too, but Halo is brutal. It's brutal. It's like it's like once like a new Halo game comes out, your only hope is to try to learn as much as you can early on before they get that good. But then they already good. It's tough for Halo. Halo, it's a skill based game. It's not like some random shooter and stuff. You gotta know what you're doing in Halo. You
Shit,
got
I don't
it's
know.
techniques, tactics. I'm not saying it isn't in COD and all that. It's just Halo because you've had people get frustrated because they like I shot him a million times, but yeah, but you didn't weaken the shield.
Yeah.
There are rules to the way you fight in Halo. It's not no random shooter that we just blast that like they bullet sponges and stuff. It doesn't work like that in Halo. So um yeah, and they're good. I mean, like they're incredibly good. And then some people be working like they military soldiers in a team. Like like they're just too good for me. So like I would need like a game full of friends and we kind of got like, we just playing around. I could do that, but probably not anything else. But I say I use Halo because Halo is so brutal to me. Like that multiplayer is crazy. I like watching it, but I can't play it.
Well, the thing I love about Halo is I don't get mad. I find myself being like impressed, even when I get killed.
It is, yeah, yeah. There's some good
Because
players.
it's on that level. Like I remember I did this. I was playing on that one map, and there's like that thing that shoots you through the sky. And this
Mhm.
dude, man, he actually. I was jumping up, and I was gonna try and get behind the dude. He sniped me in mid. Like,
Wow.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, dang. So to me, like, I don't get mad. I was like, it's impressive to me. I will admit though, COD, I get a little bit upset with, dude. Like my
You do?
kids, dad.
Okay.
Yeah, my kids are like, dad. I'm like, yeah, I know. But this game, they're cheating. They know where
Here's
I'm
the
at.
thing though, you need to learn from somebody like a T. That's the key. I know I need to learn from a good Halo player too, but that takes time. That takes
I mean,
time.
I can teach you.
Well, Dale won't play with us, so now I'm just.
Oh no, no, I gotta do gears because if I don't, I'm gonna be hounded for the rest of my I gotta learn gear. I never played gears, so that's gonna be a learning curve with that game.
Well,
I've never played gears before.
Zinc is the right person. Zinc and Sega Man, dude, they love that game.
Yeah, they're gonna teach me. Sega
Yeah.
Man is Inc. So I had to learn.
Yeah, I play Halo and COD. So
You play Halo. Oh yeah, that's right. He was one of the first people I know who beat Halo.
Yeah, I know T plays it.
Yeah, he beat
Look,
Halo. He was
oh,
first
even
person.
Go look, even Gogo plays Gears.
Yeah, Google plays COD. Zing, do you play Halo? Like the competitive, like multiplayer side of it?
Good tool, man, bro. And you're never gonna live. You're never gonna live that
I'm
down.
never gonna let this down. This is all because of Zing. Wait till I get in that game. I wonder if it's friendly fire in that game. Oh
You know, man,
no.
because when Zink says stuff, Zink does it. He has a smooth style to it, right? When he starts up,
He tries to sound like
oh,
he's just randomly he's concerned and all this stuff.
bam, he hit you.
Oh, okay. Really says Halo is team strat. Yes, he's right. He's right. So if you don't work well with a team, it's not good to play Halo. They're like, man, they be like in sync though. Like,
Yeah.
they're just you can't hide nowhere. They know exactly where you at all times. They put pressure
They know.
on
They know the maps. Yeah. They know the
Yeah. Oh yeah, they memorize those things like they sleep that. That like that's some pressure.
I was I was playing COD the other day, so we was on the I forgot the name of that the bazaar. You know that Middle Eastern map, the one with the buildings that you run in between. And it was funny, man, because guys was doing the same thing all over again. It was amazing. Because when you first played Modern Warfare 2 and you're on that map, if you timed it right, you could throw a grenade and bounce it off stuff. And then if you kind of anticipate where the people were coming in, and the grenade would hit and blow up right at the perfect time. That's what they were doing. I was so happy. I was like, man, I missed this. Even when I was on the mic one time and these guys were like talking trash and they're all going after each other, and one guy said something to me, and I just said, I couldn't help it. I just said, man, I miss these days, guys. And everybody started laughing in the group in the lobby because I'm like, yeah, dude, you can't do this anymore, but you'll get canned. Some of the stuff these guys are saying. So it felt like old COD. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on. It was good.
I got a question for you guys, if you don't mind changing stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I've been thinking about this. I don't know how much you guys know about this, but you hear that Embracer's like collapsing before our eyes. I don't know what's going on with Embracer. I think the CEO left and all this stuff. When you start seeing signs of that, it's a lot of issues going on with a company, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, what do you guys think about this? people are saying, yeah, Microsoft got to get Crystal and they got to get Idols, which I 100% agree. But I was thinking, like, man, if Embracer is that much under pressure, what else should they get? Should they just like stop at Crystal and Idols, or should they pick up some other studios there? Because I never considered that. In my mind, I think they have to get. I've said this many times. Is Iron Galaxy, Certain Infinity. I still feel Certain Infinity. I would love to see them come in house. Crystal and Idols. Those are the. It's more that I would like to see in there, but I think those four are necessary, right? But I never considered Embracer. Like, what do they have? And I would toss in, what do you guys think? Like, name a company that you know that Embracer has that you would like to see. For me, it would be Tarsier Studios. I would love for them to get them if they're up for sale. I don't know if they are, but I would love to see that game because their games are kind of unique with the Little Nightmares franchise and stuff.
Yeah, my
So
dog loves those games.
she like, yeah, and although I don't consider them kid friendly. They have dark themes. But I
They-
think I would love to see that though, because it's something you don't have on Xbox currently.
I let her play it just because it reminds me of Grim Fairy Tales.
Yes, yes, yeah, like little like Grim
Yeah.
Fairy Tales and stuff. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
T, do you want to go? T, do you have anything? Oh, T's mic is mute. Okay.
Oh, okay. He's going.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. Just really quick. So I did a video talking about Embracer, and one of the things I saw, because the reason why they're in the turmoil they is they were expecting money to come in.
Yeah.
That deal fell through. So it's my understanding it was a Saudi prince or some Saudi.
What was the money for though?
They were going to invest in Embracer $2.5 billion
Into the gaming studio part of it. Because I heard that they're more than just that.
Yeah. So Embracer is like a financial conglomerate, and they have like if you're asking why what company, like Dark Horse is owned by Embracer, so they have all the rights to comic books and stuff like that.
I didn't. Oh wow, I know that.
Yeah. So what it is, the guy who founded the company, he's kind of like us. Like he grew up in this, like he likes video games and comic books and all this stuff. So,
okay.
But I know what ended up happening is like the deal fell through, and I'm pretty sure it was like a Saudi, one of the princes.
Saudi Arabia, yeah. They said they were getting in on gaming. I remember.
They're getting in on everything.
Everything. I see. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought they were making like their own, gaming development studio or something. I didn't know what that was really.
I wish Unlimited was here because I'm pretty sure that they're in, like they're doing deals with WWE.
Oh, really? What for games and stuff?
No. Just investing.
Just in general. Oh, okay. I'm trying to. I'm trying to follow.
No. So the thing with Saudi Arabia is they're trying to diversify their portfolio. Because they're looking at the Saudi prince that they have now. He's pretty progressive, I think.
Is he? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
he's probably young.
Well, yeah, he's young, but he's not. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say it in that sense. By their standard, progressive.
By their standards, right? Yeah, that's a conservative country, so.
Yeah, very. They have their belief systems and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you just go on, go on YouTube and see some of the, they're known for their foods, the hotels, all that stuff, right?
Okay. Well, that's smart. I can't say that, that's
like Dubai.
wrong with that.
Dubai, yeah, just look up Dubai and you can see a lot of the stuff that's going on there. And
okay.
So these guys want to invest in stuff because they know that oil's not gonna.
It lasts forever, exactly.
And so they so I know that one of the, I don't know which one, but they invested, but they pulled the money out. Right. And
something must have happened if they did that. Then I guess something didn't go well, or they saw something that got them nervous or something.
Well, I guess because their money is like bank, right? So what Embracer did, or it looks like what they did, was they started investing, waiting for the deal, and that's why they're caught in the turmoil they are now. Now
that's foolish though. They were waiting and relying on that. You don't do that. You don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I mean, I can't. It was a business decision, in my opinion. I wish Zink was here. Zink could talk about this.
Zink needs to get in here. He's up there talking about me.
I think it was businesses do this a lot, right? No, not a lot, but there's businesses that do this, right? And you take that chance. But I think they felt like the money was so guaranteed it wouldn't be a big risk. But when that thing got pulled out, that's why they're hurting right now.
Oh, okay, I got it.
So to answer your question, what I thought Microsoft, because I talked about them buying Embracer out totally, But one of the things I could see them do, especially after the AKB deal, when they showed
Yeah,
that.
they ain't gonna let them buy Embracer. Ain't no way.
Well, I saw the partnerships they were doing, and you see that coming to fruition in Game Pass right now with like some of the companies and the games that we're getting. They were
See, I
on.
don't know all the companies that's under Embrace. I mean, I just saw a chart, and it was so many. I don't remember all. I know Tarsier is one. I know Gearbox is another. TH Nordic, I think, is one. I think. I don't know. I mean, that's all I know of. If somebody can add to that list, because I don't know. I don't know them all. What about you, Sega?
Well,
Oh, hi, Garrett.
I think what it would at least behoove them to do this much is to like Microsoft. I mean, so like you're talking about the acquisition thing, not because of what happened with AKB, but they
Yeah.
could still, like they could fill that hole. In my opinion, this is my
Wait
opinion.
a minute though. How much is Embracer though? Like I'm just curious. Like, wait a minute. Okay, so you're talking about like a partnership with Embracer, not buying them out, right?
Yeah, so like what they could do is like what they did with like like how we have certain games like humble games they were on the
Humble
list.
Bundle. Yes, I've
Yeah.
gotten games through them before.
So they were on that list that Microsoft was talking about. So it looks like to either purchase, but you can tell they worked the deal out with them because a lot of the games come to Game Pass, and I love their games.
Is
So
that the indie little indie games?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, all right. Because that's what I got my Alan Wake games through them. If you could
yeah.
believe it. Yeah, yeah. On
And so
PC. Yeah.
what Microsoft could do is they could look. I'm talking like look, that's not my money, right? So it's just easy for me to say this, but
Uh-huh.
Microsoft could easily fill that hole. 2.5 billion. They just spent 80 billion on AKB. They can fill that hole for Embracer.
Man, everything looks small compared to Activision Blizzard. Don't you think? Every time people put numbers up there, now that stuff seems small. That's crazy.
And that's the lengths that Microsoft had to do to change this whack narrative that's been haunting them for 10 years, right?
Right.
And then with Microsoft's backing, they can do that. So to me, it's just like they don't have to buy them outright and avoid all that.
Right. I don't think they'd be allowed to with Lena Khan and stuff in there. I just don't think it'd happen.
Yeah. But they could basically like fund it, and then but with the caveat of we get those games day one in Game Pass because
So
they have.
you're saying that they should throw them a lifeline of money that would have come from the Sony, I'm sorry, the Saudi Arabians, they can fill in that. That's what you're trying to say. And then that way they have a long-term partnership where they get like maybe what first choice to some of their games or something like I don't know how that will work, but
Yeah,
that
yeah.
those games get fed into Game Pass, right? I'm trying to follow along here.
I mean, they'd have to work out the particulars because I don't know if that's worth the 2.5 billion, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but
We would have to know what games they're making and all that stuff.
but Microsoft got the smart people that can
Right.
and count the beads and stuff. But what I'm saying is just like they could fill that gap, and then you have a whole list because the Borderlands series alone, right?
I own those series, so disclosure. Yes, I play Borderlands, so
Yeah, so again, I always default back, and I know Zink will probably get on me about this, but this is just the way I think. I always default on the Netflix model, where they
Netflix
get
model.
content,
Yeah.
where they need that content and they need that constant rotation, and then subsidizing somebody like Embracer who has a plethora. Like they own the if I'm not mistaken, they own like well maybe they don't own that. They own them maybe in the comic books.
You said they own Dark Horse.
Yeah, Dark Horse Comics.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
So they
Well,
can actually
I
go
think maybe they don't.
and get source material for
Maybe
games.
they don't. Maybe they don't because I didn't know that the CEO left until you just said that.
Yeah,
So,
he did.
yeah,
Yeah.
so that doesn't bode well for something like a deal.
Oh, okay. So that's a big warning sign then. Okay.
Yeah, I had no idea. Oh, sorry, Realist, where are you, dude? You can't jump in?
Yeah, realist. You think you can hop in here?
I sent you the link, dude. You know more about this than me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm so
No, go
sorry.
ahead.
Embracer spent money and they haven't made much back, so they're not doing good at all financially, according to realists.
Yeah, well, they had some controversy with some of their titles as well.
They
some
did?
Well, you know that one game, Saints Row. Is it Saints Row?
Oh, Saints Row. Yeah, I heard about that. So that's under Embracer. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah, so that
I know.
didn't.
Didn't they close down the studio for that?
Yeah, I mean, the whole culture war thing got involved on top of the
Oh, you're kidding. They let that happen?
yeah, and then so they tried to. So people are playing the game. They said they're enjoying it, but now just picture this. Now just picture them having the backing of Microsoft, where they could take those risks and allow people to play it in Game Pass and make the decision.
Yeah, but that's a losing strategy if you ask me. I don't know if Microsoft will want to fund a bunch of stuff like that if it's not going to make money back. They don't want to waste money either.
Well, so this is the thing that this is for me the power of Game Pass is it allows don't like this is controversial. You guys can call me out in the chat. This is just me talking, all right, guys. But this is my impression of the whole thing. The only reason you're getting some of these AAA games that Microsoft is doing is because you have Game Pass.
That's right. I agree with that.
Is a fallback.
I agree.
When Microsoft did it, and then with Sony, you see what happened with Sony, right? That's the indicator. And Microsoft knew this, so Microsoft was getting all these hate all these years, but they followed the numbers and they understood what was going on with AAA games.
Exactly.
Good investment. Now, if you take that AAA game and you stick it into Game Pass, and then you can market it, right, and you can get people to at least put eyes on it, right? And so I think that would be beneficial for a game like Saints Row, because I don't know the whole particulars. I don't play Saints Row.
Well, I heard from people who liked the earlier ones, they didn't like whatever new they did to the newer one. That's what I heard, but I don't play that game, so I don't know.
It was called like the Millennial Game or something like that. All kinds of
that's what I heard. Yeah, I don't know what that means though, so I don't know what they were trying to say about that.
Yeah, once that kind of stuff hits the internet, man, it just blows up, right? It's just like
Right.
people pick their sides, like Unlimited was talking about earlier, right? People.
Mm-hmm.
I experienced that. I experienced that when I was talking about. I was going kind of to war with some of the people on my side because Denzel Washington got tapped to play Hannibal. Right?
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
On the Netflix, it's going to be a Netflix series, and I was happy about it. And then some people was like, "Oh, okay, this is another race swap thing." And I said, "Yeah, it is a race swap thing, but you know why I'm excited about it?" Like I was like, "Why?" Because it's Denzel Washington, probably one of the best actors, one of my favorite actors of this generation. And so the guy pushed back on me. It's like, "Look, dude, it's not a race thing for me, dude. It's the same reason that I can watch Genghis Khan with John Wayne and not be offended, or I watch a movie." Or I watch a movie where they do something in Hawaiian and all the Hawaiians are played by Puerto Ricans, but from back in the 60s.
That doesn't bother me, but I'm split on it. Like on one end, I don't care because, but on another end, I don't like when they use blacks to replace like roles of characters that was just originally envisioned a certain way. I rather see them make new good roles for a black character. Here's a good example.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? Jordan Peele, I think his name is. I don't know if you've ever seen like Get Out and all that stuff. This guy does not he wanted to always see movies where you get like horror movies and just unique movies through a black perspective, but it doesn't harp on that. It's just well-written characters. I love his writing, right? I love his movies because he just make really interesting movies and stuff. And he just happened to use blacks because that's what he wants to do. That's his vision, right? And these are original characters, so he has every right to do that. This isn't woke because these aren't characters replacing other characters. They're not tokens. They're originally created and conceived characters. Yes. So that's what I like to see because then they're written at their best when they're conceived from the beginning to be that way. So that I like that better, right? I think when you're trying to shoehorn a black guy to be in another. Now that sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't for me, and that's why I say I'm split on it. But I kind of like it when it's originally conceived that a character is a certain way. Good example is like what just to go back to gaming, what is the name of Compulsion? Compulsion wanted to make a game set in New Orleans and and their character seems like their main character is about black folklore down there, and it's a black female character with the Mr. Bones. I think he's some kind of spiritual character or something. I don't know what he is exactly, but he's not a living person. He's like a giant. I don't know what he is. I forget what they call him. But it's rooted into that folklore that's down there. Yes. That's originally conceived that way. So I can imagine how good, if they're good storytellers, that's going to turn out fantastic. That character is not replacing some character that was already conceived and thought of and worked out a certain way. And so I think you get the best creativity when the person comes up with what they want to do, regardless of what that is, or and then they work on it from beginning to end with that vision in mind. And so that's why I fall in that. But there's times when it do work too, that you can that some characters are just kind of like blank slate, so you can kind of interchange them with anybody as long as the actor fits the role. And I've actually looked at things and I didn't mind it because of that, because they work so well in that role. A good example of that is with Marvel with Samuel L. Although I clearly am well aware he's not Nick Fury, he's not the same Nick Fury from the comic books. I will voice that. I'm just saying, I'm not that naive, but he ended up doing well in the role, the way they rolled him and everything.
Well,
So I was okay with that, you know.
that was from the revamped like universe, right? The new Avengers. So the guy who did it is Michael Bendis, J Michael Bendis, yeah.
Right,
But
right.
this like if so his claim to fame is like he did that movie. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm so old. But his claim to fame is that when he creates his characters, he always did it from the point of not all the time, but he does it from the point like if somebody makes a movie on it, this is the people he wants to play. So
Oh, he has envisioned who he wants to be in that, like almost like real world people when he's writing up fictional people, that kind of thing.
so like in the movie, there's that movie where the guy could bend bullets. I forgot the name of the comic book, but that's Michael Bendis did that, and then so Brian Michael Bendis, sorry, Brian Michael Bendis did that,
Okay.
and so the main character in his comic book looks like Eminem. It's Eminem, and then
Okay, I see.
the other character is like that kind of helps him out is actually Holly Berry, John Holly Berry, and so he would put these people in there, and so like also just to get to your point, sorry, but with the whole thing that you were talking about, right? So the Nick Fury character was Samuel Jackson created to be his
So
version
he
of Nick Fury.
always envisioned him. Okay,
That's why it works.
that's why it worked. Okay, that well, I actually liked his Nick Fury, but he's not the same as the old Nick Fury. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah,
But I
and
like him in that role, though.
well, I liked Nick Fury until Captain Marvel. That's a
Yeah, they kind of nerfed him. He was fantastic before that, you know. Can I read something real quick? Just let everybody know. Unlimited said, "Sorry guys, technical issues. I can't return. Got to fix my PC. Good luck, Unlimited. I'm so sorry to hear that."
Yeah, brother. I'm gonna have to dock your pay though. So.
Hey, you got plenty of time, Unlimited. By this time, you know.
Yeah, you'll still be on. Listen, you just take your computer down, they fix it, and I'll guarantee you'll still be on. You come back here, it'll be like
you'll still be running for you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Realness, you in trouble, man. I'll write you up. I don't know where you go.
There's no such thing as being late on this show. You know that.
I felt bad because last time he asked for a link and I missed it. And so I made sure to send it to him from the get-go in case he wanted to jump in, but I think he's busy. Yeah, so yeah, dude. So but to your point, yeah, I would like to see Microsoft fill that gap. But I'm seeing in the chat, hey Dirt, hey, what's up, bro?
Oh, Dirt.
Yeah, not bad.
I Dirt hopped in here. Hey, Dirt.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
I missed the him and Sean's couple of shows, and sometimes I can't. I try to make them as much as I can, but I can't keep up with everybody's shows. Like Ray Ray's, I miss his more than I'm able to go to it. So I tend to listen to Ray Ray shows after he's aired. You know, I tend to listen to his stuff after. I hate that I can't make everybody's shows live. But at the time Ray Ray did his, I was on Unlimited show, so I missed it.
In fact, I think isn't I know 100 did a video the other day. I think.
Yeah, and I didn't even catch it.
Yeah, it was 100's birthday the other day.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, I missed that. Oh man.
Yeah, it was.
That old man is getting older.
Yeah, he's 44.
He said what?
He's 44.
Oh, he's still young.
He's a baby.
Yeah, he's not even 50 yet.
Yeah, we're Shady Acres here, you know, according to Two Man.
Where did he say that? Where Two Man said that?
He said it was all
No,
Shady.
my birthday is next month.
Oh, right on, bro. Oh wait, when? When is
The
it?
15th.
15th? Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I thought you was
And
one of
you
those
kinda
Christmas
lucky.
birthdays.
His birthday fall within the holiday season. That's nice.
Yeah. And I got that new Murtag book. I already finished it. I'm so happy.
Which one is that?
It's book 5.
Oh, snap.
He did a book 5, and I'm kind of happy about it. I finally finished it. It was 600 pages.
Hold on for a second. Rilla said he sent you a DM, Sega. So have you checked that yet?
Oh no, I see. Come on, man. You guys know
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the chat so we don't miss that.
Where is that?
I do look at it from time to time so we don't miss too much.
Where is that? I don't see it on my thing.
Realist?
You mean on YouTube? On YouTube?
Where did you send that to? Is it on YouTube?
Oh, it's probably on Twitter. Hold on.
It's on Twitter? Okay.
Let me see. Oh, okay. He's at. Okay,
Shame on you, Sega.
Yeah, I'm tired. Dude. I can't do multiple stuff. That's why I have kids. My kids do.
Yeah.
I tell my kids that too. They're like, Dad, wait. I was like, that's why I had you guys. And you know, that's how I have one daughter on one side. And then I'll tell them stuff like, I told my daughter the other day, I said, you're my favorite daughter. And then my daughter looked at me and said, Dad, I'm your only daughter. I said,
You're only.
I looked at her and said, how you know? She looked at me like she got mad. I was like,
yeah, she gave you the eagle eye, like.
Yeah. Oh, she put me in my place. She said, yeah, I bet your grandma's here. You would talk about this. I was like, oh, okay. I'll stop. Don't go telling on me. I go to my dad's house. He goes, hey, what hurt? If I go to that was this Thanksgiving, so she's like gonna wrap me out to her papa and her mama, and then I go to my dad's house. Hey, what hurt? You get more kids. Oh. Yeah, like you were saying earlier, my family's old school. We Hawaiian and stuff like that, but we traditional.
It's traditional, yeah.
Anything go off, my parents will be right there. Oh, what you doing? Well, what's going on? What hurt? That's the hardest part I had about coming to Hawaii, man. It is a very small. Everybody know your business. I was in the mainland all by myself. Nobody knew what was going on. And I come back to Hawaii and everybody knows everything. But
yeah, Realist did confirm his Twitter.
Yeah, Realist. I see it.
You see it?
Yeah,
okay.
dude. I sent you the link though. It's open for you whenever if you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about the last time, bro.
I know Realist is in demand though. He's a man in demand. That's what I like to think of him as. Everybody wants him on this show. Either him or Zink. Zink pop in on other shows too.
Yeah, dude. Look what Realist put. Sam Jackson rocks whatever he does. Even when some people say he dialed it in, I watch the movie. I'm like, damn, but he's still.
They say he dialed it in on what? The Marvel stuff.
Like the series that they had, or just some of the movies they did, like he all got that sneaks on a plane got hate.
Oh man, you know what though? He created a meme and everything. So that's Sam Jackson.
No, like I watched it, I was like, okay, so
I watched that too when they came out. Yeah.
Look, there's just the problem with a lot of people that they don't realize about like stardom and Hollywood and stuff like that is that there's a presence, right? It's the same thing on something like YouTube. Like some people wonder like why certain people are successful and other people are not. It just depends on the person sometimes. Right. And what people are drawn to. Samuel Jackson just has that pull. That's why he can be in something.
I have to, one movie that is underrated that he was in that I simply love. You know how you sometimes just like those outlier movies, and for me, it's The Negotiator. That's one movie I saw.
One of my all-time.
You seen it? Oh man, nobody.
I watched that like a million times.
Yes, that's such a good movie. I love that movie.
And Kevin Spacey play off.
Yes, Kevin Spacey is in it. Yeah, look, guys, if you've never seen The Negotiator with Sam Jackson, please watch it. It's so good. It's one of my favorite movies he was in. Yep. I just love that movie. It just clicked with me so well.
The dialogue, the scripting,
everything. It was so well handled. Kevin Spacey's character is so smart. That was written so well. I love that movie. Love it.
Oh, he said Negotiator is free on YouTube.
Is it? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Yeah, check it out. Please. Because it's a good movie. Yeah. Nobody talks about Samuel L. Jackson in that movie, though. They don't talk about it.
You know what it is? We have a newer generation. That movie's kind of old, too. So
it is. He was younger in that movie. Yeah. Yeah, he was younger in that.
I had my kids. We was watching The Jerk. You remember that Steve Martin movie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's going way back. Yeah.
I was so they was kind of laughing because they were like, because they live in a time where something like that is kind of frowned upon, and so I exposed them to like different things. Like my daughter, I watched Grosse Pointe Blank with her, and she absolutely loved the movie. Mm-hmm. And she was like, "Dad, why don't they make movies like this anymore?" I was like, "I don't know. This is your generation."
That's a good question. Yeah.
A lot of these people, like it's the same thing. Like when she's into music, That's why she's looking forward to the. What was the game you just talked about with the one going on in the south, midnight south of midnight?
South of Midnight. Yeah.
So she's looking forward to the soundtrack because she played their other game, the one with the what is it?
Which one was it? Contrast? Was it
We
no,
Happy
not
Few?
Contrast. That was
Yeah, We Happy Few.
We Happy Few. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I actually bought her the soundtrack for that game, and the soundtrack is awesome. If you like
Awesome.
that, if you like
Okay.
that old 50s or not 50s, 60s, 70s psychedelic.
Yeah, they had that kind of like 50, like 60s, the 60s kind of thing. Like, yeah. I think that game would have been phenomenal if they had the budget. They were just so indie, at the time, and you could tell that they had to cut corners and stuff. Same thing that was happening to Double Fine when they did Psychonauts. Psychonauts just got saved by Microsoft, though.
Dude, I love Tim. What's his name? Tim. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. The guy over there, Schaefer, Tim Schafer.
Schaefer.
Yeah.
He just came straight up. He's just like that. He wrote me a check. Because it was funny because he was trying to impress upon people. This stuff costs money. So,
Yeah, it does, yeah. But I haven't heard anything since they released Psychonauts 2. Like, do anybody know what they're making at all?
yeah.
I mean, have you heard anything about what they're doing?
I think the main. Oh, T, did you want to say? I'm not sure.
I don't either. I don't know what they're doing.
I think that.
They disappeared off the face of the earth. Like, what happened to Double Fine?
Well, I think they are still a small team, and then I think just having them in the portfolio is good. You know what I mean? Because you never know. Like, it could be one of those things that happen sometime next year, and they just drop something.
Yeah, you don't know because nobody's said. It's almost like they just vanish. Like like a person just kind of backs up and disappear in the shadows.
You need
It seems like Double Fine.
like Ninja Vanish, but you need games like Psychonauts 2. If anything, to prove that people like look. I know this is kind of negative, kind of petty, but which I am. I admit it. Like you drop a game like that, and then you see who plays it, right?
I bought that game. That's how good that game was. It was.
So people are like, and I throw myself under the bus, right? I didn't finish it. Right? But what I'm saying is, like, for all the people that sit there and tell me Xbox has no games, Xbox sucks, they don't have quality games, that's why you need studios like that to show people, like, yeah, we do have it. So where are you at? Right. And like I said, I throw myself on the bus. If somebody does my history on that, I started the game, I never finished it. But it's
okay. But it's in Game Pass, so yeah, I buy games that I really like because I like to build up on games that I think are high quality. So the only time I take risks on a game that I'm not sure is small indies because I don't mind because But Realist did say he said Gearbox wasn't the best partner for Compulsion, which I agree with that. I agree with that.
Where
I think he was that was a 447 Realist's statement, and then the next one after that he says they haven't announced what they're doing. I think he's talking about Double Fine here, but they did announce that they're working on a game. Okay, so they are working on a game. I haven't heard anything about Double Fine, like nothing. Roundhouse Studios, I haven't heard anything about them. I don't know what the heck they're working on.
I think the AKB deal just sucked all the air out of it.
It did. Like, it's like some studios just, you don't know what they're doing anymore. I'm like,
I think that's a good thing personally. So it allows them to just do their thing.
Right.
And so like let Phil and them take the arrows, and then Matt Booty, who we saw stepping out of the shadows.
Like Hitman Matt, that's my name for him.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, he's starting to you see him starting to come out and do stuff.
Yeah.
Because he has a new position.
I used to think he was incompetent. I took that all back. I did. I did. I thought he wasn't. I'll admit when I'm wrong. I take all that back. When I saw what he was doing behind the scenes, the Hitman Matt is my man. That's that. He's my man.
He was busy. He was definitely busy. I thought that I just thought he was like because of all the studios and stuff like that. He was.
I just thought that sometimes he wasn't handling things good. I don't know. Not that he was really, really bad, but I just thought he could be better, right? But I think he hides things behind it. I don't think he shows his hand. He doesn't.
Well, I think he kind of got told because that comment like he had in the email got revealed, and that pretty much showed
that revealed the true Matt. Yeah, and
because
okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
From what I hear, people say he he's very reserved when he's in front of a camera and stuff. He doesn't like that. So he's one of those type of people.
Really?
But when behind closed doors, you get to really see him because he opens up a little bit more. But he's just that type of person.
He seems when he did that interview with Phil, and then he seems fidgety, like he wants to say something. He kind of reminds me like Mikey Barra, Aaron back in the day.
Oh, Mikey Barra, yeah.
Or like how everybody's sharing that clip of what Major Nelson said. There was times when
everybody sharing
say
that,
something. Yes, they would step out and say something, and I'm pretty sure they got Microsoft proper was like,
right,
calm down, stuff like that. So,
I enjoyed Matt Booty's interview a couple days ago.
Yeah,
you did one a couple of days ago. Well,
yeah,
what was that on T?
It was on YouTube.
Wait a minute. What was he on though? Like, was it a game?
It was a podcast.
Yeah,
it was a podcast. I have to look it up. You said it was 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was on Tuesday.
Okay, I missed that.
Well, now he does have a more vocal role right now that he's got promoted. So
yeah. Oh, so he might have been talking about what is he over now? He's over Xbox Game Studios now, right? Because I know Activision hasn't been filled yet because what's his name? The guy that's leaving. What is his name? The one that they're gonna kick out, the CEO.
Yeah,
he's not out yet, so they haven't filled that role yet. But I know Sarah Bond moved up to CEO. No, she moved up to head of Xbox Gaming. He moved. I think he's over Xbox Game Studios. I'm not sure. I have to double check that. It's been a while.
I think he's like filling Pete Hines' role with Bethesda, but I think he has
with Bethesda because that's right. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I love Bethesda. I didn't like Pete Hines after the acquisition. I didn't like him. He said something that ticked me off.
I mean, I liked him. I talked about this like on my channel, like the baptism by fire thing, because now he works for Xbox, and he's not that guy. He's not.
I don't know, man. I remember what he said, and I was like, it's that attitude. Look, I think Pete Hines is good at what he does. Don't get me wrong. I'm not taking away how he does things, but I blame him for the state of Redfall because I think, in my opinion, Phil had no idea that Redfall was in that condition. I could just tell the way he acted and everything, and I just think that was Pete Hines' job to instill him in on that. I think Arcane should have that. If that guy's article, I forget his name, if it was accurate, then in my opinion, Arcane should have reached out to Phil to let him know because they wanted to cancel the game. They thought the game was in such a state they wanted to have it canceled.
Didn't the people that wanted to cancel it though? Did they work there, or was these the guys that left?
No, these were Arcane developers that went. They didn't like. They never. From what the article said, they didn't like working on it from the beginning because it was designed to be like a have microtransactions in it. It was that's just not the kind of games they make. They've never made it, and they lost a lot of employees over that. So and I agree with other Zinc. Pete Hines. I'm gonna tell you why I don't like Pete Hines. I think he's good at what he does when it came to Bethesda. I think he loves Bethesda, but he never acknowledged Xbox in his farewell letter at all. He never addressed Xbox at all publicly. Another thing is, and I'm not saying he has to like be kissing their feet, but he just never acknowledged it, at all. And they don't misunderstand this. Bethesda has had a long running relationship, a good one according to Todd, with Bethesda, so he never even acknowledged them. And then that statement that he made about, you can kind of clearly see that he didn't like the idea that Starfield was going exclusive. And if he was like that across the board and always was like that he just wanted to share his games with everybody, I can respect that. Even if I say I respect that, but this is Phil's decision, but I respect that, right? Because maybe he built up friends and stuff that was on other platforms. I could get that, but he never said anything like that when that was happening to Xbox gamers over and over. Oh, I never ever saw Pete bring up anything like that, and it was getting to a point that either Phil does something or they were not going to be able to function in the industry because so much was being taken from them by Sony. And Pete never addressed that. PlayStation gamers have one game taken from them, one game, and they all act like they falling out. One game.
Because
But people,
Xbox, yeah,
I'm
Xbox
sorry,
guys
dude.
don't act like the PlayStation guys though too. So to be fair, so like I know when he was getting attacked,
Yeah,
right, from the people, it was coming hard from the PlayStation side, and he's not a confrontational person. That's why I think it was best that he left because it's
right.
not going to get any easier, dude. You on the green side right now, brother. That's why I told him like
Exactly.
I texted not that he read my stuff, but I was telling him like, hey, welcome to the party, bro. This is what it means to be this is what it means to be an Xbox. You either gotta you gotta come ready to war. That's just the way it is, and maybe it's for the best that he left. Hey, what's up,
Right.
Zink? Sorry,
Hey,
Dan.
what's
Uh-oh. I
hey?
said something because
Hey, my black ass should be working trying to finish this guy's house
oh
for him.
man.
It's one of
See
my
what you did
uncle's
there.
friends.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
said so because he's not sitting here.
yeah, when things like that come up, I'm usually doing something or I can't jump on, right?
Right.
But Pete Hines is some garbage, and
Yeah.
you are going to where I was saying was about to go, dear,
Okay.
because when he was getting pressure when Phil said, "Hey man, forget the PlayStation, you guys work on the Xbox." Pete was getting heat from everybody, and remember Aaron Greenberg had to stop him from waffling and say, "Hey, bruh, if you want to play Starfield, you have to get an Xbox." That pissed
Exactly.
everybody off. Okay,
Exactly.
but back to Arcane. Jason Schreier was the one that wrote the article when he
Okay,
said
Jason.
people didn't want to work on um,
On Redfall.
on Redfall.
Yeah.
Those were disgruntled people that got their ass fired, just like that piece of shit Patrick Wren. They used to work for 343. He jumped on the Iron Lords podcast, started dogging out 343. This is after 343 released a bug-free game, and meanwhile he released that piece of shit. What's that one game? The Star Wars Jedi Survivor with all those damn bugs.
Yeah, it had a lot of bugs. Yeah.
Hello, hey, the reason you got fired, Patrick, is because they detected all of the bugs you were about to put into Halo Infinite, so they kicked your ass out. You got pissed, trashed the company. Everybody listened to you. Hey, Patrick, everybody isn't smart enough to work at Microsoft. You were not smart enough to work at Microsoft. That's why your buggy Jedi Survivor game was buggy as hell. Okay, but that arcane stuff.
Mm-hmm.
uh it was people that cried when
I
the
heard.
meeting.
Yeah. I
See
heard.
now, who do you have Jason Schreier, a known piece of shit. He goes to the nearest dumpster or landfill and find everybody that was fired, and he comes up with the story. Okay, this dude come up with a story about somebody all of the time, but nobody wanted to put a microphone in the face of the people that were
Who
hurt by this.
remain?
And yeah,
Yeah.
and hey, dear, who stayed back to make that game 60 frames per second? You know what I mean? So if
Right.
everybody didn't want to work on it, who did that? But
Yeah,
I'm
and they sticking with it, and I have a friend who loves Redfall, and she
it-
communicates with Arcane, and she said that yeah, they
oh, see, dear, I got to jump off, but I want you to
oh
please pick up what you're about to say. But I
okay,
want to say this: I didn't tell people, but I wrote. I stated my. This is to Phil Spencer. I stated my credentials,
mm,
and I told him exactly what I thought about Redfall.
okay,
I told him how the atmosphere
yeah,
was
yeah,
amazing.
very good, yeah.
Playing all by yourself on Xbox now, the PC it's more powerful than
It was
Xbox.
more issues with the PC side
Correct.
than the Xbox side, yes,
Right. And the thing is, no PC is configured the same. Okay,
right,
so you're going to have more issues over there. When you
right,
have issues I had, honest to goodness truth, through Sunday is in a few minutes. I had 6 encounters where a vampire didn't react to me,
okay,
or something like that. It was always with the enemy that was stationary that didn't move.
okay,
Six times in 240 hours of play.
hours, yeah, yeah,
And Dia, I really wanted to call back when you said you mad at Phil Spencer like E-Rock is, because E-Rock said, "Man, I got to delete games." I'm never. That's a classic line by
yeah,
E-Rock.
yeah,
And you said, "Hey, I got too many games to play." Look,
yeah,
I don't know how many hours I have in Forza, but I think I'm a level 183 in Forza. I
Woo!
I can't get back to Redfall. I can't get back
I
in
can't either.
man.
Yeah,
Look,
I
Wilkins,
stopped again because another game came out. That's what
another
keeps.
came, and then
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say anything to Wilkins because he cussed me out when we were on there. He's like, Zink, why don't you get off that one damn planet for 50 hours? You know, so and I want to get back
It's
to
other people
Starfield.
like you. This one guy is just building bases. That's it.
Hey, but dear, we're wrong. Everybody on the panel is wrong. The game does nothing new. It's nothing special. Spider-Man is better. Resident Evil remake is better. You know, the game did nothing. You know what I mean?
No,
So,
not at all.
and I'm glad that. And I was going to say this on Dirt Show, but I was taking care of my mother pulling the E-Rock and, didn't have time. But I'm glad that Starfield didn't make the game of the year because now people see, and like you guys were discussing the 4 that IGN gave to Call of Duty.
Right.
Call of Duty should never get a 4. The game looks too good.
It
It
looks
can,
good. It plays well too, from what I heard from other
it
players.
it plays great. The shooting is
Yeah,
great. It's a
yeah.
game
The
that
mechanics.
you're going to spend more than 100 hours on because you got zombies, you have
Zombie
multiplayer.
mode. Yeah, yeah,
This is a multifaceted game. So how
yeah.
could you give something like that a 4? It's just humanly impossible. But I was
Right.
going to say this on Dirt and Sean show that I'm so glad that these things happen because now everyone sees it's all out in the open. They
Yeah.
see what Hebot saw 20 years ago, even what I saw
Funny.
since 1997 when I was watching Bungie get made on Apple because my boy Zink Griffin, and he was like, man, this game gonna be dope. And then Microsoft bought him in 99 or 2000 or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
so I was following them way back then. But I saw
Okay.
the change going. But since everyone sees it, now Phil Spencer sees and this is tailored to you, dear, because you were emotional in the show.
I was. I
Bruh,
was.
hey,
I don't usually lose it like that. I had to apologize to Unlimited after the show.
no, no, no,
You
no, no,
know.
no, dear, listen, it's like you guys were discussing genealogy, okay? You guys were
Oh,
on
oh, earlier. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
bruh, you guys were on a different level and talking about trans women playing in female sports. Hey,
Sports. Yeah.
my daughter is a softball pitcher, and one
Okay.
time she
Okay.
struck out a boy on a baseball team in college. I
Mhm.
said, pretty girl, don't you ever do that again, because if he catches up and he hits that ball, it'll be on you fast.
Yes.
Okay. But
Yeah.
the thing is, I would take my daughter out too.
Yeah,
You're not going to
because
play.
it's dangerous for women against men
Yeah.
in sports. You know.
Yeah, the thing, and even a girl can hit a ball back at my daughter. My daughter took 7 stitches in the eye. They were
Right.
playing too
Right.
late, and the sun it had become dusk,
Right.
but my daughter is a grown ass man, dude. Doctor said, hey, she can't play softball for another 2 weeks. My daughter started crying in the softball in a bed at the hospital, and
Mhm.
I was like, hey, pretty girl, you done? For a while.
Right.
They had a
Exactly.
big game 4 days later. She said, Dad, if I wear a mask, can I go play? Man, she was on a trash softball team at the time.
Trash.
I let her play. I kid you not, they hadn't won a game in like a year.
Oh
Let her
wow.
play. She beat a great team all
Okay.
by herself, dude, because her team was trash. But, I wouldn't let her play against some dude.
Yeah.
That's
Protect your daughter.
we're
If I can
different.
tell anybody anything, protect your daughters against that.
And like, well, I want to get back to you before I get to that. And
Hmm.
like you going off, that's the
Oh, you talking about
difference.
it with the last show, right? With Unlimited
That
show.
listen, that is the power we appreciate from women. That's the it's a 50-50 deal when you're raising children. It's a
Right. Yeah.
different speed. We don't have that power to connect to someone like a female does. And
Right.
that came from you. And I fell back. I was like, dude, for a while, I just stopped and looked at my phone like I was looking at you actually talk.
Yeah, it is
I'm like,
from a perspective of a woman. That's how I see
Correct.
that, you know, that because a man doesn't understand what it's like to be
No.
underpowered and how we have to adjust to that.
Hey, but dear, but check it out. You could run a little bit.
Shut up.
Oh, man. Oh,
Come on,
man.
Sega. Just get him out of here.
Hey man, I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all have a great show. I had a good time working it. I should have been gone a long time ago, but I had such a good time listening to y'all. I'm walking around this house doing things I'm not supposed to be doing. I should have been at home now. I'm an hour and a half away from home, but I enjoyed listening to you guys so much. It was so funny. But anyway, man, y'all have a good day. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, you too.
Man.
Take care,
Thanks,
Zane.
Zane. Oh, snap. Well played.
I want to address Limited real quick. He said he caught me in a lie.
Yeah,
Okay, here we go. He says Starfield was never taken from Sony. That is true. It never was taken from Sony. Of course, they was making plans to put it on everything, but they never announced that it was going to be on everything. It was still under production and stuff. So, and once they get bought, I don't care where the game is. It's up to the company that has bought them, paid their money for the IP, for the developers, for everything, to decide where that game goes. I don't care if the game is done. You know, it's up to the company that bought it. They paid the money. You know, this is something that ponies don't understand is if I buy something with my money, I don't care what don't like what I'm doing with it. I own it. I've paid for it. You know, I didn't just pay for a studio building or something. I paid for the people who working on it, and I paid for the IP itself. That's what I own. You know. Okay, 2Man55. Pete didn't say anything about the 20 plus year relationship with Microsoft. He did not. This is another problem I had with that. But he was sure was apologetic to PlayStation over Redfall and Starfield the first chance he got. Exactly. To me, Pete was a Trojan horse. He was a weak link, and I am glad that he has gone off into the sunset so he can be with the PlayStation gamers and stuff like that. That's how I feel. He had no sympathy for us, and because of that, I didn't want him here. I appreciate what he did for Bethesda, but that's it. You know, I was offended by that because he never once spoke up for the Xbox gamer. Again, we who like the Xbox are forgotten, ignored by the industry, and that Pete is included in that. As far as I'm concerned, that's my feeling. That's how I feel about it. You know.
I'm not going to disagree with you, and I feel it's best that he left when he did.
I do too, and I think he was kind of required to stay at least until Starfield was launched, and then he left. He couldn't wait to leave, and I'm just glad he did it. You know?
In his defense, I will say this, kind of what I said earlier. I don't think he was prepared for the level.
I agree with that. But you know what though? He
No
could have
excuse,
been
no
fair to the PlayStation, to the Xbox gamer, and to Phil and their team because they had a long running relationship. It's just like you had a friend for years, and then you ignore them. You act like there was never a relationship there. That's wrong, you know.
No, 100%, and that's why it's best. I think it worked out for the best for everybody.
I do too.
Before it got really nasty, which I didn't think it would be because they
No.
you have a relationship. So
Yeah.
sometimes things happen, and
Yeah.
things happen.
Yep. It's good that he left the way he did, and I respect that. At least he stayed to Starfield launch because it kept things stable while they were trying to get that game launched in a good state. You know. So, like I said, I don't hate Pete Hines. I just didn't want him part of Xbox. You know.
No,
But
I think you don't come.
I want people who actually want to be here, and I want people who actually think about the customer base and want them to have access to the same games everybody else have access to, with exception to exclusives like Nintendo stuff or whatever. They're entitled to having their exclusives, but when it's multi-plat stuff out there, when it's just having general access to stuff that the people that are working for the Xbox company should want that for their customers. We're paying their paycheck.
Yeah.
Without us buying stuff, they have no money. So fight for us. Fight for your developers who's making that. This is why I was upset at Phil. Fight for your developers. Look at how Rare felt when they was ignored and like they're not even part of the industry. Fight for them, Phil, because nobody else will. That's what I was upset about.
No,
Okay.
I heard every word. Like I said, I went back and listened to you,
Yeah.
specifically your parts. And I agree. I think what Phil's going to do is going to use that power of the purse
Okay.
to
But you know what though? I'm just gonna say this. Sometimes, we as human beings need to hear it. Like, what if you
Oh
had
yeah,
a parent who never told you they loved you? And you may know it, but sometimes you need to hear that. Sometimes you just need to hear it because it feels better, and it's a relief to hear that come from the person's mouth. I think sometimes his developers might need to hear that because they hear so much negative. And that's all I'm saying. I'll say about that. I'm gonna read this from Unlimited real quick.
yeah. Go ahead.
For Starfield to be taken from Sony, they'd have to have stake in the game. I agree with that. They didn't put any money into it. I agree with that. Unlimited.
Yeah, just to add to that, Unlimited. You're dealing with probably one of the most privileged
Yeah.
gaming communities that's ever existed in the
Yeah.
industry. Is the
Yep.
Sony PlayStation fan. They
Yep.
are absolutely atrocious. They think they deserve everything. They don't think they don't have to put in on anything. That's how they are, and they've been like that since I've known them, from way back in the day.
Okay.
They just assume that everything revolves around them.
Around them,
That this
yeah, like
industry,
they're the whole industry in and of itself, and they're not. Okay.
yeah, and they're definitely not now. I mean, the smoke
No.
and mirrors, everything's falling down. All the truth is being revealed. I absolutely
Exactly.
love it. Um, I'm here for it. You know,
They either adapt or they die. I mean, that's what had to happen to Sega, and they
yeah.
they had to adapt. They became a third party company, but they adapted, and that's what's going to have to happen to Sony.
I think Sony's had a longer lease on life than they should have. After
Mhm.
PS3, they did not navigate. They did not navigate at all from what they needed to do, because
Mhm.
everything fell on Xbox and how bad Xbox was, and that was the narrative that they ran with. And Sony, being the company that they are, they took advantage of that, right? But
Yeah,
now,
they did.
they've made their own bed with that, and now they got to sleep in it. And
They gotta sleep in it, exactly. And you know what? They would have died years ago if it wasn't for the media protecting them. But
yeah,
it's only so much they can do because Microsoft is not going to go away, and they and Nintendo. See, that's the thing. They think Microsoft is the only threat to Sony. Nintendo is too. Wait until that Switch 2 comes out. Just
mhm.
wait.
I'm
And
just
you
waiting
got
for
Sony not releasing anything but remakes and junk.
yeah, I'm waiting for that next shoe to fall. I've never believed their numbers. I never believed their financial or
Right,
their unit numbers. It
right.
doesn't match up. So I'm just
I
waiting for that.
agree. Something seems off about that. Yeah.
So I'm waiting for that next big story to break, and then watch these people just collapse into chaos.
Yep.
Yeah, as the good book says, the gnashing of teeth,
Yeah.
because that's what's going to happen. These
Yeah.
guys can't even handle what's happening now. Imagine when this thing all falls apart on them. I'm serious. We're gonna need suicide watch for these ponies.
Oh yeah, because right now they're surviving out of delusion.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh, here you go. King Thrash himself.
Is that the real King Trash?
I don't know. If you said, oh boy, I gotta assume it is.
Yeah.
We can't help their delusion though.
Look, I don't watch any of these dudes. I only know
I don't
about
either.
people
I don't
posting.
either. I don't watch PlayStation stuff because I don't own a PlayStation anymore. There's no point in me watching their podcast. There's no point in me watching anything. They got enough stuff out there for them. I don't need to do that. I have PC and I have Xbox. That's all I care about. Whatever I own is what I care about. So I don't watch their stuff. It doesn't apply to me, and I'm not entitled to have to watch it. If I don't own it, there's no point in me watching it. I don't understand why PlayStation people hop in Xbox podcast unless you secretly own an Xbox Series S or something. King Thrash, maybe you one of those ponies. I don't know. I don't do that. I don't disguise myself as a fan of something and then secretly have some background. I don't do that. I'm honest about where I come from and what I own and what I play.
I'm kind of happy here because I never get any other. I feel jealous of Unlimited because he gets people in this thing all the time.
He does, yeah. I
Yeah.
love. What I love though. I love fake MBG. He is so funny. uh,
Well, at least King
he
Trash
says
said
Starfield was snub should have been at least nominated. Um, it should have been nominated because you got to at least acknowledge. This must be a fake King Thrash. Man.
Yeah, I think this
Because
is
King Thrash would have said that.
this is the good King Thrash.
Yeah, this is a good one. This like fake MBG. And fake MBG is so funny, man. I'd be cracking up.
No, it's like the mirror universe in Star Trek.
Yeah, it should have been nominated. Would it have won? Probably not, and that's okay. But the nomination would have shown we acknowledge what you tried to accomplish and what you did accomplish in this game, and trying with making a new IP, trying new mechanics. You know, it's funny. On one end, people say Starfield was too much like a Bethesda game, which if it wasn't, I can tell you now that Bethesda fans would have rioted if Starfield wasn't like a Bethesda game. I can tell you that now. They would have rioted if they tried to do something so completely different. It wasn't anything like their past games. But then on one hand they say that, and then on the other hand they say, well, I don't like the mechanics of this because they changed it from Fallout 4 or they changed it. This is not Fallout 4. This is not Skyrim. They're taking mechanics that they've worked on before and made it and conformed it to work for a spacefaring game. So you can't explore in the same way. You can't. They have space mechanics and flight mechanics and stuff. This is a different game. So that's why I was hoping that the game would be judged for what it is and not that it's not Skyrim or that it's not Fallout. And that's what frustrated me more than anything, you know.
I just learned from my daughter. She played Starfield. She was into it a little bit, and then she went back to playing Fallout, which is
okay. It might not be her thing.
No, yeah. So that indicator to me is when she did that is that she's played Skyrim too, but she's always.
Oh, she does. She does all of them. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I take that back. I see what you're saying. She's a Bethesda fan, man. She does all of it. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, so the fact that she's playing Fallout 76 over Starfield, does that mean Starfield's not a good game? But she just told me, no, Dad, it's just
it's just preferences. Yeah. Like I don't play Fallout because I don't do apocalyptic games.
That's what I was about to say. She says that she prefers that post-apocalyptic. She's kind of like
yeah.
I'm not saying my daughter's dark, but she falls along those lines. That's the kind of stuff.
She likes those dystopian worlds because they probably intrigue her more, you know. I like sci-fi and I like fantasy. So to me, Skyrim and Starfield appeals to me a little more than Fallout. Although I acknowledge Fallout is fantastic. I got a friend who's obsessed with Fallout. He plays Fallout 76, everything. He's obsessed with it, and he's wanted me to get into it so much. But I said I don't do. Look, it's hard for me to do post-apocalyptic. Like I own all the Stalkers. But and I think those are some great games, but they're post-apocalyptic, and it's a world where it's depressing to me.
Yeah. It's you know the whole thing with Starfield, because I mean like it's same. I mean I feel the same way that you do. In fact, I think you're the best thing about the Unlimited podcast. The rest of these guys are trash. I'm just kidding. But I think I can understand because I'm the same way. You know, like I love Star Trek, I love Star Wars, I love Stargate, I love science fiction, I love science fact fiction. I like this kind of stuff. So when I play Starfield, I feel like I'm in that world. You know, but my daughter does not have that same connection. I was letting her know that like her dad was like, hey, look, Daddy, I grew up I'm an '80s kid going into the '90s, but I grew up when NASA was a big deal, right? And so
exactly. Yeah, and
so
inspired so many people. NASA inspires so many people that work in science today. They work in, as you know, some have went on to NASA because of the early days when man landed on the moon and stuff. I've heard stories like plenty of documentaries about that.
Yeah,
that was before my time, but
the influence of your dad that you talked about earlier.
Right, my father is what got me into that.
See, where it influenced me is like I said, I grew up in Florida, so Cape Canaveral was like a real thing.
Oh, okay, that explains it. Yeah, that explains it.
In fact, when the shuttle blew up, we saw that in real time.
Yeah. That horrified me because that was the first time. You talking about the Challenger, right?
The Challenger, yeah.
Yeah, that was the first time they were sending a teacher up in space.
Yeah.
And she died.
The thing that I remember just standing there, but we were young, so it kind of happened, and then I remember just the teachers were like, "Okay, everybody, let's go inside."
Yeah, everybody was watching it. That
so we didn't know what was going on because it's not, you can't see it in detail. Then the news came out and then they showed everything.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So, But I mean, we have that visceral, like just telling that story. We have that visceral connection. So when I play Starfield, because I like that. I love the fact that you can be on a planet and then look across the horizon and you see, either moon or planet and the way they do it. It's just all that stuff. But again, like I said, my daughter doesn't. That's not her thing. So
that's not her thing, right? And that's perfectly fine. But the thing is, she wouldn't trash a person who does like Starfield. See, that's the thing. She shouldn't like it.
She's a typical gamer. That's what I love about her, right? And I think I'm a Bethesda fan. They don't trust. This is how I am. Like I don't. You don't trash the thing that you don't like. You trash the thing that you love. So that's what she does. like she'd be playing Fallout 70. She says, "Why did they do that? That makes absolutely no sense." Oh wait, I gotta go over here. Like she's talking to her.
Yeah.
And that's the sign of a person who's a fan. It's like
yeah.
Like
I'm glad she's a Bethesda fan because she can appreciate the world, the way that you just get sucked up into Bethesda worlds. You really become that character, whether you're a smuggler or whatever. Because you get in tight situations, you can die. You can have partners and people that's with you that die. You can affect the story in a certain direction, and you can't go back on that. That's stuck. You're stuck with that decision, and so I love that. King Thrash is saying something. He said, I mean, fake King Thrash. Let me make that clear. So, he said at 5:17, everything from the facial animations and exploration was updated. That's true.
Yeah.
It definitely should be there. I agree. I mean, those bugs. I know what you're talking about. That's not if Spider-Man 2 can get in there for Game of the Year, that game can go in there for Game of the Year. If they're going to ignore that, right? Also, he said in 5:19, when I play Starfield, it just feels so smooth and seamless. You can tell they spent 20 years making it, and that's another thing. It runs like that on the Series S. Keep that in mind. It runs fantastic on the S. Character development and music should be now. The fact that they don't get an award for music is I don't even know what to say. I don't have words for it. He said. Let's see. Okay. He said all open world. Just skipping that other statement. 5:22. He said all open world has bugs. He's right because those games are much harder to do than a linear, develop. Kind of setup. In a game. Those worlds have a lot going on, and Ty Howard did say your NPCs are still doing stuff when you're not there.
Yeah,
I remember he said that.
It has to be. It's just the way that it plays.
It just runs. It doesn't stop running. So he said, it's still things going on, even though you don't see it.
Well, that's why I was wondering if it was an online game, but everybody's telling me no, because it just feels that way. Like when
it does feel like an online game, and it's weird because it's not. I don't know. I mean, I know that he was telling the truth with that. I think I told this story when I ran into a group of people on New Atlantis, and they were trying to console some little kid about his parents dying, and he denied it. He said he was crying, like in tears because they were saying this. And he said, "My parents aren't dead; they're still out there somewhere." So they just thought he wasn't accepting the truth, and I tried to get in on it, and I told him to stop harassing the kid because it's not good to force that on him. Let him come to acceptance. In my mind, I was thinking this. Let him come to the acceptance of his parents dying on his own. Like, guide him there. Don't force that on him, right? They was like, well, can you shut up? This is none of your business, that kind of sort of thing. So I said, forget it. I'm walking away. And I can't tell you how much game time I did. And then I came back to that. And this boy's with his parents. I have no idea how he found his parents. He's all happy and everything. These people stopped me and said, our son told us how you defended him and all that. I said, what happened?
Yeah.
He's with his parents now and everything. Whatever was going down with that storyline, that branch story, I missed it because I didn't engage any further in it. But it happened already. It had passed. He was with his parents.
I was talking to this about my daughter. My daughter wants to get into the industry, so she's going to school for that right now. And so we're talking about AI. Right? She's kind of 50-50 on the AI thing because she's a creative.
Okay.
And so we're talking about the AI, and I gave her this scenario because you see it kind of in Starfield, but not to this level. Like I was thinking, there was a time where you come across a person that you help, like you do in the game, and then because of your actions, right, it actually spurs her to become just like in the commercial, right? The girl's inspired by that guy to become to become a pilot.
Oh, okay.
And so like you inspire somebody to do something, but then like how you're saying with the little kid, then you come back and like I was telling her the scenario about a story where I thought, well, maybe you go back to the planet, you go back to her hometown, and then somebody, maybe a cutscene happens, and then somebody comes and talks to you and says, hey, I wanted to give you this token that you gave to, let's just say Sarah, that you gave to Sarah, and then you'd be like, oh, okay, well, what's going on? She goes, oh, I just wanted. She didn't make it, you know. So maybe she was like trying to become a space person, and then she went to this place and got killed by some space pirates.
Right.
And then or another story that could branch off was like, oh, you meet her at the town, and then she's a pilot, right? Like there's
Right.
like branching story arcs that you can write,
Branching stories, yeah.
because you kind of get that with Starfield right now,
You
but
do.
but you
Yeah.
don't get it on that level where you can have like 5 to 6 different type of things, the way things turn out. And to me,
Yeah.
that's so I was telling my daughter, I was like, I think that's what they could do with AI. AI could help.
Yeah,
them.
that's what I think AI can help. I think Todd pushed it to the degree that he could. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? He has so much going on. Like the I still got dead people on my ship that never go away.
Yeah.
They're never going away. So the game is doing so much. It remembers so much, and how it retains all that information that you've ever done. And do not assume that anything you've done in that game is forgotten. It is not forgotten. I've run into things where things I did way early on, not just that story, it's still playing out. I just went to another planet, way off somewhere. Just recently, I played Starfield for a little bit. That's when I realized I was burnt out. I didn't have the mind to keep playing. And that's why I stepped away, because I can tell when my mind is just tired. I need a break from gaming, right? So, but this was before that happened. And this I'm doing something completely different. I can't remember what I was doing now. I can't remember. It was I was tired. I'm sorry, but I can't remember exactly what I was doing. And then all of a sudden, I just hear a conversation. This woman saying, "Oh, did you see this cute little poster and stuff some kid put up?" And I'm like, "Those posters are still spreading across the galaxy."
Yeah.
But then I have some little girl with it's still spreading across the galaxy. I'm like way further. This happened on Mars, right? That's
Yeah.
still happening. People are still taking her posters and spreading them all over the galaxy. I was somewhere else. I had forgot about that thing. And they just having some random conversation. They still spreading these space frog posters everywhere. It's like caught on like a viral sensation or something. I don't know what's going on with them posts. I thought I would never see anything with that anymore. It's still going on, and it's still going on in the background because they was discussing it. It wasn't like you engage into a mission with it. It was no mission. The NPCs was just discussing it.
You know,
So
that
I'm like,
doesn't.
you're still talking about that. I'm sorry, that
No.
blew my mind.
It doesn't surprise me, because if you watch that, the special that they did, you can kind of see it in the eyes of the people that are creating the game, how valuable they are.
Right.
And so some of the stuff that I was experiencing firsthand, I kind of was like, oh yeah, okay, I can see where they're going to go, what direction they're going to go, why they have an affinity for certain things. They have a big team of people. It wouldn't be impossible. I wouldn't be surprised if my daughter ended up working there eventually.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah.
It would be cool so that she can put her mark on something.
They actually hire people like that too. Bethesda. Yeah.
I mean, if they keep on growing, especially, but I mean, with the AI thing, I mean, there's just so many possibilities. I understand that people are worried about it as well. And I'm not just talking about the jokes we make about Skynet.
Yeah.
I mean, like the real world applications, like any new technology, right? That it can become good enough to actually make a dent in your actual life, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing about Starfield, and one of the reasons I haven't gone back, is it's such a time suck.
It is like if you want to lose like a portion of your soul,
Yeah.
you will. Yeah. It's designed to be that way though.
Yes,
This is why they can space out their games so far, because they know you're going to still be playing those games years down the road.
Yeah, and it's not a complaint. It means I actually have to, like you're saying, in some aspects, I mean, not some, but I agree with you in this aspect. Mentally, right? It can be taxing, but it takes up so much to do, man. The military is just rough.
Oh, I haven't done base building, Sega. I've just started learning how to do modifications of ships. It's so many aspects that's still out there. I haven't done resource management and creating unique stuff out of the resources yet. I haven't done that yet. I heard that if you do build bases and stuff, they get attacked. So it's almost like, if you ever like playing those fort games where you build a base and you have to defend, that's actually how that plays out with your bases. People will try to rob your bases and stuff of resources, so you have to defend them. or assign people to do that, have turrets and stuff. So I was like, that's a game in and of itself.
You know the thing I like about it, unlike Fallout, because my daughter complains about that the most with Fallout,
Uh-huh.
is the
Yeah,
base.
oh, the when they raid your bases and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because it seems to be nonstop. I told her, well, you're in a post-apocalyptic world, unlike
Yeah.
Starfield. You know, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter what planet you're on, because
Mhm.
most of them are not inhabited, so you won't have that same type of problem. But like I built a small little base, and I didn't realize that I built it too close to this other place, and two robots walked through my base. And I approached
What?
them, and they were like, "Yeah, you're trespassing. You need to take it. You need to take your stuff."
Oh, they were territorial. Okay.
Well, I had actually squatted on somebody's land, one of the corporations.
Oh, you did. Oh, wow.
I
Oh,
didn't know. But what it is that's why I can't build walls on this space because I'm pretty sure that I would be like evicted.
yeah, yeah. And
That
you
would break
could
the
end
law.
up igniting a war between you and that company.
Yeah, and the other thing is that there are animals on that thing that'll come through every once in a while. So if you
Oh,
leave them
so
alone, they leave you alone. But then like the robot that I left on the base, right? He's like, oh, yeah,
that fights it. Yeah, yeah. So that now you got extra responsibility to keep your bases safe. So that's why I haven't started them yet, because you have to keep up with that as well, you know. And right now I'm not in a position to just manage all. That's a lot to manage.
I would
So
say like just find like just find a place and maybe in your free time like at least familiarize yourself. Well, another thing too, like familiarize yourself with the building. But another thing too, everything is tied to that skill tree, right? So that's
okay, it's tied to the skill tree. Okay.
yeah. So you won't get anything tangible.
Oh, if I did, okay, I see. So I need to focus on that then,
Well, I
because I
mean,
know where I want to do it. I want to put my first base on Pluto.
okay, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
I mean,
love Pluto. That's my favorite planet in the solar system.
oh,
It's
cool.
Pluto. I love it.
Well, and so I think Pluto though is a harsh environment, right?
It is, but I don't know. I like that planet. I don't know what it
Yeah.
is.
So
I-
you're definitely gonna have to unlock some stuff
Okay,
in
okay.
the skill tree to be able to build the base. Like I think get it past a certain level.
Oh, okay.
To
Yeah,
see the only reason I did my base, I wanted to practice, but number two, I had so much stuff
oh, that's why. Okay.
because
So
of the way I
you know,
play.
I'm gonna have to do, because they tell you how to start unlocking stuff. They do tell you what you need to do to go to the next level. I need to pay more attention to that. Before I was just like floating through space, do whatever the heck I felt like it. If I didn't care. I just did. Sometimes I was just exploring stuff, and
Yeah.
I was just getting soaking all that in. But now I'm starting to feel like I have to start doing stuff. So I started slowly getting into things because I had to get that out my system, because for a person who has like I told you, kind of been raised into a scientific mind with like talking about planets, space, and to me, it was emotional when I first opened that game up. So exploration was just what I was wanting to do. It was so wonderful the feeling. But now that I've gotten that out of my system, now I'm kind of um, settling into no. Okay, I got this is a game, so I actually move on and do game things. I did a few. I have done a few missions and stuff here and there. Um, Now, not a lot. It's still a lot more I have to go. As far as the story is concerned, I'm still at the beginning of it. I don't have any powers. I heard people say you can get that. I haven't done any of that. I've just been doing other stuff. I've been doing side branch stories and stuff. It's just I don't want to rush it either. So I'm not in a race to beat the game. I want to experience it. To me, a Bethesda game is something you experience.
25 in your car.
I'm
Yeah, 100%.
sorry.
Probably.
T, did you say something? Oh, maybe he was on the phone. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, look, wait, yeah. We got Neil deGrasse Tyson, or what's that guy's name?
And if you want.
He's saying the realist Pluto is still a planet.
Oh, it is to me. It's I love Pluto. But that's probably my favorite planet in the solar system. I don't know why I like it. I like how little it is. I like how isolated it is. I don't know. I think it's unique looking. So I like Pluto. So that's gonna be where my first base goes. So it's gonna go there. And I like that the people there they're like scientists and stuff. Like, so I have run into people that are there, and they just like to do a lot of research and science
That
stuff.
is pretty cool when you do that.
You know,
Y'all interact with Queen Trash. I don't think that's the real Queen Trash.
that's
But
fake. That's
I think
fake trash.
that's making that's light side.
Yeah, that's like fake MBG. They faking these like hilarious.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, it's that's I think that's the beauty of it. I think Todd put an emphasis on do it at your own pace.
Yeah, at
Because
your own pace. Yeah.
the only thing I will say is maybe I'm gonna get back into it. I'm gonna step up my gameplay a little bit just because I'm pretty sure right around the corner they're gonna have something drop.
They're working hard on that DLC. I know it. I just know it. And I think that's a story DLC, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just no, oh, we added this and that. I think it's gonna be big. I think that one's gonna be big because Bethesda's known like they DLC be fantastic. They Skyrim has some wonderful DLC they added to that. Just kind of just really good. I'll put that way. And, so I think that what's the name of that DLC they're working on? Shattered something? It's something like that. I think
Yeah.
that's gonna be a really good one. So but I think it's gonna be heavily story based and it's probably gonna bring some new stuff to the game. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think I need to get at least one power.
I need to get one too. I'm so far away from that. I finally moved a little bit in the story. That's why I found out what happened to Earth. But I got to do it. I'm now done burnt myself out because I hopped to other games and I've been playing so many games and I don't. I'm not joking when I say this. I don't know how I'm gonna handle 2024. I just don't know.
Well,
How do I handle 2024? Because that looks like a monster year.
you better stay off the Microsoft store the next 2 months. I'm serious, dude. I already seen the Black Friday drops, dude. It's crazy. I've been buying.
I
I
gotta
just
look
bought
at that.
well, like the movies and TV, they're 50% off. So they got a
That's
ton
a
of
bit deep cut there. 50.
yeah. Well, and then like some of them were like 4.99, 6.99, 7.99. And if you look through the thing, they have the UHD versions of some of these movies.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I just bought the Witch one and Witch two was the double pack for like I think it was like $4.99, and
Oh.
this is Korean the Korean two Korean movies, and then
Oh.
the first one has this actress that I like from this other show, and then when they were talking, like she became popular, and it's like, oh, if you haven't seen this movie, watch it. And I wasn't able to watch it because it wasn't available anywhere, so Xbox had it on sale. Yeah.
Oh,
So it
that's
kind of
nice.
reminds me of like she has like some kind of power or something.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of
Okay.
like reminds me of Firestarter, except not with fire powers, but like telekinetic. Anyway,
Right, right.
like they got the entire Ip Man series. I think that thing's like $7.99. All the movies.
Yeah, yeah.
They got a lot of that. If you like martial arts stuff, they got all stuff on there. Anyway, like and then they have some of the seasons are on sale.
Hmm.
Like we were talking about, I actually bought digital. I bought the entire Justice League,
Oh, wow.
both of them, like Justice League, Justice League Unlimited was on sale on the Microsoft Store a couple months ago.
Oh,
I
wow.
bought it for like $20 every single episode.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a good sale.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's a good
So
sale.
yeah, Microsoft's constantly doing that. I think they do that.
They do. I bought stuff. They've tempted me and I bought stuff. I think the last thing I bought before I bought Ghostwire just now. Because they marked Ghostwire down a lot. Like I bought that for like 20 some dollars, like to get the deluxe and stuff. If I was to pay for, because that's with the game and all the extra content.
Yeah,
That's normally 70 some dollars for all of it.
yeah,
So that was a big markdown. So I had to jump on that because I like to own the games that I really like, right? So if anything happens, that I own that game. But before that, I bought prototype and stuff because I started getting wanting to go back into some of Activision's old catalog. I didn't buy the second one. I bought the first one. And man, that game is so fun. I was having so much fun in that game. I really want them to do that game. I really hope they do.
they might. And sky's the limit at this point with
Yeah.
what they can and cannot do. And I think the engagement that's why it's so important because we have us is like you have these games constantly. How can I put this? Regardless of what the price is, of course you want to make $4, but that's not possible when something's as old. But
Yeah.
as long as you're
You're
keeping people
old.
engaged in your ecosystem, I
Yeah.
think that's something that they never get credit for, and why
Right.
Microsoft can be confident with the purchases that they make and will continue to make, and with their console wherever they want you to play or whatever they're building that up. Just to go back to the Embracer thing. That's one thing I think that would be a benefit for them if they work with Embracer because it can add to their portfolio outside of just gaming.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to see if they try to, because Microsoft can't save all the industry, You
No,
know,
I
it's
wouldn't
just
expect them
too
to.
much going on.
I wouldn't want them to do that because you can. The only thing that's great about this kind of stuff is it's affording other people to come into the industry.
It
And,
is, yeah,
and
it
create
is,
stuff.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
but
bought it.
I think with Embracer, a partnership would be better with some trade-offs. Like I think they should take advantage. Like if Embracer is going to sell some stuff, take advantage of that.
Well, if they
But
fill that gap for the money, then by all intended
yeah,
purpose, would probably
yeah,
do.
but in that case, Embracer needs to keep some good studios and IP so they can survive in that area. So yeah, I think filling in that role, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess it would just depend on what they would do, and I don't know. That whole Embracer thing is, I don't know what to make of it. Like
Well,
what?
like I said, I had no idea that the guy left, so
Yeah, he left though.
that's
Yeah,
not a good one. Yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know if that's possible, but
I don't know.
maybe. I mean, like I said, never seen it. But
Right?
you just have so many. They just have so many properties,
They
right?
do. It's a lot. Way more than Microsoft got. I think don't. Man, I saw that piece of the pie they got. It's huge. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, and that's across the board of the stuff that they're doing. But I could imagine like if Microsoft, like you see some of the deals and trying to put their stuff out there.
Mhm.
I know comic books are dying, but
They are. They are. Yeah.
you could do something at least with the Dark Horse side, with some of those things.
You know what though? I think Bill don't like to mess around with with licensing though. He
Oh
just
no,
doesn't like to license stuff
I would just
because
leave it.
it's not something that's assured. And I know people don't like hearing that, but I think that if he got Dark Horse, I say buy Dark Horse.
Mhm.
Buy it. You know. So if you want to, make stuff from now to 10 years to 20 years, you can do that. You know. Maybe they ought to think about buying outside of just games.
I
You
think they're
know.
probably looking at it. I know, like the rumblings of Netflix. I don't think that was just something that was just put out there.
Agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and
But they
especially
might have to for
well, I
IP.
see what happened with AKB, right? I mean, it's just like you see, like you got a really. I love that trial, and you got a really good insight into how the mechanics of what Microsoft does.
Hmm.
I mean, for me personally, if they did, I would just leave it to guys like Aaron and those guys, right? And then they
Right.
can bring in somebody like in Japan, like what they did in Japan. They brought in that they used to work for Sony.
Right. Right.
They had that part. They're a big corporation. It's just that same thing. I love that girl, Lulu Misurvey.
Masturbate. I
Yeah,
think her name is. Yeah.
and she was with the Activision side, and you see her now all the time.
Yeah.
And then we saw what happened with BlizzCon. Mikey Barr was
BlizzCon was fantastic. It was
Mike Barr was
fantastic.
probably the happiest I've seen him in a long time.
Yes, he was emotional. Everything.
Yeah.
Man, them people. I can tell you this. Them BlizzCon people know how to celebrate the brand. It was so much energy in there. That's what I want to see for all of the Xbox stuff. I would love to see that.
Zink said Phil is correct. Ownership is much more profitable than that. Yeah, definitely.
Than licensing. Yeah, so he just doesn't. If he did it, he would want to buy it. I think he's not opposed to buying it, but he would have to go outside of just gaming. Like if he does superhero stuff, he's gonna have to own it. And people want him to start licensing and stuff, and I just don't think he wants to go back to that. He's been through that, and he understands how fickle people can be.
If he
And
has the money, he can.
his clientele, if you will, want to have more of this product and all that, and he can't do nothing with it. I don't think he wants to do that no more.
I just think if they establish him just a little bit more to the point where it becomes it just becomes synonymous with gaming, the Xbox brand.
Right.
Yeah, like I always say in my videos, once they hit that 50,000, if they get 50,000 subscribers or where are we now? 25. Yeah, the 50,000 to 100,000 range and stuff like that.
Right.
The service will be bulletproof. Because like you guys are saying on Unlimited, it's like with the wait listing. I totally think that's real, definitely. Because it's a gameplay. Game Pass will build that player. There's good and bad that comes with that, but I'm all upside with this stuff, dude. I was like, yeah, let's roll that dice. The gaming needs to be shook up.
I agree. Yeah.
It needs to be shaken up, and it needs to be. I know a lot of people say, well, yes, because you're old and you've seen a lot of stuff. Exactly. That's why I do say that, right? Because it needs to be shaken up, or else it's going to get stale. And if there's one company I want to be in charge of that, it is Microsoft and Xbox.
Yeah, agreed.
Because you're not gonna get that. You won't get that out of Sony. You definitely won't get that out of Nintendo.
Heck no. Heck no.
Dude,
And
I'm sorry.
Sony done told people what they doing. They doubling down on trying to take content from Xbox. Good luck with that, because you know what? This is something that Pong Sold said that I 100% agree with him. He said Microsoft is, Xbox is building a moat,
Yeah.
and the moat is a way to fend off whatever happens outside of them.
Yes.
Everything inside that moat can keep them afloat and healthy for years to come. They will be able, they'll be able to feed Game Pass without ever having to go to other people. They're gonna always still do third party deals, of course. They're gonna have indies, but they won't collapse if Sony wants to go on a spending spree trying to take everything off the market. They can do that if they want to, but Microsoft will still survive it. And I tell you why that's true. It's because they look to Nintendo, and Nintendo is still surviving. They're thriving off of their own stuff. So Microsoft can do the same.
Yeah. On a bigger
So,
scale, definitely.
on a bigger scale. Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I'm 100% of everything they're doing. I think they should go full speed ahead.
Hmm.
Yeah. You know me, Sega. Yeah, definitely on my radar. EA would be
You
great.
know what though? Did you hear about recently that Sega seemed like they don't really want to get bought? That's what I've been hearing that in the rumor mill. I don't know if that's true though.
Well, something's getting lost in translation because they leave every time at the end of the comment. They say something that kind of throws even more oil in the fire.
So do you think they want to get bought or no?
Do I think so? I don't think they're opposed to it. If I'm being honest,
Okay.
because the way that the way Sega is right now, it fits perfectly with Microsoft as a company.
I think so too.
Yeah, and then especially if Microsoft is trying to get it, which is all indicators to me at least show that they want to get into
I think
Japan.
they're trying to court them, like
You
like
want to be that, yeah. They need a flagship, and you want to be that flagship company.
right.
People forget that Microsoft has trillions of dollars. So they're on the level of, like, of course, Apple and all these guys, right? So you know, I think it would just be great for Sega, because what it is that Sega can kind of reestablish himself as a brand, because the way
Right.
Phil
Yeah.
does certain things, right? He's not going to be like all over them, right? He doesn't need to be all over
They're
these
gonna
people.
still be Sega. The only difference is they'll be part of Microsoft. They'll have access to way more tech, way more stuff. Um, Microsoft will do is darnest to support them and promote them in a degree that probably they couldn't do on their own. And yeah, they won't mess with them, because now I think the one thing I think will have to change with Sega. I think the quality have to be bumped up a little bit on some things, but I think also Microsoft might encourage them in a friendly way. Hey, think about some of your back catalog. We would love to see some of these games come back and not just disappear into oblivion. So I don't think they would force it, but I think they will have discussions on it.
I think that's what
Just
he.
like I know Activision is having discussions right now. I think they're having discussions right now, if you ask me.
Well, that's why Heba did a video yesterday, where he posted it yesterday,
Hmm.
where he was frustrated with Sega because some of their classic games.
They're hiding behind other games, right?
Yeah. When he was
Hmm.
talking about that, which is, I didn't even think about that, because I love Yakuza. So to me, it's a plus to have it in there. But when he gave that perspective, I was like, wow, I never thought
From
about
his
that.
perspective, right? Yeah.
And then on top of that, I thought to myself, oh well, that would be great if Microsoft owned it, because Microsoft could pull that stuff out.
They can just let you have. You know what? At that point, if they ever get Sega, I want them to have, like, between that and the Activision stuff. I would love them to have like a retro section of older games and stuff that you can play that have been remastered and kind of updated if the mechanics are kind of out, and just have these different sections and stuff. Would love a retro section like that where they can have the original classics, and then they can still be doing like reboots or remakes or something of some of the older stuff.
Yeah, that's why I was high on COD when I looked at that menu. Like, it was like, at least for me, of all the CODs that I played, I mean, except for the older stuff because it was more simple. But of the
Mhm.
newer stuff that's coming out, I love navigating that menu. Everything made sense.
Right,
And when I
right.
looked at it, I was like, yeah, like T was saying earlier, right? That headquarters could be the launching point. They could convert that to the launching point
I
for.
think that was an excellent idea.
Yeah.
You know,
No, I'm having a blast with that game. So I'm not mad or disappointed in any shape or form by
Oh yeah, yeah.
by what they said. So
Right.
But I think you made an excellent
and
point.
I gotta admit with the skill based matchmaking that if you don't understand this game is not for casuals, please get the F out of the actual game.
Yeah.
Before
Okay.
I go absolutely ape shit on you. And
Fair enough. That's fair. Not all games are for casual people. I agree with that.
it's not for casuals. So like if you are casual, you will not have fun in this round because this round is now full of all tryhards, and all tryhards will legitimately just want to basically get the kills and get the F
Right.
out.
Right.
Well, for me, I'll say this much: it's like, and also know your skill level. Like
Yeah,
before,
know your skill level. Yeah.
before I would put myself up a little bit above average. I'm not that way anymore. I am like below average. Like I'm not saying on the low side, but I'll put myself at 40%. Right. And the only reason that I can survive is because I'm playing these games now. I know the maps. I've been playing the games for a while, so there's things that you can do.
Yeah. And if you know the maps, it makes it a lot easier.
Yes, it does. But then you're going against guys with a skill level that's just gonna, dude. There's one game I ran 24-4. Then another
really
game
good for you.
I did 30-6, 30 deaths, 6 losses, with 6 kills. Then one game I'm like 24 kills and 24 kills and 5 deaths. Right. So it just depends, right?
I actually just got my first triple kill today, so I'm actually kind of happy.
Did you?
Nice, T.
I did my first triple kill last.
I got my first triple kill, and I was kind of happy with my rocket. I legitimately went around the corner and I basically blasted the living crap out of the score zone, and I basically killed everybody.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, T. Like for me, I'm playing the game, and then there's just some things that you fall back on. Like we were getting pinned down, and I just got a rocket launcher. I just shot it in that direction, killed like 3 people.
Yeah,
that's a cool tip, right?
yeah. And you can put your rocket on every single class that you have, so you can basically just have one primary weapon and one rocket.
Yeah. Now, what happened to me next was somebody dropped a guided, what do they call that? The guided missile, right?
Yeah, the cruise missile.
Yeah, the cruise missile. Like as soon as I killed their entire team, cruise missile coming in, and I'm away from everybody because my team died, right? And then they spawned in a whole other area. Now, what you would do normally, you would take that cruise missile and then you'd blow up the team because you get more kills. Did you do that? No. But
Yeah.
took that kill personally and hunted me down.
I ended up being a cruise missile kill at the end game. At the end of the game, I ended up being the kill cam and in the cruise missile, and they killed me with it.
Oh, they killed you. Oh, I thought you killed them.
Yeah. No, they killed me with it.
No, but when stuff like that happens, you know it's personal, right? That guy didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's COD, right? And then so if you're gonna grade COD and you can't tell me a story like that, if you're gonna give COD a 4 out of 10 and you have no story like that, you're it's nothing to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I enjoyed the story. The story was really good.
Yeah.
I liked the way that Soap died and all that fun jazz. So
Well, I was playing with the girl and I liked her stage, but I did horrible. So the reason I haven't finished the campaign is I want to go back and try and get better because I don't know the map.
that mission was a pain in my ass. I was stuck on that for a couple of days.
Well, it feels Warzone-y, right? Am I wrong in saying that?
Yeah, it feels like Warzone with missions in it. It basically is what it feels.
But I like the fact that I got to pick up different stuff, and it's almost like I was doing bad at it, and it's like the game, like, okay, look, old man, here, we gave you these weapons. Obviously, you suck. So here's a sentry gun. Here's like a missile launcher. Like the game was just like looking at me, telling me, I was like, dude, that's just so insulting, you know, because I had a pistol and a rifle. I died, and then the next time I tried to go through it, dude, I have like. It's basically the game's like, okay, here you have sentry gun, you have this kind of stuff. This should get you through this this game here, old man. So, yeah, see, that's what scares me about AI. Yeah, it's just like it's always thinking kind of thing. So, but I mean, yeah. So I can see going back to what we were talking about. I could see Microsoft doing that, like the way they did the whole menu system. I was like, wow, this would be so. If you're just an average normal person coming into it. Right, it's not hard to navigate. Is my point.
Right.
Now, whether you want to invest the time, that's another thing. But at least it's there, and it's all those little things I want to see Microsoft doing. Like you see them doing a little bit. You see them doing these little things that they have with the chocolate controllers and all this kind of stuff. The nail polish, which my daughter, I bought her the controller. She loved it. So, but I want them to like step up, right?
Yeah, they're gonna have. I know it's an adjustment period they're in right now. You can kind of tell there's a lot to have to absorb such a large company as ABK. So, I say people need to give them the room because they said they're not going to be able to put a lot of games into Game Pass until next year. Give them the room because they just came out of that nightmare situation of getting the acquisition done,
Mhm.
and they obviously they're working their management out. They still going to have to fill in Bobby Kotick. That's that man's name. I just thought of it. When Bobby Kotick
Driving you
leaves,
crazy.
yeah, I just faced his name right on out of yeah. When he leaves, they are going to still have to fill that role in. So it's going to be a lot of adjustment. It's not going to happen overnight, and I think this is something new for them to absorb a company as big as them. They're way bigger than the Bethesda. So.
You know how I knew Phil was he showed himself a little bit
Mhm.
was when he was on that interview. He goes, "Yeah, we got nothing in Game Pass for 20." He just spit it out.
Yeah, he just said it. Like, I ain't trying to rush this stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
I was
whew,
like,
yeah,
oh.
they were war. You could just tell they were wore out with that,
Oh.
man. I think it was too much.
Even though
Like,
Sarah's my girl, she's super positive all the time and stuff like that. Yeah, I was like, yeah, you go, bro. You earned that. You earned that promotion. Man. I'm proud of you. You know. But yeah, Phil was like, yeah, they don't expect anything. He just because he's usually coy about stuff. He just spit it all out. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go. He's like, I'll probably come to Hawaii on vacation for a couple of weeks holidays and re-energize as they all should because they put a lot of time and effort into that. So. But yeah, man, we only been on for 5 hours. This is nothing.
yeah, I
Um,
was just about to say I'm gonna have to
yeah,
work.
we can wrap it up. We can wrap it up. It was
Okay.
a good podcast.
Okay. It been long enough. I mean, it's not as long as your usual, but
Yeah. You know, at this age,
Yeah. Oh man. Of course we have to be here for you. You one of us, and even
yeah,
though the time uh difference sometimes hurt the show, we always try to make time for this show because it's just as important.
yeah, and I appreciate it. And then, like Unlimited was in earlier, man. I hope his computer's good.
And I'm upset at Zink. He should have been here, but he did try. He tried.
Oh,
He
yeah.
hopped in.
I felt kind of bad for Zane because I know some of the stuff he was talking about. He probably really wanted to
You
talk
you
about.
can tell, yeah, he wanted to say like, yeah, he was busy. And people got families and it's a lot. And we're getting closer to the holidays, so you're gonna see less and less of me as that gets closer because I'm have
See you on
more on my
Xbox though.
hands. So
We're gonna have time to play our games though. I can't wait till next week. I'm actually off a couple of days, so I
oh
plan to.
really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna be on Thursday. I'll probably be in a coma.
Oh man.
But yeah, go shout yourself out. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys can find me. Of course, I'm with my group. Sometimes I'm in this podcast. I'm in Unlimited Sega Sega Man's podcast. I haven't been in his in a little bit because I haven't been catching up. But yeah, I rarely get on Hebot because Hebot just he does different stuff. But sometimes if he has it opened up, I'll definitely jump in if I catch him. But usually with our group, you can find me podcasting there. I don't podcast anywhere else. I just reserve myself to this group. But you can usually find me in the chat rooms of other people's podcasts. So that's where you can find me. I'm DF 4568 everywhere. So
All right. Cool.
mhm.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on board. Yeah, I really appreciate it. T, do you want to shout yourself out real quick?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram at OtoTReaper8989, and I have 914 followers now, so I'm actually kind of happy about that.
Nice, dude.
Wow, yeah.
It's my resurrected Instagram because my other one got hacked. So
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
yeah, and then I'm also on Twitter, and then I'm also on Xbox Live at OtoTReaper. So
Oh yeah. Make sure to add him, guys, if you want to do some COD, because
yeah, no, I was gonna ask Sega if we can play COD after this.
Yeah. Do you seem like am I on your gamer your friends thing?
I think you are.
I don't
I'm gonna
know.
have to add you, T, just to for if it's a game I can play with you, I'll definitely have you on.
Yeah, and I'll play Halo with you as well.
I'll be terrible at it. I'm not good at Halo. Not against other people.
Yeah, you better be careful, man. You know Zink them listening.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the gear. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do gears. Okay, I'm gonna do gears.
Hey, T, you know what we should do? We should play Gears first with Dan.
I need help though. I'm a gears noob though, so I don't.
Oh, I
I'm
suck
at
at
that
Gears.
level. Okay.
I suck at Gears multiplayer, so you'll be in good company. T's gonna have
Oh
to.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not alone because I didn't play gears before. Gears was always locked to Xbox. So I didn't have.
Mhm.
It didn't come to PC or anything. So this I want to get into gears, and I definitely I just didn't have anybody to play with, and that's when Sega and Zinc said we'll help you.
Oh yeah, they are cool. Yeah, dude. I gotta go do pick up my kids and then T. But then tonight, man, I want to be on.
Okay.
Oh, and Google said add him. He said
Oh,
add
okay, Google, got you. Oh yeah, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, Google. Google was like, that's it. I'll
Oh,
rewind.
why he can't? He said that's it.
Yeah, Google and too, man. They're
Just
like the
follow
MVPs of
that.
this podcast.
Oh man.
Like two man.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you,
thanks,
man.
two man. Appreciate it, man. Okay, I got you. MTK.
Yeah, he said add him. I think he really. Yeah, you guys at least can form a team of 3 to start off with. We
Well, the only
probably got
concern,
more COD players. We just don't know.
the only concern I have is how my connection's gonna be. So,
Yeah,
because I'm in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. That's why I saw some videos where people were complaining about the matches, the matchmaking.
yeah.
So I don't have that problem because I don't even have that option. You just give me who I can connect to, whether they're good or bad, or if I'm good or bad.
Yeah.
They be like, "Look, Hawaii, this is what you get. And why are you playing video games? You should be outside in the sun." Okay, so.
Yeah, he says he's gonna play some zombies and
Oh
demons.
yeah, dude, we can definitely play zombies, man. Because I try to play solo, man, and I get wiped.
I think that's the problem is that you're by yourself. I think that's what the issue is.
It also helps that I suck. So
Yeah.
like when you play a game like Redfall, it's just like I play these zombie games that get me into
I
the
wanted
mood.
so many people to play with me. Nobody would play with me. So
What?
Yeah.
Redfall?
I wanted to
Google, I
see
just sent you
on
a message,
Xbox.
okay?
Okay, on Xbox.
On Xbox. Yep, I just sent him a message.
Okay, I won't be able to play till later. But I'm just gonna go grab my stuff and the kids, and then I gotta drop off my stuff too, but taxes and stuff. And my son's we're trying to do the whole college thing.
Oh.
Yeah, and so, but when I come back tonight, dude, I'm this whole weekend I'm just gonna be playing games. That's it. So,
Yeah, because you're
Okay.
gonna have some time off soon because of the holiday week, right?
yeah, Dave, if you want to play Redfall, I'll play with you. I gotta level up.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta level up my girl because
I might start a new character with you though, because I've been playing Jacob. I love Jacob. I like being a sniper, but I want to branch out a little bit. So I might choose another character. We might have to get Zinc to do a multi because he's doing single, but I wanted to ask him to do multiplayer with me. He can do both, He can do both. So
yeah.
if he's gonna nag me on Gears, I'm gonna nag him on Redfall. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
I know that man got like 1,000 hours. I think
He does, but it's so much fun playing with multiplayer because when you mix the powers and stuff, the things that you can do is in some areas you can only get to with other characters. That's something people don't know about. There's secrets and stuff on those maps. But yeah, Two Man said he just added Google. Okay, everybody's adding people.
Yeah, I'm getting you guys up, dude. For real. Like my gamer tag, guys, is my name right here.
Is
Just
your
like
name? Let me do that before I go. Let me do that.
Sega forever, just exactly like how you see it.
Let me see. Oh, I gotta bring it. I just do it through the my PC app here. Where is that? Okay, I gotta hit this up. I wish they would improve this a little bit more. It needs work.
Yeah, definitely. Like you were saying, like we was talking about, like you were saying, the PC aspect of it.
Yeah, it does.
They want to be big dogs. They better step up their game.
You
It's
know,
just being-
I try to tell people this because not because you're picking on them, you want them to improve. Okay, so you said Sega, and I'm gonna have to add oh no, that's Sega.
Yeah,
Man.
Google is still downloading.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, we gotta do that.
There we
It's
go.
funny. We talk about games, but we don't really play together. So that'd be cool. If we
Wait a minute, do you have 2 accounts? Because it's 2 Sega Fabers here.
I only should have one.
It's
I
a,
have
okay, it's a Sega Forever with 2 A's on the end and then one with a single A.
Oh, I'm the single A. That guy probably
Single A?
wanted.
Okay.
Is it yeah? So the Eva part. So it's like if you're in Hawaii, everybody says Eva all the time. Like we don't
Oh,
like
really? Oh,
when we say
okay.
certain words, we don't say, like here we don't say three. The number three, we say tree.
Oh, okay.
We go one, two, three, like that. That's how we talk. So the Eva is means like Sega forever, but we shorten it. Right?
Okay.
We say Sega
Okay.
forever. Yeah, that's where that comes from. So
Okay. I sent
it's like
in. I sent that. Now I gotta get teas. Okay, so let me do that. Let me get that up too real quick. Close that one out. I hope I got the right one there.
do you guys play Division?
Division. I've never played it.
Oh, okay.
The
Yeah.
Division was fun.
I never played it.
You know
Yeah.
they put Wildlands on Game Pass.
Is it on Game
How do I do your name on here? T.
ODO.
Wait, is it space?
Yeah, it's spaced. So
Okay.
it's
ODO. Lowercase.
ODO.
Oh,
All uppercase.
Oh.
My entire name is caps.
Okay, got it.
hey Gogo, do you wanna get sainthood? We can play Division 2 and you can carry me.
Oh my gosh.
I was so bad
He
one
said
game.
carry you.
I was so bad one game. These guys were like, dude, we're done. I was like, you don't want my automatic machine gun that shoots fire and heals you at the same time. No, they were just way leveled up. So when you play with them, man, I was just getting downed every time. So, but it's a fun game. I love it. Yeah, go. I mean, I you know what? I'd have to get like back into it because it's been so long. But yeah, I would definitely like. I love Division. Division is such an awesome game. I'm just not super good at it. Like I'm okay,
Okay.
but I played with some guys, man. They know they can break that percentages down.
Google said he played both divisions. My gosh, Google, what don't you play? He play everything. He plays it all.
And he's on this podcast. He
Oh
listens
my
to.
gosh, I don't know how he does that.
Yeah,
He
send
said,
you.
"Are you Division 2 on Xbox? I am on PC though. Is it crossplay for that? I'm curious.
I don't think so.
So you have to have the same game.
Dude, I
Oh, he said
remember.
I'm a single guy. I play a ton of games.
I think the thing with they had it on sale so cheap for so
Yeah.
long.
They did. Yeah.
Yeah, COD is crossplay. Yeah, we can play COD. I just hope my
COD is
connection's
crossplay,
good.
yeah,
Man. Yeah. Like I was playing Warhammer yesterday, and dude, the connection was like it's usually good, but man, I was struggling. I had to drop. And that's another thing too, man. So everybody's going online, so they need to. Anyway, I don't know, man. I just
Okay, I got it all there. Got that through.
yeah, we good. We
I had to
good.
double check everything.
I can't check my stuff right now. I'll check it after, guys. When I come back.
Okay, I did. I sent it. If you have any problems, just I'm on Instagram, so I have you there too, so you can send me a message there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's everything.
Your Gale
Yeah,
Storm.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's me. Yeah, I go by different names in places because I've had issues with people before. I just put it lightly. Yeah, if as a girl, I have to be a little extra careful sometimes.
Oh, Gogo's asking for yours, Dan. Dan.
Oh, for me, let me
Do
open
you want me
that.
to post Gogo's thing?
Yeah, I got to open it back up. I'm sorry, I had closed it out. Let me get open this up.
Yeah, I put his comment where his thing is on there.
Okay.
Yeah, their app sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Right.
It does. I'm sorry. It does.
Right, it does. They get the Windows team on it. What's going on?
Okay, I see you, Google. I see you. I don't know if I pronounce your name right sometimes.
Yeah, Microsoft has us jumping through hoops to get stuff done.
This can't be Google Ho. I'm only seeing like one game on here. That can't be him. Is it you with the green little box for your icon? Is that you?
Oh.
Oh, you're what? Oh, okay, that's you. Okay, hold on. Let me
Yeah.
Change that.
Yeah,
Then this somebody else got a Google poll name on there. Okay, let me close that. I'm glad I didn't send it. Okay,
oh
hold
my gosh.
on. That was
Here we
close.
go, dear. Here we go.
Okay.
Oh wait, what is it? Yeah, see, try
Oh,
again. Try
okay.
again in a bit. Something went wrong. That's all I get from
Oh,
this.
something went wrong with yours. Okay, hold on. Let me
No, it's
finish
not
up.
you. It's the app. This is what I
It's
get
the
from
app. Oh gosh, yeah, the app is it's finicky.
yeah, Microsoft's racist. They don't like Hawaiians.
Okay.
I'll put that out
Oh,
there to be all like on IGN. Did you know?
okay. I sent an invite. Tell me if you got it, Google. And then okay, now I got to go back to Sega. Let me get out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this on my console. That's what I was afraid of because I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm in the PC app now. It's buggy. It's not that great.
But I
I
see
hate
it.
to
I
say
see
it.
it.
You see it?
Yeah,
Oh,
I got
okay, okay,
11.
good. Yeah, okay. Google added me. His went through.
Yeah, I got to do it when I go on my Xbox, which I will.
Okay.
T man, you're gonna have to carry me, bro.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I got a crappy M4 with no attachments.
yeah. I'll tell you which guns to use.
Yeah, thanks. Because I'll be shooting that thing. I can't get jack. That thing's like all over the place. I'm like, dude, is this on purpose? Are they trying to be
I
realistic?
started using a new weapon too, so that's actually what I've been doing.
Yeah, I might have to roll with my shotgun and the Renault pistol. That's the only two things I can target with.
See, I wish I could have I wish I could have my sniper and my rocket launcher.
Yeah. I'm sitting there playing this game. I was like, who does Activision think they are? Bethesda? They think we're going to spend 20 years trying to unlock them?
Uh,
Did you see the things for unlocking? It's just like you got to play this and do this. I'm like, okay, guys, come on.
Yeah, they really went up the wazoo with challenges.
Yeah, I'm like, can you just like let me level up at my pace?
But the good thing is you do level up every 2 matches, so it is actually kind of fast.
Yeah, but then sometimes I look at some of the unlocks. It's like that old Larry Bird Magic or Michael Jordan commercial. It's off the backboard over the freeway. Like it's like what do I got to do to unlock? Dude, I just want this ammo. I just want armor piercing ammo, man. What is?
okay, guys, I'm heading off. I had to double check, make sure everything is good there.
Yeah, no
And
worries, no worries.
thank you for everybody who added me. I could I don't have a whole lot of people that I play on Xbox because, people don't add me, but I am grateful. Certain people like Zinc don't play other stuff with me, so I'm glad I got other people.
You better watch out.
um,
You
and
be
we'll
opening
do different
Pandora's
stuff.
box.
I'm sorry.
There, you gotta be careful. You might be opening Pandora's box. You might be getting Forza.
I'm
All this.
I'm careful. I'm careful. Yeah, I don't just add anybody though. I
Oh
do.
yeah.
I am careful with that. I have to be. I've run
Oh,
into some not so good people before.
I
So
can tell you this much, man. The Xbox community plays games. 'Cause I
yeah,
get
they do. They do.
they do.
I felt like when I first bought the Xbox, just to make this real quick,
Mhm.
I was lurking in Unlimited's channel and who else? Yeah, E-Rocks, eventually E-Rocks and Peabot, not Sega Man yet. I think Sega Man I found out a little late where he was, and then I started lurking there. And everybody was just like, "Hey, you want to play this?" And it was so community based that I was like in shock. Like, yes, you have that on PC, but it's different. It's not like the entire community is like that. You have your groups, like if you play Bethesda game, like if you like, how the Blizzard groups were. They had their wild community. You have your communities there, but all of the Xbox gamers play different stuff and they all connect in different things. That's what makes it unique because that you don't see that a lot on PC. Like it's just those few games you play and you have your communities and you stick with those communities. But Xbox is completely different. Now you guys that play a indie together, and the indie might be some unknown indie, and you up there playing games like that together. It does not matter what you play. You just play things together, and it doesn't matter. It's just community for any game. It's just like, oh, you on the Xbox? Let's play. Give me your gamer tag. That's how it was, and that's how I got sucked up into it. And I was like, this is fun. I like this. I like this community, and I just hope that it stays the same. I hope that the community keeps that spirit because it's a great spirit.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. I mean, it's just for me. It was. I mean, even with the bad stuff back in the day, I'll take that any day because at least the communication was there. Because I
Mhm.
had so many people like 40, 50 plus. I mean, did you play anything from Left to Dead to COD to Halo?
Yeah, yeah.
You'd always be able to find somebody to play something with you.
Anything, yeah. People just like, "What you playing?" "I'm playing that. Let's join up in the game." Just like how we were just talking casual about it.
Yeah,
That's how gaming should be, you
yeah.
know?
I know we might be put on blast now, right?
I can't play well, you got limits, you got life, but yeah, I what I like to do is single out a game with a group and then just do that game. I can't do every game, but and I don't like to do that. I don't like to split my attention like that. I like to put and focus on a few games and stick with like I got active games with some friends on PC. Um I had to put Redfall on hold. This is just other games got. I still have my group with Redfall, but that's on hold. I had beat it. We just want to do like other characters, but I just put it on hold, so I haven't done that yet. But I do have games that I have going on PC, but I want that same experience with console. And that's why I need friends here, to do that on console. Because for whatever reason, I cannot get my PC friends to play with me on Xbox. I can't get them to do it. So I was like,
Mhm.
fine. I just have two different groups that I play with. Because to me, I don't care. I don't care. But they get stuck on. They don't. That's where all the games are. That's where their communities are. That's what they're used to, and some of them don't even play on console, some do, and then they might have other consoles, and it's hard to connect when with those people because they might have a PlayStation or they might have a Nintendo, so it just doesn't always translate well. But when I'm on the Xbox side, everybody has the Xbox, so I know if I ask you, hey, you want to play this game, we can play. It's not an issue.
Yeah,
And with Game Pass, we don't have to worry about who's going to pay for what. That's a barrier over there on PC. So like I might not want to get a game that might not interest me, but I'm being invited to play this particular game. So, I don't have those kind of worries over here.
well, that's why one of my biggest problems with Redfall was like to me they should have had like just multiplayer right off the jab. Um, I mean, personally, my personal thing, right? It's not that I
Mhm.
hate the game. I love playing it, but it's almost it reminded me like Nintendo, right? Like you gotta have a code. Like you gotta make an effort to play with people. Right? And I thought, no,
Yeah,
just
you do. You do. Yeah.
like let's just let people drop in and drop out. Just like Left 4 Dead or any other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So hopefully they'll get it to that point. I know they're still working on it.
I think you can drop in now. The thing is that I will give this little thing if people don't know before I head out is that your characters do grow to learn who they are. Like in the beginning,
Mhm.
they start off as strangers,
Yeah.
but as this is my experience from playing multiplayer. And when I connect again with a player I've played with before, and depending on how much I've played with them, they will they will either act like they're a stranger or they're acquaintances or they're good friends. Their dialogue changes entirely in how they react. Like, welcome back. It's good to see you again. And so they have dialogue like that. So
Mhm.
the characters actually get to know each other over time as they play together. But you have to put the time in to do that. And
Yeah.
that was something I only learned by playing multiplayer.
Yeah. Yeah. Because if you look at the way the skill tree is, right?
Mhm.
There's skills that you select that is geared to multiplayer.
It is. It is
So
that you can only and in certain areas you can only get to with the help of other people who are playing other characters in
yes,
multiplayer.
yes, yeah,
So they have it, they just don't put it overly in your face. You have
yeah.
to, it's subtle.
And that's where I think maybe that part of the whole thing that happened with the game was true, is true.
Mm, yeah.
But not on the level that people made it out to be. But I mean, creative
No,
choice.
it wasn't. Yeah, yeah.
I just say
Hey,
creative
hey,
choices were made.
Sega,
Yeah.
tell Poe how to spell your name.
Oh, okay. Here, Paul. I put it in the comments.
Yeah, that might be easier.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh,
My name is Sega Forever.
it's the same, yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's two. That's what probably confused them.
Yeah. It's not
Okay.
that. It's not the double A. It's the
That
single.
double A, yeah.
Because my gamer tag before was Sega for life. Like NW.
Oh,
Yeah, like
okay.
NW for life. Yeah. So I lost my account because I modded my 360.
Yeah. Me and you are friends.
Yeah, we are, right? Okay.
Okay.
So I lost that account, so that's why my game. There's people that hit me on my gamer score. They're like, oh, why are your gamer score so low? I was like, dude,
Yeah, you can lose your account. Yeah, that's why I don't go off that stuff. To
plus,
me,
I'm
it's
like, oh.
irrelevant.
Well, one guy said something to me. I was like, oh yeah, what is my gamer score? He's like, you don't even know. I was like, dude, I don't care. Like,
I don't either. And I split my attention between PC and I'm not on console as much because the TV gets hogged all the time and other people play on it. And I just, that's why I keep my account a lot of times hidden because I might not be the one on there. So a lot
mm,
of times I just stick on a PC so I can avoid that issue because the TV it's my Xbox is on the main TV and I don't get access to it all the time. It's just what it is. So I've given up fighting over it. And then when I can play on it, I do. But most of the time, I'm forced to play through the Xbox app through PC when I do it.
oh, that's what Phil them have been. Anytime, any place, and
Yeah,
anywhere.
and
That's
that's what I love. Yeah, that I can still do that from my PC if I need to, and I do sometimes. I
that's
can't
why I have
access my own console.
that's why I have Ultimate Game Pass. As long
Yeah,
as
me too. Me too. Yeah, and I played on cloud before when I traveled down south. Before I was playing there as I was riding, and I was like, okay, this is fun. I think I was playing Vampire Survivors down there. I think that's what I was doing. That's a great game to play on cloud. I think.
that game is evil.
Oh, Zinc is offering his name, guys. He wants you to add him. I already have Zinc on my gamer tag. He got his name on there, so add him.
Man, this app is absolutely trash.
Hey, look at Unlimited. How much money did you raise on today's fundraiser? Without you Unlimited, it fell short. You should have stayed on.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
Unlimited. Once you
I
left
gotta
it, man,
get off here.
the
I ain't never.
donations went bad. Donations were
Okay,
bad.
I see you guys later.
All right, there.
Okay, take care.
See, Unlimited knows, right? He knows our outro was like half an hour ago, so Unlimited knows what time it is, so he's coming in. Yeah, T. I gotta. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it on my. I'll go on my Xbox. I gotta go run, drop off my stuff, and then when I come back, dude, you see me.
All right, send me a message when you're ready to play. Okay.
Yeah, I will. Because yeah, dude, this Modern Warfare, dude. I even tried watching videos and I was lost. I was like, dude.
Yeah, no, it's a trick to get the right class working for you.
It's crazy, man. I mean, I like.
There's so many weapons and there's so many variety of what you can choose.
Yeah.
You gotta pick with the assault rifles and the RPG.
Was this the first time that you could go straight to the shooting range off of the multiplayer?
I've never been to the shooting range, so I don't know.
Yeah, when I saw that shooting range pop up, I'm like, oh, okay, that tells me all I need to know.
Yeah. I also like using the snipers. The snipers are good too.
Oh, okay. I used the generic one they gave me. I liked it.
The generic one is the one I use too. That one's the best one.
Yeah, but the kickback and the kickback on the M4 is ridiculous though. I'm like, it shouldn't be this bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
I use an AK, so that's kind of what I use.
Well, I guess because I bought the $99 one, the AK I have is like some kind of special.
Oh, you got the $99 one? Damn. I got the cross-gen one.
Dude, you know why I picked it? Right? Because I saw the advertisement, I dropped it. There's like 5 bazillion packages. I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna buy this one, so I know I got everything I need in there. So I just paid. I paid it.
Yeah.
So, whatever. It's just like I didn't buy COD last time. I bought the Modern Warfare on sale for $20, so I didn't feel bad. I'm like, okay, look, I'll help you guys. Microsoft owns you. I know you guys are gonna be heading in the right direction. I mean, of course, we'll still complain because we're COD fans, and that's what we do. But
yeah, but no, that Assassin's Creed Red looks dope though. I can't wait to play it.
I know. That kind of caught me off guard.
I'm kind of worrisome about Odyssey having the story reigns. That's kind of what I'm not really psyched about.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's terrible.
Oh. Okay.
So you don't have the Valhalla team making the storyline. You have the Odyssey team making the storyline. I'm like, oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. I hope it turns out okay though, because it looks dope, and it says it has the same map as Valhalla. So we'll see.
Is that a new game?
Huh?
That's a new game, right?
Yeah, that's a new game.
Yeah.
And it's gonna have the samurai and shinobi,
Oh, yeah.
and you're gonna be able to play as 2 characters.
That's funny, dude. I think Assassin's Creed is the only kind of game because of the way they do stuff that can get away with that.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of psyched that I'm done with Mirage already. I can't believe I beat it that fast.
Man, you're like unlimited, man. You just put your nose to the grindstone and finish games. I need to do that.
Yeah.
I'm all over the place. For the holidays, I'm gonna go back to playing Starfield, so I at least get a power before the DLC drops. So, but it's hard, man. I leveled up all my characters on Warhammer. Have you been playing Warhammer at all?
No, I haven't.
Man, that learning curve is crazy, man. I have to play at a lower level to try and build up my stuff and get some stuff so I could get guns, so I could upgrade my weapons, and then I could go to a higher level. That's how I was like, dude, this game is hard. In a good way. I mean, it wasn't frustrating hard. It's just they throw everything at you in the kitchen sink. And some of the stuff I used to do in Vermintide, yeah, they don't let you do that anymore. I used to do this sidestep move where I used to chop with a sword.
Yeah.
Whole groups of people. Yeah, this game was like, no, this is not Vermintide. This is, we do things different here. I was getting mobbed. I was like, dang. Okay, yeah, let me go then, T, so I can go run this errand, and then when I pop back in, I'll friend everybody, and then let's play some COD, dude.
All right, no problem. I'll be
All right,
here.
okay, all right,
Yeah.
guys, we out.